been in this name before because of the auto parts aspect, and that's Magna. I mean, it's MGA here in New York. The thing about Magna is, just talking about how it looks here on a chart, it's above the 50-period moving average right here. When we get a second, Rabin, right there. So you're above the 50-period, the 200-period moving average right now, starting to hold that. So I think 40.45 is not too bad. I was going to ask Randy about it next time I saw him there. But Magna, nice little move upside on the industrial side of things. So again, car parts, manufacturing, you're right in there with Magna. So we'll have to be able to see that. And of course, MG in Toronto. And then I think another name that's going to be interesting, especially heading into the new year with the new administration, a name like a Dollar Tree or something that's been affected by China and just different plays there, importing, exporting, the tariffs. Dollar Tree, again, maybe basing out down here. I mean, we were at $150 back in March. You know, you just got hit all the way back into 60 and held pretty decently, took out the 50 period, now trying to go back to the upside. So I actually like this name as well. DLTR, a good little look there. So thanks, Raheem, for bringing some of these to our attention. So, all right, let's go back over to the desk with Sharif.
Introducing a new discovery on the NASDAQ, Worksport, ticker WKSP. Worksport is a U.S.-based manufacturer and rapidly expanding with growing revenues, government contracts, and innovative green energy products designed to power your life off-grid. Whether you're on the move or seeking a sustainable energy solution, Worksport has you covered. Now trading on the NASDAQ under WKSP. Discover the future of clean energy with Worksport.
Man, just chilling out. Hey, yeah, Worksport. Look, we had Worksport on a couple times. They've been with us for a minute. We've talked about them, again, adding that BTC, making these breakthroughs. So check out WKSP. Thank you so much, Randy, for that one. But yeah, like we were just talking about a couple different names there. I want to talk TELUS. Someone asking in the chat, what is TELUS' symbol? It's actually TU. On New York, so that would be another name there. And I believe their dividend now is like 7-8% due to the fact of what their capital depreciation has been on the price. So yeah, right into there, $15. Again, some of these bases, right? We talked about AT&T finally getting going there on the south side. You know, maybe TELUS, Rogers, RCI, Rogers. So that's the other name there that we were talking about if you wanted to get involved here. Rogers also owns like all the sporting entities basically in Toronto. So if you want to get the Blue Jays, yeah, exactly. So anyways, Rogers is there, but wow, this is actually, I own some Rogers stock. I wish, damn you, Raheem, I had to start my morning a little sour right there. Look at this name, man, really coming back in. So yeah, we've hit on a couple. That was a really good segment, trying to find some names here that maybe have some opportunity and some value there and appreciation here coming into the new year, especially names that give some yield. You know, the thing is, you could look at these charts and be like, hey, an AT&T or something that yields. We talked about Walgreens. They got a buyout offer the other day or yesterday there from Sycamore. So you're going to get like different appreciation scales. And honestly, if you get the dividend in there, 5, 6, 7, 8%, it helps you sort of hold out for that next little run of where the interest is going to be. And right now you see AT&T had a really good bottoming situation down here earlier, and then look at this on the year, up pretty huge for AT&T, right? Like you don't get these telecoms moving from $16 to $24 for no reason. So nice little move there on AT&T. All right, what's up, Brendan?
All right, let's get into everything else we need to know here. We're getting on in time as we head towards the open. We'll just jump right into things. Tesla, top of the watch list this morning, or thereabouts as it should be. This chart continues to impress. We got to almost all-time highs, closing side of things. We'll see what happens today, but 409, 410 coming into play here, another 2% this morning.
I don't know what Goldman's thinking over here, Brendo. They still have Tesla rating as a neutral, but they did bump up the price target almost $100 from $250 to $345. Here are some of the reasons why they keeping it as neutral. They think the EV market share, Tesla's EV market share is declining, and there's also slower global adoption of EVs. On the positive side, they have leadership in clean mobility, software, and energy storage, as well as obviously FSD and robotics.
Yeah, we saw GM as well yesterday pull the plug on funding further for their autonomous taxi surface. So clearing the way even more so for this one, guys. Thoughts on Tesla today?
Yeah, Tesla. Thoughts
No
on
thoughts
Tesla?
on Tesla today.
I mean, I'm trying to exercise my ideas via positioning as of right now. But we broke through that 210. Nice, 410.
Yeah.
In the pre-market this morning.
You
were looking
say
for
that 210, but like that was 6 months ago.
Yeah, exactly.
Now
It wasn't that long ago.
You believe that
Sean,
though?
it was not that long ago.
Story that is. I see you got some Lil Wayne going on over there.
Yeah, it's
I like that.
part of 3.
I like it, man. I like it, man.
But yeah, no,
Weezy, baby.
that 410, we were looking to take some inventory into that 410 yesterday. That didn't really come in. It comes into the pre-market today as of right now. So I take a little bit of a dabble. But let's see. This thing is strong. We sold off aggressively just a couple days ago. If I pull this up right here, pull up, let's say a 15-minute on Tesla. Wow, look at all these lines. Clearly, I've been trading this name just a little bit as of late. But the aggressive selling that came in on Monday with a 404, kind of a rejection there, bit of a failure to follow through of that 400. And we flush all the way down to 380s. But surprisingly enough, Sean, we've been getting this strong bid at the end of the day. We saw that happen on Friday. We saw that happen on Monday. Yesterday, not as much. A little bit of a different story here, but still held within its opening or midday consolidation lows. And we're getting that continuation in the pre-market today. We're trading just in and around prior day's highs, holding up pretty well as we push a little bit higher. 411.12s are the highs right now. And again, just a few points away from all-time highs, well within the recent range that it's been doing, well within its ATR that it's capable of doing on the day are those all-time highs. So let's see. I think that Tesla's definitely poised for a bit of a test of all-time highs. If we get it today or not, I have no idea, Sean, but I think it's something that...
Well, you have an idea.
I think it's something to look forward to.
I think
that's what I would like to build into, and if the price action and the chart are telling us, then yeah, why not? Market's hella strong right now. We're going straight up.
Yeah.
They loved CPI.
The funny thing is that the market's been blasted.
Whoever they is.
Yeah, exactly.
Market loved CPI.
The robots loved it. I was going to say, like, although the market continues to go higher here, Tesla's actually not. So I think that's a catalyst for Tesla to go once the market finally does open up. Look, I have it written down here on the sticky note today as one of the best plays for us. That's going to be a long of 400 if we dip buy into that. But we already talked about also, if we can't get that, then let's go to the long 410. I talked about it yesterday. We also have Google on here. We have Macy's. We have a couple other plays. Go check those out. Palantir's on there, obviously, as well. Look, for me, it was pretty obvious what we wanted to do. Yesterday, we saw 400 break, and it just kept going. It gave us a couple retests and held. So if you're going to hold 400, the next stage is 410. So that's already had that $10 range yesterday. So we just open up at the high of the range, trying to get to all-time highs with decent news again, and now the market's trying to go even higher. So I really, really think that this is an opportunity that needs to be long. And you can be wrong on this for sure. I don't think I want to be too much wronger than 406. Like, that's where the 200 period is with really good volume right now. Obviously, as the market gets closer to the open, this 200 period will change. But at the end of the day, this 406 area right here held and wasn't horrible yesterday until, we lost it. So it's that little move that I don't want to be a part of here today. So I'm long this name into 406, give it to 405, breaking that, we're done. So I don't have another bid here until about 407. So I'm going to be as patient as we can right now. And like the Ontario government, I'm not just going to build a highway and give it away. You know, the 407?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Anyways, those of you that don't live around here would have absolutely no idea.
Do you use the 407 often? No?
You think I'm rich, Obi? So to go on the 40...
so convenient. It's so convenient.
It's very convenient.
It's extremely convenient.
So
it's the only highway that does what it does.
Okay, so rich guys use a 407, and what it is you have to pay like $5 to get on. It's just a toll. It's basically our only
toll road.
It's our only toll highway, basically. It's and you have a little transponder, and it's all electronic. Yeah. So they give you the $5 on, the $5 off, and then it's like a certain amount per kilometer. I guess it's not that bad at the end of the day.
Horrible.
But it does save time.
It literally
if
you want to get from one side of the city to the other, it literally saves you more than 50% of your time.
You're right.
So it's like, yeah.
So if you're
there,
I don't even want to know what that is. 4,000, I think.
What, Ramin's 407 bill? Is that what
I
we're
said
asking?
4,000, maybe it was. That
That's
might
about
be-
like 500-600.
Oh, 800.
800 for the
So
year.
that's actually, see, depends on how many hours that saves.
Yeah, exactly.
You know.
And like,
All right, so we have something about stocks to talk about. That is Google again. I mean, again. Google again. Google.
let's go
Google
again.
again on the screen. Again, Ramin.
Yes, Google again, trying to hold on to positive territory after a pretty big day yesterday on the back of that quantum chip headline. More to consider this morning, although we are looking a little bit in trouble so far, back below those aftermarket
Yeah, it was
highs.
a big move up. Brando touching 188, hasn't been up there for a while. Today, they're in the news for a different reason. They're trying to get the U.S. government to intervene and dissolve Microsoft's exclusive agreement to host OpenAI's technology on its cloud servers. So, competitors like Google and Amazon, they want to be able to access and host OpenAI's models on their cloud platforms. Currently, it requires cloud customers to use Microsoft servers and access OpenAI's technologies. And basically, they're saying users would or are incurring additional charges if they operate on non-Microsoft servers. Should be noted that the FTC was already looking into this anyway. So,
just checked, 2.3% away from all-time highs once again here for Google. Huge volume behind that move yesterday as well.
Really?
That was crazy.
I didn't realize that we were that close to all-time highs, but I realized it on the chart, but when you only say it's only 2% away, that seems like it's a drop in the bucket. It was like when we were like, Meta's at all-time highs. I was like, what? It's like 620 or something. I was like, oh my God, how high some of these stocks can fly. But yeah, look, we were talking about Google down here and that it had that PE of 23, 24. It's going to be a little bit higher now, 25 and change, as we start to bump up. And look, I mean, okay, yeah, they got beat out in the AI arms race, if you believe that. Sure, right? Now they got beat out in quantum. Okay, and now we're finally starting to talk about some quantum, right? Search is dead. Okay, is it? We'll see. All this kind of stuff. Gemini is really bad. Okay, at the end of the day, Google's in many, many things here. And as we continue to talk about how strong YouTube is, how strong their cloud is, now we have quantum. And believe me, like this AI trend that we've been seeing for the last year and a half or so, or maybe even a little bit more than that with once the introduction of ChatGPT came, this is not going to stop Google. It's up significantly from those lows. And as Brendan said, we're nearing all-time highs again. I really like the stock. I liked it down here. It was one of the best ones. We talked about what our game plans were. We did sell some Google here. We did buy some back down here. And that's kind of the plan of action. The next one to do is probably Nvidia. But I really like Google long. It's on the sticky note today. So that's just sort of why I like the stock. We talked about it being a big position for myself as well. All right, this is the problem with it today. It's only up 0.1. It's flat on the day with the NASDAQ ripping. NASDAQ slowing down now. I don't really like that relationship, but I like the story. I like the break. I like the way this looks on the daily chart. So for me, I wrote down here 182. Just figuring the 200 period could come into there. It was dip by opportunities yesterday. We based out where we were yesterday. And remember, we're writing these all down before the CPI and before this huge move up. So the NASDAQ was up about 1/4 of a point. Now we're up 3/4 of a point. And Google really kind of in the same areas, if anything, down right now. So I think Google does have an opportunity to whoosh down a little bit here, taking some profits on some of this quantum stuff. It's just like it is a little bit overhyped at some point. You saw NewScale come right back with the nuclear aspect slowing down a little bit. So maybe quantum at some point does slow down. But right now, I think Google for pullbacks into the 200, I really like it. The problem is we're underneath VWAP right now, and I got to give this a little bit of room. I do not like a topside break of 187, not right now. At some point, maybe it might come through, but I just feel like there's better stocks. Like there's Apple, for example. That right now is that like Apple guys, Apple's is gonna touch 250 today. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking for that yesterday. It came close.
Yeah.
I think it's definitely winding up for a 250 push. I think we definitely have to be involved.
So I'd rather look at like at an Apple breaking a 250 than a Google roughly breaking day's high. So I'm going to have my looks there. Do you see this daily chart? We don't have Apple on the board, so I'm just going to talk about this quickly, and then we're going to go over to you for Google. But look at this, man. It's like this is not a stock that we don't know about. Like this story continues here for Apple right now, going higher and higher. As I almost think that Berkshire's buying back in. I almost I haven't heard anything about that, but that seems to be pretty good to me. I think there could have been some selling by Warren, expecting the Democrats to get in and change sort of the way the corporate tax structure and all that was going to have to be put out there, just both on the investing side of it and on the corporate side. Just basically a tax, not overhaul, but difference of opinions there on that rate. Yeah. And then he got into some cash, and I'm just wondering, like, I don't know, who knows. But this is this move here in Apple, so I don't know.
Yeah, no, I like the Google move there. Yesterday, ridiculous relative volume. Like a large cap doing, I mentioned this yesterday, a large cap doing 5 to 10 times relative volume is absolutely crazy. And this thing maintained about 4 to 3 going into the close there on Google. We closed pretty much near high a day there, a strong flush off of the opening drive, which pulls back in off of 186s. We get all the way down to 181 and some change, and then we bid all the way back, a bit of a V shape. Now we're kind of we open up trading higher at 4 a.m., pulling back into some of these prior days levels here. We have pre-market low sitting at 184.23, and this thing is still. I actually got an alert this morning, 4 a.m., being like, oh, okay, well, Google is doing some strong relative volume again. I was like, oh boy, all right, we're going to be looking for a potential continuation or a potential trade on it today, perhaps again, if it can hold some of these prior days levels. We're seeing some of that happen in the pre-market right here, but it's already tested a high of 188. Let's see if we can get to that 190. That bid was definitely aggressive in there, not only off of the open, but into the close as well on Goggle. So I don't know what we'll have in store with this one today, but I'll definitely be watching it, as it is one of the top ideas on the day for continuation. Let's see how cleanly it comes in.
GameStop earnings on deck here. No, at least maybe I'm wrong, but no other tweets or anything from the kitty cat man.
Nope.
Coming off the report last night, 3.25% back to the upside here. That was a move. I zoomed out here. That was a move, if you missed it last week, on that image that he sent out. I don't think people still really understand what it means or why, but anyways, 28 a thing here so far this morning.
So this stock's still up 58.5% year to date. It is down though in the last 6 months about 6 or about 9% or so. Here's the deal. They did well when it comes to net income. They printed a profit of $17.5 million. Compare that to the $3.1 million loss in Q3 of 2023. But revenue continues to decline, below $1 billion now in terms of revenue. The consensus price target amongst analysts right now is about $16.5, with some of the one of the highest ones here, and Send It Capital at 23. Wedbush has it at 10. We'll have to see how it trades, Brendo, up 2.86.
Just real quick here, Adara sending me this Apple note with Broadcom. Broadcom up 4.8% right now on this. So Apple said to be working on an AI server chip specifically with Broadcom. That's from the information. So just took out that high from 2 days ago. Huge move here for AVGO.
It's like most. Never sell anything to do with Apple. Like, honestly, I feel like you just stay in that. Like, they know what they're doing. Broadcom reporting. Join me and Adara tomorrow night. You join us tonight for Adobe. You know what, Obi?
What's up?
I feel like tonight I might just take it off, because I think there has to be, it has to be Obi and Adara for Adobe earnings.
I like the idea.
You know what I mean?
Why not?
And then tomorrow, Broadcom. But okay, quickly, there's not that many analysts at all for GameStop. It has very, very few analyst coverage. There's not too much to say here about GameStop other than what Sharif just did. It's up 50% year to date, which is absolutely monstrous. You wouldn't have figured that, right? But I mean, it's trying to hold out hope here. We had talked about GameStop a bunch of times over the fall at this $20 level, and the fact that it was holding it, I mean, I don't know. It's not a great number. I mean, last year over $1 billion in revenues. Now this year you're down to 860, which misses the 880. So it's not great, but this $20 level seems to be pretty smooth, man. And right now, I just wonder if the report is in now, everyone's figured this out. They're looking at the numbers. Why not talk about this hold right here? I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be good or not, just for the month of November. But this looks pretty good down here, $25. So for today, GameStop again, doesn't have that huge short float that it once did, but it can still get going. Brendan already mentioned that we are looking always for those tweets to come out. But at the end of the day, It looks pretty solid down here. You get this garbage out of there from the report. Obviously, people fat finger, they hit the keys, the algos come in. And right now, it's been absorbed. I like the stock. I think if you're going to trade this, 26.85 right there has been the bottom. I think you wait, you accumulate down here near 27. And then unfortunately, if you break 26, I feel like that would be enough for me there. I don't know if you want to put a market order to get out. You might hit a lot on the bid there. I'm not sure what's going to be there. But at the end of the day, I think accumulation area is around 27 bucks. And then if you like the stock for some reasons, then I think you don't get out necessarily until you break through this 25, 24 area on the daily chart. So I think GameStop is a long, actually, up 3% on earnings. I don't know. I don't know if I like it as an investment, but I like the stock. You never want to be in a company that's losing their revenues, like year over year, month over month, and then missing the estimates, but it seems to be still afloat. Earnings of 6 cents. So making money, it's better than a red mark, right? So yeah, so far so good there for GameStop. I feel like shareholders are probably a little relieved it's not down.
Yeah, no, I think it didn't have too crazy of a move, right? And I was like, all right, well, let's see if GME earnings can bring us anything. We know it's been kind of moving around, has some volatility over the past few weeks, few months. Maybe this year has been pretty interesting for GME as well. But yeah, kind of muted here on this reaction. Pretty much does a bit of a shake and bake, high of 31s, low of 25.71s. Pretty much trading sideways within that range, in a even tighter range, 28.28s to about 27. So about a 2-point range on GME here. So not the top idea on my list, but definitely one to keep an eye on. If we start moving euphorically, I think there's something that might be, there's opportunities that may present themselves, and we should always be prepared to kind of capture those here. Imbalances out right now, Sean.
Yes, they are. Let's go over talking about Palantir, and then we can look at some imbalances.
Palantir, software release here. Warp speed cohort. Available now at a, Palantir shop near you. 73.25 right now. We're up 3% on this in the pre-market here. It tried early on yesterday. This one got rejected pretty hard, though, off 75.
So here's the deal, Brendo. This Warp Speed, it's a manufacturing operating system. It's designed for speed, flexibility, and security. But what it specifically does, it focuses on production, scheduling, engineering, change management, and automated quality inspection. So very industrial, very commercial type product there, which is good because, most of their contracts do come from the government. So you love to see when they do get that commercial move into the market.
I don't think there's such a thing as a bad headline right now for Palantir. So, it doesn't seem to matter anyways on a daily basis, guys, what they come out and talk about.
Yeah, no, except for let's not talk about valuation. That would be the only thing that we're keeping quiet on right now because it's really outperformed everything this year. I mean, AppLovin got hit the other day as well. Some of these plays that have been really heated up there. We just talked about this with Obi earlier. Oh, you know what? I shouldn't show this chart. Let me just show our other one because we don't have the turnover from symbols. They're from NASDAQ to New York. Here it is right here. So, as Palantir goes on the year, just continues to make huge moves, right? But at the end of the day, what goes up sometimes does come back down. So I am a little bit nervous here looking at Palantir and that we might have topped out up here. We talked about 84. I guess it didn't get that high. It got to about $81, $82 there and fell off that 80 mark. There is some consolidation down here at 68 and change. I think that's a good spot if you're not in it to maybe where you want to start to buy some Palantir. I don't know if you actually want to step in and buy right now, but that's a good story. It's up 3 and a bit percentage points. I have written down here on the sticky note. And by the way, we just got into Macy's. So right now we have Macy's, Tesla on here as well as Google. Macy's right now almost 10 cents in the money. So we're taking that a little bit anyways. We'll take a little bit out if it breaks below 15. Okay, just right here, $74 is what I was looking at. So that's this sort of top right here. As I zoom in a little bit closer, it's kind of like 74.20-ish. I just thought we dropped off of this level yesterday, right, midday, before basically closing at the lows. So as Brendan said, is there a bad headline for Palantir? What about closing at the lows? That's not a great sign. So for me, I am a little bit hesitant about this break long. I'd like to see it continue the high side there. So for me, yes, I'm going to go long, breaking through $74 on Palantir, and probably just give it to wherever VWAP lies at that point. I want to be part of the trend, not dip buying this name, because I do think that 70 is going to have to hold. If not, that 68 is inbound. Oh boy, there it is, Obi. Let's go. Like this is exactly what we're talking about when we're giving out some trade ideas right here. This is Macy's right here. 15-15 short is what we wanted on Macy's right there. Look what just happened, my guy. Get rid of this. See ya. We had a nice trade. We're short right now 15-10 as that's coming back in real nice. And oh boy, Obi, there it goes right now. Here goes Tesla all the way back up off of just bouncing off VWAP. Here we go, guys. Tesla coming out with only a minute left. Would you want to talk about Palantir quickly? We only got 1 minute.
Palantir is sold off aggressively on Monday. And kind of made a bit of a range here. So I'm just looking for the range to break. That's all I got on Palantir. But yeah, I guess we're talking about SMCI real quick.
Sure.
Real quick here, tight on time, but 6% to the downside. What is this? 1, 2, 3, potentially 3 days in a row here. Back downside after remember, this move higher to start the week off was the NASDAQ saying that they were giving them the extension to file the report. That's gone and more now for SMCI.
And the concerns stem from potential removal of from the NASDAQ 100 during its annual reconstitution. That takes place December 13th. That's on Friday. The stock has lost over 50% of its value since late October, guys. And they do have until February 25th. The extension, which is basically when they have to comply with the NASDAQ listing requirements by sending in the 2023 or 2024, statement.
Yeah, exactly. SMCI, guys, thoughts here, 30 seconds to go.
Downtrend.
Yeah.
Bit of a backside move. 50 failure to follow through. What else can I say? I think we could be looking for a continuation.
The only thing is pay for short. You have to do that on SMCI, and you do have that $40 level on SMCI. That's a fade for sure, and I do like the break lower. Countdown is on. Right now, okay, Macy's 25 cents in the money. Tesla looking to go and getting me a little bit anxious. For this brought to you by Worksport, WKSP 2 and 1. We are now open. Thank you, Worksport, for sponsoring our opening bell. Check them out, WKSP. On your ticker. Okay, so right now Tesla's now open, just doing its little dance. No worries about anything right now as the market has opened. Let's digest a little bit. So it is falling. I mean, we were just at almost 410.50 right there. Nice move back in for Tesla for sure as that's falling in. Market coming back a little bit. We did want to check out on Apple. What's Apple doing? 248.50. So again, a bounce into the 200 period. That's starting to go now. All right, Tesla falling. Remember, we are bidding, just to get it right, 407.25 right there. Tesla coming back in. Looks like we'll probably get that bid. We got to watch out for Tesla. Also trying to bid a little bit lower on Uber as well.
Yeah, this that dip down into VWAP holds quite well. So Tesla VWAP sitting at 407.90s.
Oh, we missed that.
407.90s kind of rips right back up.
That's bad.
And continues to hold these 408s as of right now. So going to continue watching that one. SMCI is coming straight to the downside right off of the open there.
We did
what else
get
do we have on watch right here? Google as well. Wow. Okay, so I'm watching this again. Stitch Fix had earnings here as well. Oh boy, there goes 410. I looked away for 1 second, Sean, and that.
Can you believe what I got missed down there?
Comes in right away. So that VWAP hold was absolutely beautiful. Opening range low is at 407 halves, 407.48 I have, and let's see if we can come right back in as we are coming right back in 408s. This is getting pretty wild.
It's wild. Like we were
410 wash.
I was at 407.25. I like that wash thing. 407.25. It went down to 407.50, but here it comes right now. So there it goes. Okay, well, sometimes if you wait for it, you get it. Here it comes right now. We are getting out on a 405 break, so we can almost put that in right now. I don't need to, like I said, man, earlier on. We'll take shots on all of these stocks. We just got in and out of Uber. I'll talk about that in a minute. But right now we are long at 408.70. 408. 67s right now. Comfortable with it. Trying to give this, again, $3 or so. I believe, oh, we did get that 410 up there. Okay, so we did get a fill up there, so that's good. I was wondering about my net. All right, so we did get a fill up there. We were waiting at sort of that, some of those pre-market levels. Let's see if we can get it again. So now it's a nice move. We have doubled our position down there because that's what we wanted to do, down here at 407. So it does come in all good so far on that run. Uber does break below. We did write down Uber 64. Uber's getting absolutely clocked. GM dropped their Cruise, which is their robotaxi division. They're not doing that anymore. Thought that could have been a nice little sort of tailwind, I guess, for Uber. Wrong on that one. Macy's flying around as well. They came all the way back, and we're going to watch out for that break of 15.50 as well. But we already covered 25% of that. Watch out for Macy's back down through $15 now.
Yeah, this 408 hold on Tesla is absolutely wild here. So we're holding VWAP roughly as of right now, just a bit of an over VWAP. I have VWAP here now sitting at 408.07s. We're trading 409s. So yeah, Sean, that was a bit of a wash of that 410. Again, I knew I was getting a little too early in the pre-market, and I didn't want to size in too aggressively.
Oh my guy!
And you know what? If I'm not sized in too aggressively, I'm willing to hold multiple points against me, and then really kind of wait for that move to come in. Here comes 411s. Here we go. So we held about 2.5 points against us. Let's see if we can get 2.5 points on top of us. Let's see if we can get through those all-time highs as well. That's what we're looking for. The idea is to accumulate inventory through the all-time highs there. 412s coming in right here, Sean. Oh boy.
Oh boy. Dog.
Here we go.
Let's go, man.
Market's hella strong.
Man. Obi and I are in the building.
Yes, Brankles, 415s. Let's go.
What's up, Brankles? What you got now, Brankles? Keep those guys quiet behind us. All right, here we go. 412 right now incoming. Look, we talked about doubling our position there. Bang, 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 bang. As we just keep on going to the upside right there. We're getting excited. My guy Joe is like, yo, give us some love for the TSLL. As that continues. Shut there. Oh, God. Oh, no. I don't know. All right, Roblox right now. Okay, was Roblox $60 for Roblox? That's a chicken dinner winner all day.
Oh boy.
There for Roblox. Oh boy, they're up 5%. Those of you driving those little Tesla cars around and playing Roblox, keep pumping that money into the economy, baby. What's up, Adara?
I was actually just going to mention Roblox here. I'm not seeing any catalyst on this move here. They are up almost 5%. They are struggling a little bit with some of these highs if you're going back to Friday, but it is worth noting here, lots of social media attention for RBLX with a short float of 5.25%. Broadcom is also on watch here. This one still up about 4%, but pulling back a little bit from its pre-market move. In case you missed it, basically we had the information reporting that Apple and Broadcom are going to be working on this AI chip here. So AVGO and RBLX on watch, guys. Back to you.
I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.
Don't forget.
Don't forget, do not forget to hit the like and subscribe. That is for sure. You do not pity fools all over the place around here. We do not want to pity the fool. Yo, what's up, Sharif? How's it going, my guy? Right there. Okay, so again, 412. No surprise again. Hey, look, you're the master of this. Last time we broke through 400.
450's coming. Sorry, 250's coming in.
250's coming in. Okay. All right. So right now, Macy's, nice little drop down on that one. So we like that play for sure. Get out some more right now. 94s. We'll punch some more out on Macy's because we got fish to fry and it's up in here. And that is Tesla. We are out of half of our Tesla trade now. It's topped out at 412 too much. We're out of half right now. Our stop still is that 405. Let's go. Right now, you mentioned Apple going higher. Yes, Google. Sir. Oh my God. What?
No way.
Right now, Google. God. Let's go. What is happening? I love taking days off, but man, oh man, do I love being here as well. As there goes Google. Huge move to the upside. Again, we got it, but we don't got it now. That's a nice move. Google right there. Oh my God, this is my largest position as Google right now is starting to go back up to the upside. All right. What's up, Rich Buddy? This is where Sean messes up. Selling a rising stock. You are not incorrect. You are not incorrect. That's right. Yeah, generally speaking, we will get out of stock a little bit too early. But did we do that on Tesla? Not sure. It is fading back in right now. I like this, Rich, as a possible dip buy opportunity. Let's do a little bit of that right now at 407.75. We'll put a little bit more risk on right now on Tesla buying dips, man. So look, we've gotten out of names before. And look at this. Oh my God. Right there again, a little bit of a reload there, coming back in up to 409 one more time. So there's a little bit of a reload and a little bit of an out at VWAP. I still want to be in this name, but like I said before, we had been up here and failed before. Look at the market ripping up, Tesla going the other way. You got to get that instinct, and right now, something's going off. It's not right here with Tesla, but Macy's right here. It's all good in the hood here. As Macy's continues to go lower, we're starting to get some more out. You mentioned Apple as well. Watch out for 250. It's inbound, but it's Tesla that's got me going right now, Obi.
Yeah, that Tesla's really kind of I guess tanking here. I did add a little bit there on that low day kind of push.
It is going to take that.
Yeah, it's taken out a lot of these levels. Oh boy, here we go.
There it is. Buy by 500. Did 500? Did it break?
Boy, yeah.
Why did I get stopped out there?
This is crazy. 405, 406 is trading now on Tesla here. But yeah, no, Apple also coming into that 250 mark as well. So that's something to keep an eye on and watch out.
Oh, that broke.
As well, 406s, 405s. That's what I'm watching here on Tesla. Maybe we come back down into the 400s, man. I have no idea, but this is a strong consolidation from the pre-market session as well. And we've kind of grabbed a lot of those pre-market lows as of right now. So VWAP sitting at 408.40s. I have. Let's see if we can get a bit of a reversion. But this market, we're trading above 21,600 as of right now. So yeah, super strong. CPI, I guess, was taken quite well as of right now. But yeah, some of these tickers are up, some of these tickers are down. I guess Google was the one to be a part of there, Sean. So
yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I guess it must have broke through 405. There, because I did get stopped out, but my price was 404.92. So I just bought it right back on that break. So we did get stopped out there. I'm not sure if that's good or not, like what just happened there, but we're right back into Tesla right now trying to support that. So we're still going to be up on it because we were able to buy that back right now, but not happy the fact that we just fake broke there to put us flat on Tesla, because we were, okay, let's just get some more out, because we were up very, very nicely, whoopsies, on this stock. And right now we're going to have to sort of eat our words a little bit there, because we followed our plan. So, I don't want to say that we did anything incorrectly there. It did break. I got the break there at 405. So I don't know if it did or not. I'm going to give it now to 404 as a little bit lower, because we were able to cash more out there on this reload of Tesla. Macy's really working out for us. Google upside. And then Apple right now as well, trying to go. The other ideas we had on board today was Palantir. Let's have a quick check on that one. We didn't want to buy it right off the open, because that's why, oh my God, look what's happening to Palantir. Palantir getting killed right now, $69. Huge move down for Palantir. We just said we did not want to buy it off the open because we've seen this happen before. So let's see if Palantir can base out down there now in and around the 69 level. It looks like it's trying to do that. Nice little flush there for PLTR. Oh boy, maybe we wait until it gets its footing again, but that bottom of 68.60 there for PLTR, pretty violent move down there.
Yeah, that continuation came in real hot on a few of these names. That Tesla picking right back up off of the day lows right now. What are the day lows? 404.80s are the day lows right now. 249s are just churning here, just underneath the churning on Apple here. So 250. So that's what I'll be looking for. I have my order set up ready to kind of push in if we start trading anywhere close to it. But yeah, let's see what we have in store, man. Everyone's anticipating that 250 mark. Here it comes in 249s once again.
This is monstrous, dude.
So yeah, we'll see. We'll see if that 250 comes in as of right now. But that goggle, oh boy, that one was the one. But something, Sean.
Yes.
Which is not going to the upside and quadunking to the downside,
yes.
Nvidia.
Yes, okay.
Nvidia.
So that's what we had.
Look at the NASDAQ. Look at Nvidia.
We had actually written that down here on our sticky note, and again, I'm glad you brought that up, Obi, because it's exactly what you need to do, right? If you're going to look over here, these are some of the notes that we put on our sticky note. Look, market running, and we should stick with long stories early, right? We stuck with that. We still have our Tesla. Tesla's an absolute monster position, but if the market turns over, we got to look at weaker names like the semis and Nvidia and AMD. So right there, we knew that where the weakness was going to be, and it's not again rocket science. Look at past days' performance to be able to judge a little bit of an opinion on what may happen on which names. But give me those. I'm at 85. That's me holding that 85. Did we just get it? Yes, we did. So we get that 85 right there as well. So a nice little $2 move back. It's too bad that we got somewhat stopped out there on Tesla, but we did buy it back off of that early flush. So thank you to Rich and all those guys in the chat there. That was like, this is where we can get away from some of these stronger names. And I did not want to do that. But once it stops out, it stops out. I have to, and Obi's same way, like we all have to stop the bleeding at some point, but you got to believe sometimes in the names that you believe in and the trades that you have on board. And I mean, right now we have Macy's, which is absolutely a dinger right now. That's a huge one. And then obviously Tesla is going to lead the way. I'll be P&L roughly the same on both of these names, but of course position pending. I have the same amount of shares right now actually on Macy's and Tesla. So that should just show you how crazy. I don't know if that shows you how crazy I am or just how ill positioned I am. But right now, let's go see what happens right now. I have the same amount of shares on a $400 name that I do on a $15 name. No, there's a little something wrong here. All right, let's go. What are you thinking about over here, Obi?
I'm watching this 249, 250s coming in here on Apple. So that's what I'm kind of waiting for. I want to see some size there, some size sitting there as well. If that doesn't come in, it doesn't come in. We'll see how that one goes. Apple's coming into the 49.5s as of right now. You can see it here. You know what? I should probably pull up the tape for you guys over here so we can take a look at it together. There it is right there. So you can see the 249.30s trading as of right now. That Nvidia coming straight down, man. That's absolutely wild, right? I'm also looking for a reclaim of this 408 on Tesla. We're kind of just chopping underneath this VWAP as of right now. The opening drive didn't really get through that 410 with any sort of distinction, and now we're trading below this VWAP. So I'm looking for that. But again, it's only
come on, Tesla, baby.
So we haven't even printed the first 15-minute candle just yet. I'm kind of waiting for that information to come in as well. We are going to be printing a bit of a red candle with only about 45 seconds left there, Sean. For this 15-minute candle to print, and we've been coming in real hot on these markets as well. You can see, look at the 15-minute candles since we had that CPI in the pre-market right here, straight greens to the upside.
Go.
Oh boy, can we get much higher?
Let's go. Speaking about getting much higher right now, I'm just looking at the stream and I'm like, what? What is going on right now? We have over 9,000 watching.
Over 9,000? It's over 9,000.
Oh, we take a look at that. We take a look at this. Right there, 760, 780. Let's get this to 1,000 right now. If you get it to 1,000, then that probably means most likely that Tesla will go. That was quick. Did you see that flip? You guys see that flip over right there? They like us. They really, really like. No. Okay. Let's just keep on going here, guys, as we go, right? I mean, here we go. 1.2K. Hello right now. As Tesla goes down, stock goes going up right now. Hey, let's make this the best stream possible. The most liked stream currently on YouTube. That we're trying. 1.4. That's a double up right there. It's another one. Thank you so much to everybody right there. 50% in, 100% increase. Get in the chat. Join the club, man. All right. Well, guess what? Here we go. We just got some more out. So there we go. Everyone's hitting the like. Tesla's liking that. Tesla's appreciating the likes. Look what's happening with Tesla right now. Starting to go right back up there to the upside. There it is. Tesla pushing higher right now because of all of you. Thank you so much for that. Let's keep it going right now. It's almost 2,000, Brendo. We've got 2,000 damn likes right now. And it's probably because Sharif, he's got this little concoction going on over there. The eggs, the rice, the little bit of veggies going on there. I need some more coffee. Okay, so out of some Tesla there, Tesla is falling back in, now into 405. What, the likes all of a sudden stop coming through here? Tesla to the downside, watch out. I'm gonna take a little bit more down here because we can, and then after that, man, 404 break, and we Audi right there. Like, kind of like an Audi S3. Adara, what's up?
Interestingly enough, around the same time we had that excitement in the market, we got a Bank of Canada rate decision. Not sure if it's related, but I'll read it out here. Basically, they cut rates here by 50 basis points. So 3.25% now versus 3.75% previous. This was in line with the forecast, but the Bank of Canada did warn that the Canadian Q4 growth rate is weaker than expected, or that's what they're expecting anyway. I also have this quantum name up here, Quantum Corporation, up about 28.5% with a 21.1% short float and a float of 4 million shares. Not seeing any news on this, but we know we have general quantum strength, especially with Google and its quantum chip announcement on Monday. There's also UNH, which is still super weak here. This is the 15-minute chart. We've been bleeding basically since open, now trying to touch 540s as we speak. No new news on this, but we do have the shooter here of Brian Thompson, who is the United Healthcare CEO, Luigi Magnoni, currently, I guess, facing trial for that. So keep an eye on UNH. This stock has been really volatile with volume as the shooting continues to be analyzed here and digested by market participants. Back to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Adara. All right, we did miss that dip by into 405. Oh no, we got a little bit of it and then got more out. Like I was saying, like what exactly are we doing? But we're dip buying now as I catch my breath a little bit here. So we buy one more time. Here we go. This is the last and final hurrah. We've been okay. It looks like it's really coming in now through 4. Okay, so there's the rejection there. We may get a bump up. Take the opportunity now. I'm going to take the opportunity to get something out there on that rejection of 4. So we just got a little bit more out there at 405, right? It just rejected 404. We've seen this happen last time. This is where I got stopped out last time. Right, we had gotten stopped out last time in and around this area when it faded out and then bounced. So right now, let's just hold out hope that maybe we do get a little bit of an upside move here now in Tesla and take advantage of that. We are long right now at 405.60. I'm going to put an offer at 406. If we can get out of like 10% or so upside there, we'll do that. And then as me and Obi were sort of talking before we went to the break there, it's got to take VWAP, man. And like that's at 408. We bounced off a couple times there. Now we're starting to get a little shy of 408. So I'm going to start to take out a little bit more here and try to stay in the Greensville with our friend and was temporary friend. I mean, it's been a friend for a minute. I mean, this long has been great. But let's see if we can still hold out hope here now on Tesla getting back in. But if it takes us 405, which it looks like it wants to do, 404, then I'm going to be out of this stock and looking to potentially reposition in something else.
Yeah, I think
there it goes.
Those VWAP sellers are coming in pretty aggressively here on Tesla as we break back down, making some fresh day lows as of right now.
Yep.
So maybe we're poised to come into that 400, man. That 400 definitely an interesting level there. 402 halves as well. Look at the NASDAQ, man. NASDAQ is ripping to the upside, and we have some strong selling coming in on Tesla. So distinctly different action here. Not really following that market tailwind as of right now. What was that about Nvidia?
He says rocketing up.
Rocketing up. Oh boy.
Okay, so good sign there. I was just looking out here for Tesla because I was looking at this 200 period, 398 or so. So yeah, let's try again to protect 400. We did talk about looking at this. I'll buy a little piece down here at 403 and change, but let's just go back over to see what's going on with Nvidia. I still have the news in my ear. So if something does come up happening right now for Nvidia, we'll bring that to you. But like I said, remember we just said this, man, there was going to be eventually dip buy opportunities, and we talked about what name we wanted to dip buy in. That was going to be Nvidia. Doesn't look like we're getting that opportunity right now to do so, but Nvidia right now up to 138. You missed that 135 for sure there on NVDA. Could have we somehow had it? I mean, yesterday's drop-off zone is about here, 135.80 or so. That's where we went back in and before making those lows of 133 and then closing the day in and around 135. So yeah, 135, yesterday's close, I guess, on NVIDIA playing right now. So that was something else to have a look at. There's 138. Looks like that might be, you know what? Maybe tides have just turned on Nvidia here, man. What about just a break of 138? Let's test that and go long on a break of 138 here on Nvidia. Just give it back to like 137.50, that break high. We may have just failed that, by the way, Obi. So let's give that a shot, breaking through 138. We may have just failed up there at 138. It's the 200 period moving average, which makes sense. Plus, it's the pre-market high that we broke, but then only went up 50 cents from there. So let's be careful with what we're trying to do now. We're going to catch that bottom, hopefully around 400 and change on Tesla. If not, 398 break gone. Well worth the risk on that one. And then Nvidia as well, not in, but looking for that break higher. Maybe this 137 down there, the 50 period, gives it to us on Nvidia as well. So that's something to look at.
Yeah, no, it's definitely kind of selling off aggressive. This market, man, this market continues to bid up, which is absolutely wild, you know. And the distinct difference on a lot of these tickers, again, Tesla is puking here to the downside, 402 halves as of right now, and the price action is pretty aggressive here with the tape. The tape speed is getting a little bit faster here on these 403s. 402, so I'm kind of watching that and looking for maybe some more green to be printed than some of the red that's been happening right now. 249 halves happening as of right now on Apple, so it still hasn't really gotten that close or as close to that 250 as I'd like it to as of right now.
Nvidia does break.
This market, man, this market is pulling up, and a lot of these tickers, like Apple, is not really showing that strength. Tesla's not really showing that strength. So the question becomes, who is really showing that kind of strength here? And it is none other than Alphabet, softy with a little bit of a bid, and Amazon as well. Bitcoin trading at 99 fours, Sean.
What?
99 fours. So we're almost back at that 100th thou mark on Bitcoin. Let's see if we can get through that 100th thou. But oh boy, a lot of these markets are just running off of the open. Let's see how the chips are doing. We know the chips got sold off aggressively yesterday. So we are catching a little bit of a bid. So maybe some reversion here. We know the Van Eck SMH, a semiconductor ETF, has pretty much recovered a lot of its losses from yesterday. Yesterday we open up at day highs and then trade all the way down, close near day lows on SMH. And today we've recovered over about, I'd say about over 70% of that move. Is Google still going? Where's Google?
Google's at 192.
Are we going to get to 200?
192 right now.
Are we going to get to 200?
Oh boy. All right, new position alert there. I don't know, man. Nvidia broke and we took 138. The problem is we got 138.01s and now it's just bouncing off 138 over and over and over again. So I don't, like, my offer right now is at 138.25 to get out of 10%. I don't know if, it's part of me is thinking about getting out now, regrouping and taking it on the next break. But I want to give this a little bit of room. I have such a good price on a break of 01s that if I give it up right now, I just don't know if I'm going to get 01s again. But look what's happening here. It keeps on rejecting. Like, this is where I get nervous. I'm always going to remember that comment by Rich there in the chat saying, I'm selling winners too earlier, something to that extent. Like, this is where Sean dumps the strong stocks. But you know what? It worked for me on Tesla. We're able to dump that and get out of the way and then reload a little bit of that. And right now, Tesla's $1.50 in the money on this reload position. So I'm going to take another piece out, or one piece out right now on that reload as it goes back up. I mean, I'm hoping that this can go. We've got Obi sitting in this thing right now. We've got Nvidia on our mind. Here comes Tesla back up as Nvidia now looking like it wants to be the one that fails back in. So I'm going to try to defend this 137 area. If we break below that, then we'll run away with our tail between our legs and just be like, hey man, we should have stuck with the note. And that was go short on these names when they bump up. I feel like Nvidia flipped the script on us and just took off. So trying to identify that potentially the long could be there. Good little rebound there. I'm glad to see what Tesla's doing for you, my guy. But there it is now, 250 in the money Tesla.
Yeah, Tesla, a bit of a bag hold for me a little bit there, but kind of piecing into it. I like those 402s, 403s as well. But that Apple is what I have eyes on mainly here. We're trading. We got up to 80s, So we did print up into the quarter there, into the final quarter above or underneath that 250. So yeah, I'm kind of watching this. It's consolidating quite well, holding its highs here at 249.5. So let's see if we can finally break that. But that market is catching a little bit of a pullback off of 21,700, and the ES just underneath 60,085 here on the ES. So yeah, it didn't really come in just yet, but that's what I'll be watching for. I know there's a lot of earnings names as well that people had on watch. Play, Dave & Buster's didn't really do much, so that one might be a little bit of a bust. Stitch Fix kind of pulled back in. Macy's as well, not really doing anything too crazy there. I'm not really watching any other, earnings names as of right now. I did have, Tesla, Apple, and Google on watch. I have Tesla and Apple on my main screen, but I guess Google was the big miss for me as it continues to go up. 181s. Oh boy, man.
No, 191.
Sorry, 191s. Yeah, what am I saying?
Yeah.
That we were looks 180s yesterday.
All-time highs is 191.75. So on Google, that's coming in again. So there, a couple outs there. We got more out there of our Tesla at that 406 as it's dumping back in. Looks like we'll take a bath on this one, man. Nvidia just fell right into our lap. So right now we're looking to see if we can defend that 137. We're going to be in too early, man, on this one, and it looks like we will. Thank you, Randy, for that reload right there. As it looks like Nvidia down at these lows, I'm trying to get out a little bit now to take out some pressure from this position. We're long at 80s, and we just took some out right there at 40s. So not great. A 40-cent hit there on Nvidia, as potentially we're wrong on this. Like we talked about going short on this name, and of course I'm now stuck long. That's a little strange. Let's see if Nvidia does want to hold this 137, but if it doesn't, it's the 50-period moving average, and we're gone immediately on that break. No point in being in that one. And there goes Google, by the way. Like, wow, what a miss, honestly. I sat there and I thought about this yesterday as I was watching that move on Google. And I said, oh my God, like we have to get long this stock. It's broke above that 180 and it is just gonzo right there. And that's exactly what it's doing today, up another 4%. You know, how much money is in this move is huge. Like the market cap on Google to go up that 10% in 2 days is monstrous. So Google continuation move, now brand new all-time highs. Took a while, but this is the name that we've really liked and supported from time has been Google. So thankfully, that's starting to go back up. And look what's happening right now. We're flat now on Nvidia. We said that our average price was 137.75. Well, there it is right now. We've been getting some out. We've been taking L's on the way up here for Nvidia, but there it is coming back in right now. But we'll take some more out on the way up there for Nvidia. Wow, that was a good hold down there at 137. The 50 period does hold, but look at this. Take it out as we go higher. Adara.
What's your reaction to this as of right now? But be aware here, Citron Research releasing a note here on Rigetti, which is one of those quantum names here, RGTI. We are still up 6% here, but basically Citron Research saying that buying Rigetti based on Google's quantum news is, quote, as misguided as believing every TikTok guitarist is the next Taylor Swift. So pretty scathing note here, basically saying that Rigetti is a hype play and people are going to be basically losing money here. So that's an interesting note for RGTI, which now is starting to bleed a little bit. It's worth noting Citron Research's most recent short report before this, which was actually on MSCR, which they said they were actively short in, did send the stock down about $100. So be aware here of RGTI. Though they did, interestingly enough, did not say they were short. They're just saying they're a little bit noting there could be some issues here. RGTI, guys, back to you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Was Neil saying things about Dave Rigetti yesterday, and you're like, "What? Who's that?"
No.
Okay, you mentioned that was it's a pitcher for the Yankees. That's why. I just wasn't sure about that. If he had mentioned that yesterday, because if he was here today, he would have for sure. Okay, so yeah, look, I mean, we've sort of talked about the move there. We talked about the way the quantum's moving there with Google. Then we get that story coming back in. People talking about Palantir. Look at Nvidia first of all. I feel like we need to get out of more of this in the 80s if we're able to do that. It just touched out to 80 and then fell again, down 40 cents. So watch out for that play coming in. We do have a reloaded position right now, hopefully a decent one. We'll see. Right now, we are reloaded right now in Macy's. So we'll give this a little shot here and see about against that 1550 area. So we got out of a lot of this stock and now we're reloaded. You can see what our average price is, 31s right now or 32s on Macy's as we just get that short ahead of 1550. Let's see if we we can get a pullback into VWAP, I like that for a potential play right now. Flat on Nvidia, up on Macy's, and basically Tesla. Flat on the day on Tesla, but that's position. Again, we don't have many shares, but I want to get more. So the Tesla story definitely not over. I know, obviously, Obi remains in that name as well. So you're rocking with the best of us right now.
A little bit more than 3 points. But
let's go quickly over to Adara.
Let's take a look here at the market, what we've done so far today. The SPY up about 2/3%, and the NASDAQ here up about 1 1/3%. Lots of these names in this NASDAQ at least started out pretty strong. We know Tesla had a nice push on the day, and Google still on watch with its quantum story from Monday. We did get some CPI data, all exactly in line here with expectations. Another story to watch here is going to be Bitcoin and crypto, of course. Bitcoin trying to breach that 100,000 level once again, and MSTR on watch with some speculation that it could be added to the NASDAQ 100 as of December 23rd. In terms of stocks on watch, we do have Rigetti up here. This one trying to hold on to 670 after a bit of a bearish note from Citron Research, but I wanted to pull up Broadcom as well, up a cool 5% this morning on reports from the information that it's working on Apple for an AI chip. Then we have GameStop, this one trying to break days highs here, up about 7.5%. Missing on sales, but beating on GAAP earnings per share, announcing apparently we had about $4.64 billion here in cash and equivalents. A great look there for GME, which also says they're not going to be doing any other sale offerings or stock offerings for the rest of the fiscal year. Then Macy's down about 9%, trying to recover here. This one did report an EPS and sales beat here with their delayed earnings report, which did have to do with $151 million being hit from some of their deliveries related costs. Then we also have the company having lower than expected EPS guidance for 2024, though they did raise their guidance for sales for the fiscal year. Make sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content. Back to you guys.
I was just saying to Obi, like, why did I do that? Why did I go long on Nvidia there? Like, we're able to get some out there, but at the end of the day, we'll go red on Nvidia as it breaks a little bit lower. I don't know. I mean, we have that VWAP there. We probably went long a little bit too early right there as it tries to hold now the 50-period moving average. Average daily volume, probably okay on Nvidia right now, but the move has just been down. We thought that we were getting higher there, up at that 138. It looks like that's a fail. VWAP right down there right now. What's up with there again?
Yeah, we just had some more breaking news on Nvidia, so I did want to come back here. Sorry for the interruption. Nvidia here up about 1 1/3% as of right now. We're seeing some reports that the U.S. Supreme Court did dismiss a case involving a securities fraud lawsuit that some shareholders of Nvidia brought against the company. This lawsuit came up, I believe, in the summer. It was earlier this year, basically alleging that the way that Nvidia, I guess, was using some of its funds they didn't like. So Nvidia here, not much of a reaction as of yet, but that fraud lawsuit has been dismissed reportedly by the U.S. Supreme Court. Back to you guys.
So you think that would be bullish here for Nvidia, but not so far bullish at all. So we'll have to wait to see if we get that little bit of a bump up. Good hold there on Tesla all the way back.
All the way back.
Yeah, that's you, man. Go for it.
I mean, it came back into VWAP here as of right now. So this is the first time in a little bit that we've started to trade or test back up into VWAP here. At the same time, the market's kind of pulling back off of that 21.7 again. We went for a retest. We went for a little bit of a retest, but that Apple is holding that 249 pretty well, a pretty stubborn hold of that 249 level as of right now. So I'm looking for that 250 to come in. Let's see. Haven't really seen any sort of size show up just yet on top of that 250. But yeah, let's see what shows up. I mean, if it's any sort of significant size, I definitely want to get involved with that one. Here we come into the 70s now, Sean. Are you looking at this 250 as well on Apple? Because I think maybe we wait for that 21.7 to break here on the Nasdaq before that 250 potentially comes in. But we're only trading about 20 pennies away.
Yeah,
from that 250 as of right now. So.
No, I'm
be a little bit patient for this.
I'm too obsessed here with Nvidia at the moment, and it's just we're making it back. Like, it's kind of like what you were saying there. You just mentioned to me about holding Tesla like that far, and how that, you know, sometimes you got to believe in what you're doing, but then at the end of the day, you look back and it's like, oh God, like kind of got lucky that it had bounced back upside a little bit there.
A little bit disgusting.
Right. It's like I'm glad I held it, but like not glad with the process kind of thing. And that's part of trading, and we always got to go back and have a look at some of that, and why did we do that, and what were we thinking, and look, sometimes the gods will be with us, right? And our levels will hold, and other times they will not. And right now I'm just debating this on Nvidia, so I'm going to give it right back into basically a break of VWAP. I mean, we kind of broke it there. I was waiting for a break of 70, which is right in between here, the 200 period. I just don't want to hold it into this. Like, I think if we take the 200, we get into here, which is like 136 and change. So, and that's why I'm trying to talk about right now, like getting out and sort of believing in the trade, but at the same time, taking some money back when you're right, even if you're just scalping this. Sure, Nvidia could rip to the high side right now. That story there of losing, of having I guess an appeal will go their way, and then this stock going down still on that news, that doesn't seem right to me, especially as the NASDAQ breaks highs. And then we have stocks like Apple, and then obviously Tesla not performing well yet today, but still trying to hold that 407, 408 area. And then look at this Apple going. Look at Google going. This is new all-time highs right now for Apple. That's new all-time highs for Google's at one. Like, this is what makes me so upset, because like, we should not be long Nvidia when there's so many wicked names.
Why am I getting long Tesla
today?
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, and like, look, man, I'm $4 in the money on Tesla. Like I'm not saying that this has not been a great trade today. We're going to get some out right there. There it is. We're getting some more out at VWAP. But at the end of the day, there's great trades, and then there's great trades. That was a good one down there. Messing around with Tesla here at the 200 was not very fruitful. And then now finally maybe we get an Nvidia pop. I'm going to take advantage of this, get some more out here at 7 and at 8, where we're long 30 cents in the money now on Nvidia.
Yeah, this Apple's trying to do a little bit more volume here as we push into 249.90s now, Sean. So Apple is making some fresh highs on the day. High is actually 90, so these are the highs of the day on Apple as of right now. And yeah, you guys will see the size kind of show up here. Let's see if we got the filter ready to go. Yeah, the filter's already ready. So let's see who is showing up at that. Okay, so yeah, there you go. Some size right here, about 4,500 lots on 250 here. We're trading about 7 pennies away, so 4,500 lots I'm seeing lit on the book. Well, not lit just yet, but let's see if they get lit up there on the book there, and maybe we can potentially take a bit of a trade through that. But yeah, no, if you had the idea to take inventory through that 250, oh boy, is it working out quite well for you as we're creeping up.
Oh boy, did you see Amazon?
250. I did see Amazon. Amazon is going crazy. 230s. Oh my God. Oh my God! I'm like, I could have longed every name except for Tesla. Yep, fine.
How come me and you are sitting here trading the only names that we shouldn't be? It's like, are we hosting this show or what? Okay, so we did get an opportunity to get out of Macy's, and we did do that. We actually got Macy's pretty good down there. We shorted that top and then got out at the 200 period. So that was a quick little 20 cents or so, or 15 cents there. Now we're starting to break a little bit higher on Macy's. Let's put some more orders back on the downside, because we, like I said, we sort of got obsessed there a little bit with our friend Nvidia. So let's get some more Macy's love. Hopefully down at that 21, 22 area again for Macy's. Let's put something out up there. Or we don't have too many shares, but we'll put some offers there as well. All right. That's a good trade. Let's just check back in on Roblox. Roblox had that good story earlier on, approaching that $60 mark. Look at this name again. Nice little drop off into the 200 period there for Roblox as we continue to go again. Yeah, I'm watching, man. Tesla's starting to go now.
That's Meta. This is Meta.
That's
here.
Meta.
That's Meta. Meta goes from 620s to 630s. Market is wild.
So they're not
Come on, Tesla,
trading,
catch up. You can do it.
Yeah, they're not trading Nvidia to the long side. That is for sure. And I feel like a moron.
Money is moving
sitting
apparently.
here doing this. Apple, like if I just bought Apple anytime, you'd be fine. Apple just touched 250, by the way, making that new high. So congratulations again, bang, 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 bang. We had 249.94, so didn't exactly come that close. Well, it came close, but didn't touch it. We'll wait to see what sort of size is there. I do have a break long on 250 just because, so we'll get executed into that trade if and when. But I like that trade. I think you got to take it just for momentum's sake. And if the market ever wakes up to Nvidia, then this is going to be an absolute dinger. So I like this. Let's see what winds up happening. We also do have right now, thank you to people in the chat. What's up, Coffee Trader? Check out iBit over here, as right now Bitcoin is looking and knocking on heaven's door in and around that 100 grand again. So let's wait to see what's going on right now with iBit and Nvidia, as Nvidia goes higher. I keep watching the P&L here, man, and sometimes that's not a great thing. All right, so there goes iBit all day, right? All day off VWAP, all day off the 50-period moving average. And right now, looking to, we're not at intraday highs. We're not even where we were yesterday, but we're trying to get there, man, for iBit. So again, a drip down into VWAP would be a nice little opportunity there. Looks like crypto's about to break. I'd say the minute that breaks 100,000, as long as you have iBit up, you just go over there and spank it, because that's probably the trade to go there on iBit. Nice little pullback here for Macy's. Nice run for you, by the way, on Tesla.
Yeah, this I'm watching Tesla as well, but we're trading 93s now on the ask there on Apple. So yeah, this thing is grinding. This thing is churning a decent amount of volume here. A lot of the block boys kind of partying here underneath this 250. Here it comes, 98s, 99s. Okay, here we go. Let's see, 4,000 lots. It's a decent chunk of change there, Sean.
Let's go.
Let's see if we can crack that right away. Or we take a little bit of a breather. Again, we are a little extended off of VWAP right here, so let's see if it'll give it to me. Yeah, let's wait and see if that 250 comes in. It's been grinding up so slowly above it. We're finally trading above 21.7 on the NASDAQ, so that's kind of what I was looking for that continuation, but we'll see if it comes in. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, let's go.
Nike, which is just very close here to making a new day's high. NKE up about 1%. Just seeing notes here that Nike and the NFL have signed a 10-year extension here for their contract starting in 2025. So it looks like Nike extending its NFL deal here till 2035 with a 10-year contract. Bit of a volume increase as we push to the upside for NKE, guys. Back to you.
Kaboom. All right. I don't know if Nike's into some Tesla right here, but it is really starting to go. So congratulations on that trade there, my guy. All right. So Tesla, we're $5 in the money as well, but we've already caught out of this. So we're waiting. My big trade of the day for me will be Nvidia. We do have, if it goes, we do have Macy's right now. Macy's is going to actually be my P&L number one for now, because we've got the reload and it just fell back in. We just took some 20s out again there on Macy's. So I told you guys, despite, what's been happening, we do have some decent positions on. And then here goes right now, although I'm still watching Tesla because, not because of you, obviously you're on this name right now and crushing.
Yeah, I'm watching it.
So I don't want to cover it too much, but we just got some more out there on the high side, 25s for Nvidia. We said that this name was the one that we had to be careful with. I'm going to get some more out at 8s, put another offer there at 25 because, hey, look, man, it's just not going. So if we can get that, that would be a pretty nice trade for us, upside on Nvidia. But other than that, man, we're still waiting for our Tesla to go, and we're still waiting for Macy's to fall off just a little bit. CAVA, I saw that in the chat. I actually meant to talk about this today. Cava, nice downside move, right? I mean, Cava's been moving around here a little bit over the last little while. I'm going to have to find out what was going on. I don't know if this was earnings and I missed it, but that drop off of 150, again, another hot IPO that's been giving it back. This reminds me sort of the Palantir story, where I'm not sure if there's anything wrong with it, just how heated up it's been. So Cava right there again, up today. Not really so much volume here, but a decent stock and a decent opportunity. All right, man, let's go. $5 on Tesla. Nvidia's starting to get spicy meatball as well. Oh boy, Obi, what's up, eh?
Just wanted to give some context on Cava. So this drop on Monday, I was seeing on Benzinga here, apparently a director disclosed on Friday that they had sold some shares. I wasn't able to find anything on that, but it looks like that rumor has basically what drove the sell-off on Cava on Friday. Not a lot of volume today, about 635,000 shares traded so far, but it is worth noting the 9.3% short float for Cava. Also, make sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content this busy Trading Wednesday. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Adara. Our mood is changing and it's getting better. All right, so Nvidia right now, let's go, man. We're almost in a dollar club as that's making the move back to the upside. We're in the $6 club for Tesla. That's a good one. And then Obi just goes, man, what about the futures? And we're just like, yeah, we should just be trading those. Straight upside moves. The only red name that we talked about on here was Nvidia, of course. And right now we're stuck long, which has been a good one up to that upside. We are basing out now on Macy's, I feel like. And it seems like it wants to for some strange strange reason there. Did they find that $150 million or what? But right now, it is trying to battle back off of 50 period and off of VWAP and all that. So until we break below 15, I'm going to hold on to this. I do have another bid at 15.15, which is right where basically the 50 period moving average is. So if we get another 5 cents down, we'll take a piece out, another piece out VWAP, and then we'll try to hold about 75% down in case we do get that infamous break there. Nvidia having a little bit of a problem, which doesn't mean that we don't get out. There's another piece out right there at 53s as we're starting to get upside now on Nvidia. We first liked it through 138. Let's see if it can go. Let it breathe. Let's see if how far Nvidia can go to the upside right now. Your patience there to be admired on Tesla, and we're going to try to see if we can have the same thing right now on. First of all, Bitcoin is right there.
Bitcoin, yeah, I was just about to say. I did that for Bitcoin right there. Bitcoin is at 100,000, so we broke back above 100,000 right now, trading at $100,032. So yeah, this market
is it above on yours?
It's above on mine. I got the Coinbase, so now we just dipped back below 99,980. So yeah, don't forget, Bitcoin's pretty volatile, and it can have like a few points of a run around there. But we just did wash a little bit of that 100,000 mark there on Bitcoin. Tesla coming back up. Well, it's traded above VWAP as of right now. We came back up to a high of 409.36s. And taking a little bit of a breather here. Apple pulled back off of those 90s, but we got down to 60s, bid right back up. So, oh boy, that one is still maybe still poised to go, still holding trend. You can see this market as well. Prior bar, 15-minute prior bar lows have not been broken on both the ES and the NASDAQ. So, pretty strong buying. I might take a guess at on both our futures here, but Nvidia not really going. So we're not seeing that sentiment come in on a lot of these chips. But a chip that I'm seeing on my charts right here, which did experience a little bit of that strength, is ARM. ARM to the upside, getting a little bit of a flex on some of these other tickers here, as a lot of these other semiconductors are to the downside. AMD to the downside, Nvidia sideways, Intel to the downside, SMCI flushed down off of the open there. SMH, we talk about SMH recovering a decent chunk. It hasn't pulled back as much, so SMH is doing all right there. TSM a little bit sideways. I have Micron a little bit up on the day as well. So yeah, let's see. Again, we've been anticipating a few of these levels to come in. We're prepared for some of these levels to come in there, and that 250 is going to be interesting. But oh boy, that all-time high on Google, huge miss for me. Probably the biggest trade on the day that best missed opportunities. It's definitely going on that list because I had that opening drive continuation trade yesterday, and we V-shaped recovered and closed strong by the end of the day. I should be looking for a continuation. Whether or not it's going to be there, that's different. But do I have the execution playbook to look for that continuation? Yes, I do. So why am I not involved in something like Google, which has continued to do relative volume on the day today? We're talking about 3 to 5 times RVol on a Mag 7. Come on, that's ridiculous. That's huge. That's a lot of volume, right? Even when these tickers do 2 times RVol, that's pretty significant as well. And we're doing over 6 times in the pre-market. Absolutely crazy, man. Let's see if 410s come back here on Tesla, and let's see if we break through some of those highs. Maybe we did accumulate some of that buying pressure we need to get through those all-time highs. 412 halves is the day high. We're trading 409 halves on the ask right now on Tesla. So let's see if we can get it done. No regrets, but definitely some reflection to be had on some of those missed trades off of the opens, because I think getting long and forcing the long on Tesla was definitely not it on my part. But you know what?
I'm going long Bitcoin.
Going long Bitcoin, yeah, through the 100,000, yeah, it's back up through 100,000, so it's holding up quite well as of right now. Apple maybe a little bit of a pullback. We are pulling back on both the ES and the NASDAQ as of right now. Let's see if we can print some 210s here on Tesla as we trade back up into 40980s. 40980s. Okay, yeah, you guys can see the tape right here as well. We're printing some decent greens. Prior bars have been holding quite well, all the way back up to the opening range highs there. If we do a full-on V-shaped breakout, oh boy, that can be pretty juicy, but we'll see if that comes in. Market's taking a little bit of a pullback right here, and I see that you just got long on the IBIT.
Yeah, we took out the top there of IBIT, but if you want to trade like us or trade with similar methods to us, you may need some more capital. So Trade the Pool allows stock traders like you to get evaluated and trade real shares using the company's capital with no PDT rule holding you back. Trade the Pool has just launched a limited edition program for a one-time fee of just $300. You'll receive $80,000 in buying power and the chance to become a funded trader. Hit a profit target of just 4%, and you'll start trading with the company's capital. Get funded 4%. I mean, just you can buy some IBIT there. And you get the company's capital. Get funded faster and easier with new condition designed for success. And the best part is the profit split has been upgraded to a generous 70%. So you keep more of what you earn. Don't wait. Check it out now and see how Trade the Pool can help you trade bigger and better. Scan that QR code on your screen today or check the link in description and go support Trade the Pool. Okay, it is now time for a recap of small caps with Adara.
That it is, Sean. We're going to take a look here at the IWM, which is up about 0.5% right now. We had a nice kind of start here to the day, then we trickle off a little bit pre-market. As of right now, though, we are holding nice support here just below 238. Also, before we get to the small caps, I wanted to touch on what Obi was mentioning there with regards to strengthening some of these mega caps with Orville. I was just seeing a stat here from Bespoke that Google, GOOGL, is actually set to have, if it continues the strength today, its first 2-day streak where it's up more than 10% since November 2022. The other most recent time that happened was July 2015. So pretty historical move here for GOOGL in that quantum news. Let's start here with LEDAR Tech. LDTC, this one's been pretty strong recently. No new catalyst from today, but last week here it did announce a strategic collaboration with Texas Instruments here with regards to a software license agreement. Next up, we have CADL. This is Candel Therapeutics announcing that they achieved their primary endpoint here in a phase 3 prostate cancer trial. So good look here for CADL. And last but not least, we do have ZONE. This one trades, on the Amex, up about 50% today. No catalyst I could find for Clean Core Technologies, but it has run in the past. It had a bit of a run yesterday as well. And it does have a float here of about 2.38 million shares. A pretty small float here for ZONE. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much.
All right. I mean, there's lots happening since we had last left you, of course. All right, including, Apple pulling back a little bit here, as is Google just a little bit. But, as we're looking at Tesla. We did get into IBIT, so I am trying to get some orders out right now on this name, just fumbling a little bit here with that. All right, so 57, there it is. So we get some out of 57.20. I was looking over at Nvidia because it's about to break, and I am almost out of it. Like we just try to reload rate down here, so our average price now is 72. I'm gonna start to maybe take something out here in the 60s if I can, but let's just see how high this name can go if it does retrace. But we're breaking 50, we're out. So there it is, we're almost out and we're out. So there it goes, man. We'll slap a fail on Google. It's not gonna be the most, the best stock for us there today, but it's also not horrible. So let's wait to see, on Nvidia. Just breaks through 136.50 there. To me, we're below everything and the market's trying to turn around. This stock is probably a short off 137 right now, to be honest with you. I wonder if we try to make that back on that short right there. Bitcoin though, man, I mean, we nail this one, by the way. We're in this, and we're in this with shares. So this is going to be a good trade there. We just talked about getting 4% today with that Trade the Pool contest. Look at Bitcoin starting to go right now, making it sing. So nice little move there for BTC back through some of those levels again. So there it goes, man. IBIT, new highs. Right before we went at 10:20 there, we said we're taking this out on IBIT, and there it goes, 100,000 right there, right now on IBIT.
Great trade
on Google, on Bitcoin. Thanks.
Yeah, no. As the Nasdaq and ES pulls back, Bitcoin continues to rip up there on the day there. What was the high print on Apple? Could you want to take a guess?
So I looked at it was 94. Remember?
99s.
99s. It went to
249.99. It went to. So to the penny, it clips that 250. And then pulls right back in. All right, you're not ready for it just yet, but I'll be waiting.
It's ready.
But while we wait, let's go see what Adara has to say.
I actually have some stuff on Apple. Speaking of that $249.99, so pretty good timing there. Basically, we have, in case you missed it, they did announce that they've actually launched that integrated chat GPT feature this morning. Also launching, though, iOS 18.2, iPadOS 18.2, and their new Mac OS Sequoia 15.2. Basically, these features include their Genmoji, so generative AI emojis that looks like visual intelligence, and of course their ChatGPT integration, as previously mentioned. There's also going to be some privacy-focused AI enhancement, and there's going to be expanded compatibility for some of these newer features or their newer products. So iPhone 16, iPads, and M1 chips here for the Macs are going to have extended compatibility. The other reason I wanted to bring this up is because another name that's been pretty strong this morning is ARM, up about 3.25% here, near days highs. We know Broadcom ran here on a catalyst from the information, basically saying that Apple is in talks with Broadcom for their AI chips. Now we actually have ARM also to the upside. In case you did not know, Apple's A-series phone processors are actually based on ARM architecture. So this ARM moves looks like a sympathy play for AAPL, guys. Back to you.
Let's go, Obi. I mean, great trade there on Obi. Buy Obi. As we continue to go higher there on Tesla, let's go, right? I mean, what else do we want? We got another piece out there at 410. Obi has more shares than me, which is why I'm saying let's go, Obi. So I got some out there at 410.50 right there. So great trade for anybody. Great trade for Obi. Great hold. What are you thinking now, Obi? As it looks like we just had a nice little move there on a little bit of an increased buy candle there.
Yeah, that was some euphoric.
Any thoughts? Did you tap out of a little bit there?
I definitely sold a little bit there because we had a euphoric push all the way up. We broke some prior highs there. We broke a little bit of the 3-minute opening range high as well. I don't know about the 5. I don't know where the 5 minutes sitting at there, but that action right here, the hold of 409s and the push back through that 410 came in real euphoric. And I was like, oh boy, are we going to wick? Are we going to do anything crazy? But the pullback is sustained, and we're bidding gradually, slightly back up above this high as well. So I'm like, all right, boys, maybe we're poised for that high a day there at that 412s. We're trading 410s as of right now. If that 412.50 gets taken out, we had some aggressive selling coming off of the open. So any and every short that's been holding this name all the way from 410s, 411s, 412s high a day, all the way down to 402s and hasn't covered a decent chunk, might be getting slightly sweaty, and we're seeing some of that panic come in on the tape through some of these high breaks. Here comes 411s with 200 lots blast straight through those 411s. Can we see 412s coming in right here? Bit of a reserve there on the 30s. That reserve gets taken out. Oh boy, it's a party here on Tesla as of right now. Printing only about a point away from day highs, Sean. So I'm looking for a push right into those all-time highs there. I have 414s-ish, but 414s, 416s, couple of points here and there. Let's see if we can get to 420.69 today.
I mean, amazing.
I was saying
420.69.
I was saying that Elon should probably pull up a sell order at or a sell wall at 420.69 and kind of keep that at the top a little bit there.
I don't think he wants to keep anything at the top, but I think that might maybe he'll sell. Maybe make a couple more Billy on that one. Great trade over there. All right, so Google fell in, so we're gonna try to build a. Oops, that's still Tesla. I was still looking over there. As we're trying to build a little bit of a position on it. Again, like I was thinking about how low can we get if we're gonna be wrong on this name again. The market trying to pull back. This could be a trade where maybe we look at the market instead, but I'm gonna go over to a strong name. We're long at 192.18s right now on Google, so it's 20 cents out. Yeah, that little drop area, I didn't want to give this too much room, so I was going to stop out of this on a breakthrough, basically 75, which is coming in right now. The market's falling. It looks like Tesla might be one of the only ones that's trying to go. Yep. IBIT remains strong, so Bitcoin, we just got a great fill on that, but I've switched over the game and tried to go over to some things that I thought would be relatively strong, and maybe I'm just not giving it enough room to breathe here. Let me give this, we don't have that many shares. Let me give Google a little bit more room here. I was sort of looking again at the 50-period moving average, so we broke that, so that's why I didn't want to give it that much. But I can see right here 191. I mean, even here 190.50, like I feel like we got to give a little bit more room to some of these names. right now. So we'll do that with Google. Let's buy a little bit more down here. We are obviously slightly out of the money now, down 40 cents. So we'll wait to see if this one can get going. Try to buy a little bit more. So there we go. We'll buy a little bit more down there at 65 and then see if it can get going. But yeah, TSLA, man, just fell off as well there a little bit, didn't it?
Yeah.
We got one of our pieces out right there, 210, 410.50 does make that move to 412, and then of course that 420.69 ominous marker that we're looking for there. But okay,
level.
yeah, key level,
Key psychological level.
yeah, okay, all right, that's for sure. And then, no, but I mean honestly, it probably stops around 420.
We'll see. I have no idea.
If you can pick up to the penny for Google or for Tesla, then good for you. Google right now starting to rip. Here we go.
First.
This is what we're doing. This is why we're here. Obi.
Yo.
Come on,
Let's
Sean.
go.
No, but it's just because you know why?
Why is that?
This is a strong name, so on a pullback it goes up. It's that same stupidness of what I was saying about why were we going long on Nvidia when it's been a weak name recently. So obviously as the market pulls, this pulls, right? And so Google market just pops up a little bit, and all of a sudden, man, we have like a 50-cent winner. So all right, what's up, Adara?
Take a look at crypto so far today. There is a catalyst here involving MSCR. I mentioned this yesterday, but it's also on watch today as well. There has been some whispers here that MSCR could be added to the NASDAQ effective December 23rd, with the announcement coming here on Friday, December 13th. This is courtesy of Eric Balkunas on X. Eric Balkunas is working for Bloomberg Intelligence, specifically as an analyst mostly involved in ETFs or exchange-traded funds, basically sharing, and again, this is just an expectation from Bloomberg Intelligence. This is in no way proven yet, but MSCR is expected to be added to the NASDAQ, as is Palantir. They're also expecting Axon, here AXON, to be added, and SMCI and mRNA to be removed here from the NASDAQ 100. But again, nothing is set in stone here. This is just expectations from some analysts coming through at Bloomberg. This got a lot of traction yesterday. MSTR was also on watch yesterday as its CEO, Michael Saylor, delivered basically a pre-recorded presentation for the Microsoft shareholder meeting, urging the shareholders to vote in favor of considering a Bitcoin investment, though that proposal did not go through. We're going to take a look at Bitcoin, which is looking great here, holding some nice support around that 96,000 level. On a wick basis, at least that 94.5 was great. That was our low of day on both Monday and Tuesday. Then we bounce here. The area we need to take out to make a higher high here on the daily chart is going to be that 101.3 level that we formed here on Monday and Sunday. So let's see what we can do here. We're just about 1,000 points away from that level right now, hanging out around 101.4s. Ethereum, also a great look, reclaiming 3,800. Its low of day yesterday was around 3,500. So that's a great move for ETH. XRP looking great here as well, up about 15%. Solana up 7%. Dogecoin up 6%. Cardano up 11.5%. Shiba Inu up 10%. So lots of large, steady moves to the upside in the crypto space, guys. Back to you.
All right. I almost
have a question.
Yo,
how's it going?
what's happening?
I want to know if you know about the subscriber animation.
I do
YouTube.
not know about the subscriber animation.
Are you
What-
subscribed on YouTube right now?
Am I?
Yeah.
Let me have a double check here. So I think everybody should hit the like and the subscribe right now. So you want to hit the subscribe.
Hit
right,
unsubscribe?
Hit unsubscribe?
Yeah. You?
None?
Yeah,
Do I do-
unsubscribe.
Unsubscribe, yeah, there it is. Okay, unsubscribe.
Now hit subscribe. Look at that.
Ooh, look at those
Only
sparkles.
the best traders get
yeah.
that.
Those sparkles with the red.
I'm doing that again. So, oh,
Yeah.
I like that. A little sparkle.
so how much do we pay you exactly? Not enough. Good one right there. Thanks for that one. Give me one stock that you're looking at. Yeah, just one, and one random name.
And BTC, that's the only thing I'm
BTC,
paying
okay,
attention
I would have
to.
surprised these young guys. All like crypto right now. And I know, are you still all about Doge over there? You about Doge too? No?
I'm all about Doge.
Obi's
What do you mean? We've been, yeah, just like real money. What do you mean?
Yeah, that's true. That's true, yeah.
People are like,
Oh,
you know, it has an infinite supply. Cool, nice.
Yeah, but
That's a great idea. So was fiat. Fiat's been doing all right.
The only thing is fiat, and I agree with you. I just think that, you know what was interesting to
Here
me?
comes 411 spot.
I know. It's like Google's, I almost thought there was.
I sold too much on the 410s. And I'm like, oh boy.
Palantir's
come
going
on.
green right now. Are you kidding me? Okay, yes, there goes Palantir.
We're
Beautiful
breaking
bounce
all
off
time.
68 bucks as
Yeah.
well. No, what I was saying about Dogecoin, Shiba Inu, all these coins that do seem to have no real world use was the fact that you can link to the that cash card.
Yeah, I told you about the crypto card, right?
That's what I'm saying.
So the
Like,
crypto card is like you can have whatever crypto you
So
want.
To me, that's a win right
and
there.
then it'll you just tap and it'll do everything that needs to be done
Isn't
for
that
you.
exactly what we want crypto to accomplish?
Yeah,
Is to
I mean,
have
it's already
real world
there.
uses.
It's already there. I
Yeah,
don't know.
so
I don't
sure, so
understand why
bang.
people. I don't know.
No, I'm trying to give props to that there because although I do believe that real world uses obviously need to happen in this space, BTC has a bigger purpose. I feel like as everyone focuses on that as potentially against fiat. Right? Like we're using Doge maybe as fiat, but Bitcoin is a play against the unlimited money supply, right? Which continues to go on. I want to give a big shout out right there and a big thank you as we drop down some money to my guy Vassal right here. Numerous times I've seen some super chats from him. So Vassal, if everybody just comes over, show the screen right now, we can share this love. Thank you so much, Vassal. Happy holidays. I want to say thank you for all your hard work and all that she have learned as well. Quite a lot. So thank you, Vassal, for continuously to watch us. Although I feel like, so this is a show. Obi and I, Neil and I, we have a great time on this show. But honestly, the real learning that I do is from the Midday. And coming up today, we're going to have, again, man, we have the professor. We've got Joey Options. They're ready to rock and roll. They're taking over in just 25 minutes. This guy's losing his mind over here about crypto as that continues to go higher. And we're losing our mind right now not over Palantir, but over Google right now. Oh my, how easy is this game? First of all, very hard, but it is very, very easy when you play the trend. And right now, we go, trend is your friend. We're $7 in the money on Tesla. We're 60 cents in the money on Google right now, off buying the dips. And all I did was look myself in the mirror. I don't see any mirrors around here, but this is what I did.
Yep.
And I just looked at my hand,
This is a mirror over there, but
mirror on the wall.
The getting ready.
And it was just like, let's just play the trend.
Yeah.
Let's play strong stocks. Let's stop doing the stupidness that we had done with Nvidia, because we had written down here Nvidia short, and then I've lost the most on that today going long. So it's absolutely ridiculous.
I'm absolutely disgusted with my trading today. I think
that's not true.
Yeah, no,
you might be disgusted.
I got lucky, but right, I didn't. This is not the luck that I want.
Right.
Long term, long term, I'm getting blasted if I'm trading. If I continue to trade like this, that's the realization. I'm like, it's funny. I'm just like, what price did I like on Tesla?
Right.
The answer is yes. The answer was yes. If I was asked, what price do you like on Tesla? If you look at my fills, if you look at my entries right here on the chart, I'm like, yeah, I liked 410s, I liked 411s, I liked 409s, I liked 407s, I liked 406s. I also liked that bounce at 403s. I like that a little bit more. To be honest, I took a little bit more here than I did all of these ones, but maybe that's the one I wait for and then take it. And what's funny enough, Sean, look at this. I have an alert here. I haven't put any alerts on my chart. So Tesla bounces off of that, which gives me confidence. And you know what that line is? That is prior trend high.
Right.
And that was a level that we rejected off of a couple
We know
days
those
ago
levels
as well.
are good, right?
I mean, I don't know if they're good, but if I see it respecting, then maybe I should put risk on. Is how I'm.
Are we going
starting
longer
to view
on Tesla? Or
I want to get longer, but this bid up has been so crazy. I'm like, I was looking for maybe to add more on top of this VWAP, but because I made all of these disgusting decision-making points here, buying all the way down 10 points and then holding it for another 10 points up on that wash, I'm like, yeah, I expect this to wash aggressively. If we are going to push highs is the idea, but execution-wise, this could drop down 10, 15 points before it comes right back in. And if your idea is correct, the market tailwind is definitely on our side with this aggressive bid up. Bitcoin is pushing to the upside. Here comes 250 on Apple, so got to watch out for that one. I know I have my order in on that one there.
Me too.
249.80s trading right now, so we did pull back into 249 halves. But yeah, no, not the best decision making on my part. Regardless of green or red, my process and positioning, decision making is 100% red for the morning session there. As of right now, I definitely have to clean that up there. But even then, if I like every price, this type of execution does not make sense if I do not have the most over here and on the right side of the V. So, something definitely a learning point for me. Buying into the abyss. Oh God. Because I like the trade, but at the end of the day, the trade could be there. You have to actually effectively trade the trade with proper executions. And this is a perfect example of how not to trade Tesla on the day here. Okay, so ideally, let's talk about this. Ideally, how do I trade this a little bit better? Pre-market session, you drop below pre-market lows here, get out. That's fine. Get back in on this. It pops up to 412s, and it wicks this pre-market high as well. Drops back in. Maybe you want to get out back through that 410 because we know 410 is an interesting level. Off the opening range, you get long here. It drops below the opening range. Maybe I should be getting out here. Consolidation underneath VWAP. Sellers are clearly holding it below VWAP. Maybe get out there if you're still looking long, and then look for that puke, look for that flush. And I'm like, oh boy, Tesla is puking, Tesla is flushing. I have no idea when it's gonna pick right back up, but it picks up off of those 402s and change, and I like it good enough that I'm willing to buy all the way down here once again. So it's like, all right, if I stop out of every one of these, sure, I'm taking paper cuts along the way, but I finally have a decent chunk and have the ability and the mental capacity, the mental capital to make decisions on the right side of the V, buying it up as we rip right back through that VWAP, hold VWAP, push into those 410s poised for this day high at 412.
Here comes Apple, by the way.
Right now, here comes Apple. Oh boy, all right.
Apple's an oh boy level right now. Apple's at 250.
I gotta watch
there it
this.
is. Thank you, Ramin. So right now, here comes
Let's
Apple.
go.
Oh boy.
Oh, they're taking them out.
Oh boy. All right, here.
Should we take some of that ask out?
Are you slapping that ask? Because right now it is starting to go. No, I mean, that's what I'm going to be doing. As soon as it breaks, I'm slapping into it. I mean, what do you want to call it?
I mean, I got an order ready to slap that ask.
This is not like Akon or
what do you mean?
Snoop Dogg over here or anything like that.
Yeah.
No.
We've been saying we should slap ourselves, but like, here's the thing.
We're not going to small cap recap now.
Oh, here we go.
Here it is.
Here we go.
Nice little break right there for that. Let's see if we, okay, so we slapped that ask, and right now it is starting to go back up to the upside. Ask been slapped.
It's holding.
All right, so nice move. We are starting to get a little bit out right now on that high side play. We only got 07s. Our best outs there, I think, was 18s. I'm waiting to get out some more there. There it is. So now we're starting to get upside right now on Apple. Let's go, man. I mean, this is going to be hopefully a trade right now. So 250 long break on Apple, getting some more out here. Again, we've seen the breaks happen. We saw that initial break happen on Tesla, then the fade, then the pop. Same thing on Nvidia. Basically, the drop, then the pop. So let's see what winds up happening with Apple. We are out of a little bit, and there it is immediately. There's the fail right there immediately. You see it can go up. I don't know if it's failing, but it can go up 20 cents and be a problem. But then when it drops, it just drops 20 cents as if there was no bid at all.
Yeah.
So right now, they're starting to capture a little bit of profits there on Apple. It's a good thing we got a little bit out on that one. We'll discuss Apple because right now we're getting it in our ear that we have to go talk about small cap recap, which Apple, of course, leading all small caps today.
It's actually not small cap recap, it is going to be sector watch, but we can talk about Apple for sure, which is with Nvidia here leading the electronic technology sector. Don't forget about Broadcom. We have actually also catalysts for all three of these names. Broadcom and Apple tied together here, with Apple earlier today announcing that they've launched their ChatGPT integration, and also Broadcom and Apple reportedly, according to the information, working on that AI chip. Then Nvidia here, we have news that the Supreme Court dismissed that shareholder suit alleging fraud. So that's been dismissed. Now let's talk about technology services, which is also looking great here. CRM and Netflix sharply to the upside. We have Oracle doing nicely on day two earnings. Meta, Microsoft, and Google all sharply green. And Google is also worth discussing here beyond the quantum news because they actually announced that they've launched their Gemini 2.0. So another AI-related catalyst in addition to that quantum look for GOOGL. Then we have the retail trade sector, Amazon, another Make 7 name leading this group to the upside. Tesla looking like one of the rare positive and strong segments here in this consumer durable sector. Weakness here, we have transportation. Uber leading the group to the downside. As Sean mentioned, this ticker was on watch yesterday, or as of yesterday after the close, when GM announced they're going to be restructuring its cruise segment to basically cut the robo-taxi development. Then we have health services. And this sector I really want to discuss. UNH is down another 5% today. This sector, all of the major names in the sector have taken roughly 6% hits since last Wednesday when United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson was fatally shot. And we have some analysts speculating that that has to do with the fact that this shooting has renewed some conversations over the ethics and morality of what these insurance names do. So that sector, we'll have to see if that sell-off continues. Weakness in health technology and finance as well, guys. Back to you.
All right. Thank you, Adara, for that non-small cap recap and a great sector recap. Sector watch. Okay, so you and I were just talking about this, Obi, of course, and that was the fail break of Apple. And it does fail there at 250. I was very, very patient on that reload, giving it down to 249.50s. So we're long into that one. If it breaks view up, we're gone. This would suck, man. Again, because I thought we were being smarter here by trading longer names and stronger names. And of course, Google has also faded back out a little bit. We've gotten out of Google. So for us on Google right now, we're able to do really good up there at 193. Let's take advantage of this move and maybe get something out before the whole market seems to fall down. So there it is. We'll take another out at 15s. And this is just a small one for us right now. We are taking out 40 cents right here on Google as we wait to see if Apple has, sort of the oomph to get back into that area, right? And the area of concern for me is right in around here. We need to get back above the 50-period moving average. So a little bit of a pop-up would be nice now into this. Okay, there it is. Putting us flat right now on the trade, back into the 80s here for Google. So we are for Apple, sorry. So we'll start to get a little bit more out, waiting for a bump into, again, the 90s and then back through 250. But yeah, we've seen the market fall back in a couple times there, not necessarily today, but off of false breaks. So we're going to be very, very cautious here of what we're doing with Apple. But so far, so good on the reload. And, sometimes when you get that initial break, the reload just seems to be just a little bit better. So there it is on the fall back in. We are now up and green today on Apple.
Yeah, no. Here's the funny thing about that Apple, man. And I see that you loaded up some more up there. We continue to hold 249 halves. We continue to hold 249 halves.
Yep.
We continue watching that one right after we get back from Madeira.
This part of the show is brought to you by Firefly Neuroscience. Firefly Neuroscience is revolutionizing brain health with cutting-edge brain network analytics, powered by the world's most comprehensive EEG database. This technology provides precise insights for treating cognitive disorders like Alzheimer's and Parkinson's, as well as traumatic brain injuries like concussions. With FDA 510K clearance and CE mark approval, Firefly is paving the way for a future where brain health is clear, accessible, and personalized. Back to you.
Go now.
Now we're going.
Go Apple.
So is Tesla. After I got out of everything on that.
You're out of everything?
I got out of everything.
Oh, I wasn't sure. Nice. Beautiful trade, man.
Nice. You're still in
Pops
it?
it up.
Let's go.
Yeah, we're still in it, but it doesn't matter. We're just rebuilding our other positions, man. Google right now. Okay, Google. I see you.
Wow.
I see you. Google's like my dog. It's like I get home and it's like attacks me immediately. Then you leave it for a second. Then you call her name and she's attacking you again. So it's like Google there. We left it alone for a little bit. We talk about it and just ripping back up to the upside. But you know what, man? It's this Apple, it just got going again. We were able to get out some more and be positive on it. But if this thing breaks...
God. Go
ahead.
At Tesla, man. Oh, my God.
Ride the wave.
212s.
I'm trying to, Dewey. I'm trying to. What stock are you talking about?
212s on Tesla.
Oh, 212s on Tesla. Yeah.
Sorry, 412s.
412s. Yeah, 212s. I'm buying that. Nice little move up there on Tesla as we continue to go higher, man. We're $9. How do we do that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And the money there on that one, but doesn't really matter. All right, so we're still, I'm more concerned right now with Apple as we have an unlimited amount of shares here compared to what we do on Tesla. So let's go, man. Let's go, Apple. Start making yourself work. Get above that 250. The iOS is fantastic. You have the smartest AI ever. I'm just talking nicely to it. You are the best phone. Your iPads are so good. Those AirPods are absolutely unbelievable. This all might be true, but as we sweet talk it a little bit, let's go back there up to the upside. We'll get out a little bit more if we can, but I'm going to try to let this thing go up through 250. So out a little bit here, more in the mid 80s. I'm just offered 86s there. Hopefully we can get that fill, but if not, man, let's try to be patient and do as they say in the chat. Ride the wave. It's been a good wave on iBit, but we just bounced off 57 again. So we're going to have to watch out a little bit for that one. Tesla going, iBit going, Google. Like, I'm just long everything right now. Tesla, the only loser today is going to be Nvidia, by the way. Uber early, but this was because we tried to think of Nvidia as potentially bottoming there. So it bottoms there, and we're like, okay, it's going to go take out the top. That was a short, man. We had talked about why we like this name as a short. It looks like the short was right. So we'll sort of slap ourselves on the wrist there and make sure that we do better next time, because we should have stuck with the plan there. And instead, you know what, man? We went over to strong names like a Google up 4%. Banger on that winner. Google and Apple, another one, trying to be strong again here today. So we like the stock. We're now in the money 35 cents on Apple, waiting to get a little bit more out up here.
Yeah, you know what? I think the thing is, like, I don't want to look away from Apple as of right now, but there are a couple names that are starting to slow down here. I mean, Tesla. Well, as of right now, Tesla false broke day highs at 412.50s, but we're still trading at 412s, 411.70s as of right now. So I'm looking for that. If we actually did false break, do we come back into VWAP is what I'm asking right now. And I don't think I want to revert it right away. If it gave us a more of an aggressive wiki action, that would have been a little nicer, but we're consolidating above this 21,700 on the NASDAQ. So I like that for potential continuation. And again, I can't forget, I only wanted the long. I wanted the long so bad that I was willing to buy almost every price in the first 30 minutes. And I was like, all right, well, you know, maybe, I don't know. Time-based trading is a little, is something that I'm exploring, let's say. But Tesla, 412s, 250s still kind of struggling to break back through on this Apple. So you know what I did? I put up an alert just above that 250 just to kind of, I'll be like, all right, we can look away from this name. Look at a few other names right now. Amazon is pretty strong as well. You can see Amazon right here. I'll pull it up. Amazon, so Amazon pretty strong along with the rest of the market, right? So the question becomes, when and if this market starts to turn a little bit, what do I want to get involved in? Because we have been experiencing quite an aggressive bid right off of the open, and yeah, off of CPI, right? This bid came in off of CPI, and yeah, so here comes that 250 once again,
yes,
250.07. There's my alert. There we go. Hello. That's why I put in those alerts to be like, all right, well, let's take a look back at that ticker. We're trading above that 250 again. So shout out Sean for holding on to that position and holding it for that hold of 249 halves for a bid right back up. And here comes 412.50s, 413s coming in, all-time highs poised on Tesla. Oh my God, Sean, I got to do so much better.
Hey, look, man.
What am I doing?
We're in the building.
What am I doing?
Okay, we're in the building. We got Tesla, we've got Apple, we've got Google, we've got IBM. Look what we're trading today: Apple, Google, Bitcoin, Tesla, Nvidia, Uber, and they're entertained.
Yeah.
Make sure you guys look at this: 2.3K. We're holding, man. We're at 9,000. We're at 7,000 right now. If you haven't hit the like button, please do that, man. Let's see if we can get to 2.5. That'd be pretty good, right? 2.5. See if we can do that. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. And don't do it for us. Do it for Adara. Let's go over to the desk.
Thank you for that transition, Sean. We're going to take a look at Money Talks really quickly, though. There is this name moving a little bit here. CVGW down about 3.8% here with the JCAP short report. Volume on this, not great, though. About 60,000 shares traded on the day, but just in case that picks up, I wanted to let everyone know here about CVGW. There's also SFIX, Stitch Fix, up about 41%, currently halted. I just saw a volatility spike on that one on the side here, so be aware of SFIX. But we also have to be aware of the US dollar, which is actually now in a 4-day winning streak, taking out the previous resistance here of 106.1. Good look here for that DXY. And let's talk also about the CPI prints from this morning, because they all came in exactly in line with expectations. CPI 2.7% year over year. CPI month over month here 0.3%. Core CPI year over year 3.3%. Core CPI month over month 0.3%. All of those numbers, as we said earlier, exactly in line with estimates. Though we do still have here this number to be aware of coming forward, and that's going to be the PPI print tomorrow. We are expecting slight increases. It looks like here on a year-over-year basis for the PPI, we're estimating 2.6% versus the previous print of 2.4%. For the core PPI year-over-year, we're estimating 3.2%, up from the previous print of 3.1%. And month-over-month PPI, interestingly enough, is actually expected to drop 0.2% versus the previous print of 0.3%. I also want to take a look here at the CAD to the USD. Actually, up on the day here, we did hear there was a rate cut for Canada. They did say the Bank of Canada said they're expecting their growth rate to slow a little bit in Q4. So we'll have to wait and see here. But we also have to wait and see until we get that FOMC decision, which is going to be just about a week from now to the date. We're going to get the next, word here from the Fed on December 18th at 2 p.m. We are expecting here 96.4% of participants now expecting here a rate cut of 25 basis point versus 3.6% of participants expecting no change. This has actually risen quite a bit. Exactly 1 month ago, on November 11th, only 65.3% of participants were expecting that cut. So it looks like the cut is widely factored in. Let's see if that's what we actually get just about 1 week from now on December 18th. Make sure you like and subscribe. Back to the guys.
Yeah, interest rate cuts come in. That was a nice little 50-point move there for Canada. So that's nice to see, of course, as will, similar economies, but different, of course, all together there. As I saw, Trump said something again to Trudeau about being a governor or something like that. It's just hilarious. That's going to be really funny how that all winds up going there. All right, so Google topped out there 193 again. We were able to get some more out as it just came back up to that area again. So we'll keep on doing that as it bounces around. The market's pulling back. So we have to be very, very careful with some stuff here because the market's trying to get back in. This is what the NASDAQ looks like. So it is fading off of 21,750 basically. We'll chart out to see if that's a bigger level, but right now it is a little bit of a pullback. So we've talked about it, the bigger winner there in Tesla. I'm going to try to see if we can't hold on basically all day for this one. Just back up to the upside. We want to stay strong on this because I don't want to get out now after dropping $2 when the markets come in like this. We could probably hold out at least for VWAP down here. I said all day, but honestly, if we break below VWAP and maybe even this level there, 406, I mean, that sucks to give that back for sure. We're trying to go oppo on that with our plan here for, Apple, and that is that let's not hold and wait for it to drip down in. If this doesn't want to take out 250, fine, so be it. There's 250 right there. We averaged this back in on this dip down and then just got it pretty much all out right there. So we don't have any issues at all here with Apple. Apple's going to be a big stock. That was the first break. There's not a reload, but we averaged into it right there and then up to 250 again. So now we're comfortable enough. We have Actually, I know how much we have. We have about 35% left of this position, and it's going to be a good one. So I'm going to hold on now for another 250 break. IBIT still doing its own thing again here. We'll see if this wants to do anything. Looks like it may want to break lower now. We are still long this name at 57 on that 100K break. So yeah, I like it. It's just a matter of it has to come in again for us. So we'll wait to see if that does happen for IBIT. I think it would be a reload down there near 57, but now the fact that we're over the 50-period moving average, I don't really want to see that break. So that's a play for me moving forward. Palantir, we talked about that going green, and it just kind of hovering around there. $70, pretty much too key of a level for me to look at right now. Let's let Palantir settle down. I'd rather it calm down because if this market fades, this name is already red, and we saw a big quadrunk there, $5 to the downside almost immediately off the open. I would not choose long on this name. If there's any names to be long on today, Google's now $1 in the money. That continues to be working despite the market coming down. IBIT and Apple, those are the two names for me there. We can have a quick look at AMD. That's something that we haven't covered too much on. What? I didn't realize this was 126.
Dude, did you see the fade that we had a couple days ago on AMD?
I was looking at it off that 150, but 126.
You have the daily right there. Look, a couple days ago, through that 140, through the 135.
Right
Look
here.
at that aggressive selling. Just 3 days ago.
Now you're coming up to a level, So right into here is what Obi's talking about. You gap lower right there. We've always been, I can show you sticky notes that we talked about this. The minute this was above 150, we wanted longs. Then the minute this was below 150, we wanted shorts. But you are getting into an area. For me, I'd almost rather trade. I'm already to the brim. There's another saying there, filled up to the top on Nvidia, I believe. I don't know if I want any more at these levels. But I was going to say, if you're looking for the broader sector, you have Broadcom coming to report tomorrow night. That could be something. And then right into here, into 240 for SMH at the 200-period moving average. So in something that's been pretty sideways now for 6 months, the semis, this is not a bad opportunity here at the 200-period moving average. Oh boy, here we go, man. Apple right back up, Google up.
Washing 250.
Yeah, so you tell me what you think about that.
I think that we let it wash.
Yeah.
Let it consolidate and then take a break of that consolidation either up or down. We're already trending to the upside. I like it. I mean, we're in a bit of a range trend to the upside right here, right? If you can look at my Apple chart right here. So we held 49s, we held 49 halves really well. Now we're holding 49 eights and 250s as well. So we're kind of consolidating a bit sideways. The market is taking a bit of a pullback here. I like the false break on Tesla as well, but I also realize we're well within that uptrend as well. So all I'm looking for is a potential test of that VWAP if it'll give it to me, and if not, maybe I'm a little bit better off continuing the long through that 415. I have no idea as of right now, but that 250, here it goes again, Sean.
Yeah.
So that trend still holding up. That 21.7 though, we're trading a little bit below it, but like we discussed in the morning today, some of these tickers distinctly different. They are not necessarily following in step with what do you call the market. So if you're trading a little bit of a beta move, or you're looking for that beta move, not every ticker is looking like this as of right now. There goes 250-20s there. Oh boy. Nice trades, dude.
Yeah, man. Thank you for that one.
To the upside. Google 193s. Like Google can't stop, won't stop. Google is probably the one holding this market up, because you have to remember, you got Class A's and C's.
That's what I was saying about how big of a move.
Right.
You can't spell go without
Huge.
Google. Very good point.
So much.
Good point about all of that. I mean, you do have the GOGG and then GOOG and then the L as well. So both of them making moves higher. And that's what I said that earlier when right at the open show when we came in at 8:30, 9 o'clock. I was like, it takes a lot of money to move Google because it's widely held. There's a lot of negativity behind it. I could see a lot of selling on Google in the near term. We've already seen that happen. Pressure relieved. So some of those sell keys go bye-bye and market go boom right now. So I bid in the money. We'll leave you guys right now. It's not fair because Tesla's $10 in the money, but right now if you get rid of Tesla, we're still about $2 in the money everywhere else. So let's just continue to watch out for some of this. It's Apple, it's everything. It's Obi. Thank you, Obi. Obi, promise you'll join me at 2 o'clock.
For sure.
All right, 2 o'clock. It's Obi, it's myself, but for right now, so far so good. It's Sharif. It's Joe. Thank you, Ramin, Fabian, Brendo, Adara. Great show. Thank you to Raheem Alani as well from OCI. So we'll see everybody there. Thank you, Bears vs. Bulls, and everybody. By the way, we got up to 2.4K, so that's a great level there. The likes are going to go way up because now we've got the midday show. Thanks, everybody. See you at 2.
Peace.
Yes. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade. That is your boy Joey Options right there, and I'm Sharif. And what a day, Joseph, it has been on these markets. Things are pumping up a storm. I couldn't be happier,
you know what, brother? That's a tough act to follow up there.
Really, bro.
Man, it was energetic this morning. I was saying to Sharif off screen, man, what an energy. They had the energy coming full throttle this morning. So we're going to try to keep it up that way, and I think we can do just that, brother. What do you think?
All right, let's give a shout out. Absolutely, my man. We're going to shout out everybody in the chat. Bonjamin, I see you, Other Zinc, Michael Escorza. Shout out to Scott H. and Candlestick Conrad. We got Dollar Bill and Idris, Callum Mitchell Miller. We got Paul Wan Chan and Catman, Ezekiel Lapera. We got Idris as well. I think I said that one. Elon, Brandon, and Joe Dub. Hey, there he is. Alaric B. and Mark Susi. Why not? Hello to you, back to you. Mike Breeze, JC Finance, Black Sheep Trades. We got New Mexico Misfit, and why not? We got Lexter 001 and Martina Chandler. Christopher Holcomb joining us, as well as El Sol. I love that. John Baker and Smooth 1J. Anthony G. And what kind of day was it? FX options. I love that. Forex options. LMB photos. Alex Davis. James Dell. Moha. We got Ronaldo. We got Ron. We got Pranaya. A whole bunch of people shout out to you. Well, Rena as well as last one here. Christopher Templo. Aloha from Hawaii. I love your state. It's been a hot minute since I've been, last year. Calm down, Sharif. Yeah. Good morning, Joseph.
Good morning, brother. Good morning. Energetic one, to say the least. But I mean, it's fun. This is what we're here for. This is a bullish day, and it gets everybody pumping and everybody excited. We got GME moving higher now. Today we have Google all-time highs, and just again, I mentioned this. How many times on the show have I mentioned this, Sharif?
How many?
I don't know. We would have to go back and say, but in order for this market to continue to move higher, we need these big boys to start participating.
No question about it.
And sure enough, we got Google all-time highs, we got Apple ripping, we got all these big boys ripping.
The only one really not participating, you feel, is like Nvidia.
Yeah.
Everything else is up and to the dang right. It's okay. Nvidia doesn't have to be up every day. It needs to rest, says the Chilean nightmare. It's been carrying the market. How long can it carry it for, bro? Joseph, we're going to go through the sectors before we weasel on
Win place, yes, sir, we are. All right, guys, so we're going to start off with the win place show as always, guys. So the communication sector, obviously led by Google. I didn't take a look at Netflix or anything like that, but then we got the consumer discretionary in second place, and then the tech sector in third place there, guys. And then we'll go from the bottom up on this one. So in last place, we have, are we still defensive? No, healthcare in dead last. Okay, down 1.26%. Real estate in second last, down about 0.25%, and the same with materials as well, too, guys. So those are your bottom three, and that's it. So we're not the risk on. It seems to be in this market, guys. We're not looking overly defensive on today's session.
It looks good. It looks good. All right, let's weasel on into the lesson du jour, guys. We are talking about channel lines, Obi. Trump is ringing the NYSE bell on Thursday. That's exciting.
Exciting.
I haven't seen the bell get rung in a while because we're always up at the big desk, but we will be watching that tomorrow. All right, let's get into the lesson. Today, we are diving into one of the most fundamental concepts in trend analysis, Fabian, called channel lines. These lines not only help us identify trends, but also provide us insights into potential market reversals or continuations. So what we're going to do, we're going to break down the concept into three key areas. Number one, we're going to talk about understanding channel lines. Here we go. Oh. Yes, understanding channel lines and their application in uptrends and downtrends, both trends, and the importance of channel line breaks, as well as early warnings of weakening trends and adjustments to those trend lines. So let's get right into it as we always do. We're going to explain the concept de novo. What are channel lines? Well, channel lines, says the book, are also called return lines. What they are, they're parallel lines drawn along the primary trend line. I'm going to show you a picture in a second. They contain price movement within a clear boundary during a trend. So it's offering you an additional level of insight into the market behavior. So they consist of two parts, guys, okay? Channel lines consist of two parts. The first, the basic trend line. This connects the lows in an uptrend and the highs in a downtrend. That's how we draw trend lines, right? We connect the lows in an uptrend and we connect the highs in a downtrend. But there's also the channel line, and this is the second line here. This is drawn parallel to the trend line from a prominent peak for an uptrend or a significant low for a downtrend. So the exact opposite area or top and bottom that you would be drawing it for the actual trend line itself. And here's an example. We'll talk first about the uptrend and downtrend figure. So in an uptrend, you draw the trend line through the lows, then draw a parallel line through the first significant peak. The exact opposite in a downtrend. Trend lines connect the highs in a downtrend, and the parallel line runs through the first significant low. And then prices often fluctuate within these boundaries, as seen, in the long-term Dow Utilities figure coming up next here, where prices trended between the lines for 25 years. So this is a legit actual figure right there. So this is kind of what you see. So in this uptrend, this is the trend line right here, the solid line. So you're connecting at least 2 points to make a trend line, right? We kind of learned that when we were talking about trends in the introduction lesson. So this is the trend line. Why? Because we're moving up. And then the channel line is the dotted line, and it connects the highs, again, in an uptrend, and it connects the lows in a downtrend. The exact opposite, there you go, channel line downtrend. You're connecting, that's the channel, or this is the trend line right here. The dark line, the solid line, you're connecting the down, or the area crests, and then the dotted line, which is the channel line, you're connecting the area troughs. So why are these important? The importance of channel breaks. Let's talk about this. So what happens when the price action breaks away from either the trend line or the channel line? So a break of the basic trend line here signals a potential trend reversal. Why? Because it's been respecting that trend line. Remember, you're connecting the area troughs in an uptrend. So if you're no longer continuing to hold that trend line, you should be on the lookout for reversal. Same thing kind of goes for the break of the channel line, but in the opposite. So a break of the channel line typically means the existing trend is starting to accelerate. So that's why you draw that channel line, because you want to see if you're still within that uptrend or downtrend, or whether the trend is accelerating, okay? For instance, in an uptrend, when the price when the price is clear the upper boundary of the channel, it's often a signal of strength. Traders in this case might use this opportunity to either add to their long-term positions, or whatever, if you're more conservative, you wet your beak on some profits. But the whole point is to understand what the future price action may do. Conversely, if you break below the trend line in a downtrend, it's signaling to you that a possible reversal is coming to the upside. And here's an example of a long-term channel. I'll show you the picture of it in a second, but we'll describe it first. So in this long-term channel for the Dow Utilities, which I'm about to show you, price repeatedly found resistance near the upper boundary, like during that 1987, 1989, 1993, and then support near the lower boundary in 1994. Traders could have used these boundaries for both long-term entries and exits. And this is kind of what I'm talking about over here. This is all the way, believe it or not, from 1974 to past 1994. That trend line was actually intact. Obviously, this is the yearly chart over here, but the fact of the matter is that trend line was sound, and so was that upper channel line. So how do you spot weaknesses in the trend? Okay, so channel lines also help traders identify when a trend is weakening. So one of the early signs of a possible reversal is when prices fail to reach the upper end of the channel. So if it had been doing that, if you had been ranging between that upper channel line and that lower trend line for a hot minute, and that had been repeating, and it was it was basically a repeatable move, you could get short on the top end of the channel line and get long on the trend line on the bottom. If that no longer happens, you need to be on the lookout for weakness. And this is what I'm talking about right here. You're going along your merry way. You make that initial touch on the upper channel line. You bounce off the trend line. You do it again and again. And this time, point number 5 can't work its way up into the channel line. Or, at least it didn't initially. And then when it didn't reach the channel line, that should have been your lookout for, okay, let me make sure that the trend line, point number 6, holds. In this case, it didn't. Okay? Where am I at here? Adjusting. Failure to reach upper trend line. Where am I at? Price. Price failed to reach. I think this is repeating over here. Where am I at? Okay, so you can take over for a second.
Yeah, for sure. Figure that out, guys. I mean, hey, we've been rocking. I don't want to chase anything right now. I know a lot of people in the chat were talking about GME here, guys. So I pulled it up, and sure enough, we had a nice compression break here. You can call it a bull flag, what you will, but then the volume stepped in, and we broke these key resistance levels, guys. Perfect stuff. But on this pullback, I'm going to look to see if we can hold VWAP. One thing that I really like here is that dwindling volume. The volume is declining. It's diverging from price action, okay? So as we decline, the volume is stepping down as well too. So I'm keeping my eye out on GME. I don't want to chase any of these mags up here because we're just ripping, and Tesla is continuing to move higher and higher. I don't want to chase all the way up here, even though we are trading at around $412 on Tesla. I do think it's only a matter of time until we touch all-time highs, and I think that's going to be today. But my guy Sharif is ready.
I happen to agree.
He's ready to roll again.
All right, so here's what we're looking at right here. So the example that I was trying to wax point about is this one right here. So in this example, 0.5 shows that it failed to touch the upper boundary. We saw that over here. So it doesn't work its way up to where point number 3 touched. So this failure is often an early warning that the trend is starting to lose momentum. Following this, the price actually breaks the basic uptrend line at 0.6, confirming that the trend could be on its way into an all-out reversal. When prices repeatedly, though, fail to reach the channel boundary, the odds of breaking the base trend line increase. And I will submit to you one quick technique here. You could put in a line of best fit. So you've got two lines right here. You've got the basic trend line connecting the lows. You have the upper channel line connecting the highs. But not every time, in my humble submission, you're going to get bounces and rejections off those lines. So what I would say is put in a line of best fit and kind of see, is it able to reach that median point between those two trend lines? You kind of see in point number 5 here actually stop halfway. I'm not saying it's going to be like that every time, but throw in a line of best fit between these two lines so you can kind of gauge, are we in the lower end of the channel or are we in the upper end of the channel? And if we keep rejecting at that midpoint, then you should be on the lookout possibly for an all-out reversal because it's showing you its inability to work its way back into the upper channel line. Just a little tidbit right there. Okay, and then adjusting the trend line over here, last but certainly not least, when prices exceed the channel line, traders might adjust their trend lines to reflect a steeper trend. We talked about this when we talked about adjusting your trend lines, speed lines, in order to be able to account for accelerating and decelerating trends. If the price significantly moves beyond a rising channel, it typically signals a strengthening trend requiring an adjustment, obviously, to the basic trend line. So your key takeaway here is failing to reach a channel line often precedes a trend reversal, and traders should watch for these signals and adjust their strategy. So this is kind of what the look is about adjusting the speed or the angle of the trend line. So you have your upper channel over here, but the upper channel is no longer sound. It got breached by point number 5. It's not even looking back at it. You need to redraw that upper trend line or the upper channel line, as well as the basic trend line to account for an accelerating or decelerating trend. Otherwise, your previous lines will mean bub kiss. Same thing goes in the opposite. We're going along our merry way. We're making higher highs. We're making higher lows. And point number 5 can't work its way up into the channel line. Looks like it's hitting that middle line, that imaginary middle line that I was telling you guys to draw. And then you get the big boy breakdown. But it doesn't mean that you can't redraw what could be a new trend to the downside. That is, it's no longer putting in higher highs and higher lows. In fact, it looks like it might be setting up for lower highs and lower lows. So in conclusion, guys, channel lines are an essential tool for trend identification. They help traders visualize where the price movement might reverse or continue. And you can identify the basic trend line by drawing a parallel channel line. Watch for potential breaks of these lines for trend reversals or accelerations. And then last, spot failures to reach the channel line as early warning signs of a weakening trend. I hope everybody prints up several storms. Joseph's going like this. You can't see it on camera. He's eating, yeah.
You gotta
Ezekiel Elliott. I don't really want to mention the Cowboys all that much.
Yeah, that's all right,
well, you know.
man. Hey.
It's been a tough road to hoe this year,
Yeah,
Joseph.
you know what?
We got major injuries, so it's okay.
Major injuries. Yeah, my football knowledge has gone down the drain over the years because I stopped watching. So I just got, you know what? I just got sick of it, dude.
You support the Ravens, but they're having.
Yeah, they always. I mean, with Lamar and stuff. The last time I was really into it was when Joe Flacco was our quarterback. So.
Dude, do you know he's still around?
Yeah, he's still around.
It's insane.
Who does he play for now? Like Denver?
I forgot. Yeah, he plays for somebody.
Somebody, anyways.
What's the situation on your side, Joseph?
Yeah, guys. I mean, there's people in the chat talking about AMD. It's starting to move a little bit higher. I told you guys this before. There's some key support levels, and it broke this morning. So I don't know about this thing. There's so many. Why would you be focusing on AMD when there's so many other stocks? The chips are slightly weak, but then you have some of the mags that are also moving as well too, like Google, Amazon, Microsoft, Apple, Tesla, and there's no point in putting unless you're a bear, this is fantastic. This is exactly what you want to see. But from a bullish standpoint, there's such larger movers going on. You don't need to expend your mental capital on AMD because it's just not moving like the rest of them. So no, don't force it. Don't try to milk the stone that doesn't want to be milked. because there's so many other better things that can be trading right now, and that is Tesla. We are starting to push around 413.01. We'll call it 415 just to be just to call it for fun, the all-time highs, even though it's around 414, but we want a clean break here. So we're pushing in towards that. We're bullish on Tesla absolutely to the fullest max here. So we like this, my third largest holding in the long term. So we're happy about this one. It's working out really well. Yeah, I mean, random oddity, it was just the flags for me just started. There's too many flags going on, so that got me frustrated. So I stopped watching. But Google, I mentioned this how many times, guys? In order for this market to continue to the northeast, we need these big boys to start participating. And sure enough, we hit all-time highs on Google, all right? We hit 250 on Apple throughout the session. So this is just the stuff that we like to see. This is extremely, if you guys were following us or watching when we did that work from home day when there was work being done on the office, Brandon asked us all, how much cash are we sitting on it? A lot of us here, we are bullish. We are a risk on equities. That doesn't mean just dump your cash into the market now. You want to have good positioning. But I think for the foreseeable future, Sharif, I think that that we are bullish on the equities front to the fullest. We have a new regime coming in as well, too. Yeah. So I think it's just a good time for stocks, especially with the Fed hitting targets. Dual mandate is coming into fruition. A good print on the CPI came in at estimates as well today. So, I mean, hey, this is the type of day that you expect to see in the market.
Absolutely, man. I got to tell you, I'm feeling awfully bullish going into the new year. Whether or not we get like that classic Santa Claus rally, it looks like we kind of are already. But yeah, that's kind of my feeling. Obviously, you know, we'll have to see exactly how it all pans out, but that's kind of my gut instinct at the moment. Here's the 7 small cap gappers I am looking at today, guys, into at the moment. We'll see how they all work out. AMPG up a nice 107%, weaseling its way into that $2 area, a skosh above the volume weighted average price. I want to see how this trades at 2. If it wants to curl back up, take out this candle over here to make a new 5-minute candle to make a new high, I will get my way in there. I'm already in, okay, already got stopped out of VRAR. Yeah, I breached VWAP, so quick loss right there on VRAR. We'll keep tabs on that one if it wants to reclaim VWAP. SFIX, I'm in that one right now for a 10 exponential hold on the 5. It did topping tail into that 6 3/4, but it was required to kind of pull back and slow down a little bit here as it's just been ascending quite aggressively. So my stop goes below that 6 1/3 area where this hammer candle is at 11.05. It breaks that low, I'm gone. We'll keep an eye out on that one. MIND, this is interesting area where it's currently trading at the volume weighted average price, 544 or so. It's not the biggest parabolic mover on the day, only up 28 2/3. And it kind of has lower lows right now. Maybe a skewed looking double top into that 6 failed break, I should say, failed break of 6 right there. So it's kind of trading at VWAP. There's also price action support, not just VWAP, at this 5 mid-40s. There is the implied balance high that does top off there. And then you also have some pre-market tops on that name right at that level. So we'll keep an eye on MIND. DXYZ, though, just took out the $70 level and is knocking on the door day's high, 71.60. Looking awfully respectful here of price action, support, and resistance. Look at that 935 blend, that implied balance high into 68.50. Big rejection off that level. Drops back down into 64.50. Lo and behold, though, when it took out that level at 1030 and it weasels back down, it holds up right at that 68.5, excuse me, the area that it had rejected prior. So it's doing that gradually higher high, higher low type situation, doing the dance with no pants at 71, packing my patience, keeping an eye on that one, Joseph. Last but certainly, well, this is least actually, sorry. LDTC, it looked good when I put it on. It doesn't look good anymore though. It was trading above VWAP. Now it's breaking down below VWAP and not tradable under my system. It's going to have to reclaim that level before I get interested again. So we'll keep tabs on this one, Joseph.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there, guys. I'm in some GME off of this pullback. Let's see. I have a definitive out at 29. We're not going to hold on to this one much longer, but we are in some IBIT here, guys. We had that nice consolidation phase, and then we now broke that. So sitting at $101,000 on the encrypted one. So we the encrypted. Yeah, the encrypted one. So we'll keep an eye on that. But guys, I want to show you this. I told you that we're going to do this, and I think I came up with a name on this. So the trade of the day, it might be the segment that we're going to call this. But folks, look at the cumulative P&L here. We are soaring as a complete unit. Small losses, baby. That's how we want to keep them. So congratulations to everyone in the chat. Nice working on that one. We had back to 3 days in a row long, but only we went 2-1 so far. But yeah, I'm really happy about that, guys. Looking really nice on the equity curve front there. So I hope you guys are enjoying that as much as I am as well too. Oh, what happened here?
What happened?
I don't know.
Oh,
we'll send it to you. Yeah. We might have to send it off to Sharif here real quick.
Grab that window that you got on the side and
Yeah.
shake it. Well, holy Joseph. That's
Yeah, we'll send it off to Sharif here while I figure out what some technical issues
No worries.
we got
Here we
going
go,
on here,
guys.
brother.
I took a couple beak wetters on SFIX. Adara brought this to us earlier. Was also on the watch list this morning. Stitch Fix reporting earnings and up a light, not that big of a deal, 42.5%. It is, I believe, still a sub-Billy name, if I'm not mistaken. I saw this morning it was about 700 million or so market cap. No, it's now up to 837 million. 14.1 million shares traded today with a float of a light 93 million. Let's find out what the short float is by shouting out trade ideas and dragging down the window, SFIX. We got a decent short float here, not the biggest ever, 7.25%. So we're going to keep tabs on that one. Let's see if this one wants to ascend to the upside and take out some levels. I'm back like a crazy person in VRAR because I'm crazy. And we're taking out some levels already back in 46. I'm waiting at 48. So let's see if we can get printed at 48. Then I'm going to wait at 50. And we know why I'm going to wait at 50 because there is psychological resistance at these $0.5 and whole dollar levels. So we'll pack our patience here, see if we can get the print in a couple of positions right now. Both doing okay, despite the fact that we got stopped out of VRAR initially. Right back in, though, baby. All right, let's see what else is moving. I didn't even look at the mag. All right, we'll look at the mag. You know, not like they're doing much today, Joseph.
They're moving.
I say that obviously tongue in cheek. I don't know why I'm so hyper. It's probably because of Katina, man. He was
buzzing.
Exuberant
The
today.
boys were buzzing this morning.
All I see on my chart are all-time highs
88.
on this bad boy right here, and I couldn't be happier.
Yes, sir.
I was going to say something, but I'm going to keep quiet. 250.80 is the all-time high.
Was it in reference to your Apple? Mm-hmm. Oh, you can just say it then.
No.
Speak your mind.
No, I shouldn't.
You got 80% of your position. Ain't nothing to be.
No, that wasn't.
Okay, all right. So I just poured a little salt in the wound there, maybe.
Yeah, I know. I was like this guy this morning. I looked back at him. I'm like, Joseph.
I wasn't gonna say anything. I wasn't gonna say, hey man, that's good, man. You gotta put a little cash in the pocket around the holidays, because I know Neil and Sean were giving you heat about Christmas the other day. So
yeah, they're like, you don't have a significant other to buy anything for, you lowly bastard. Just okay. So there it is. Let's keep a look out on that one. So keeping my eye on Apple here as 250.80 all-time highs. Amazon just got a nice bounce off the volume weighted average price at 229 1/3. Still putting in lower lows and lower highs. So even though we're working into that volume weighted average price, still I want to see a bit of a trend change. Softy looks strong though. Softy awfully strong on the day. Very respectful of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. You nary have a breach of the 10. The only breaches I see are quick wicks, but all the closing prints work their way back above that 10 exponential, and we've been up above 450 on the day, but we are knocking on the door again of that $450 level, with that 450 and 1/3 being the day's high. Tesla, obviously, goes without saying, we're keeping an eye on Tesla. I likely won't be trading TSLA just because of the price. I probably will weasel into TSLL if there's a trade to be had. But this one also very respectful of the moving averages ever since that V-shaped retracement off the open. We went red to green, obviously, because, we didn't go red to green. We went lower than the pre-market range, but we never went red on the day. But nice V-shaped recovery is what I'm trying to say to make new highs. Now we're at the day's high, 413.99. We're looking for a 414 break and take. You've got a 4-candle 5-minute hold up here, 4 5-minute candle hold up at 414. So there, I didn't look at the book, but there does seem to be a seller of note at that 414 level. If I can make one observation, we're not really putting in higher lows all that much. So kind of a flat top with mixed range to the bottom side. It's not like you can say, oh, there's buyer exuberance here into 414 because every successive trough on the 5-minute candle a little bit higher. Not really. They're kind of just equidistant there. So keep an eye on that. And the Qs, the NQ December contract, days highs, 21,755. Is this all-time highs? On the, yes, it is. Okay, so we are at all-time highs right now on the NQQQ or the NQ December contract NQQQ. I'm losing it. 21,755. That's all-time high. So we'll keep tabs on that one, guys. Big moves up today for these MEX 7. We're going to Adara at the green screen. Did. Oh, sorry. There we go. Okay, so let's take out some here as Adara fixes the mic issues. VRAR taking out the top. Very happy I got back into this, guys. VRAR 156 is the high of the day now. We wet our beak on some profits there. That's why I was waiting at the $0.50 because sometimes you get that big boy resistance. Let's see what it does now. Does it hold up at the $0.50 or have we not cleared it by far enough a distance for it to hold? I think we do have Adara now. She's at the green screen. Mic's fixed.
Sorry about that, guys. We're going to take a look at some of these larger movers to the upside and downside on the S&P 500. Because the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 are so strong today, I wanted to focus on names that are trading sharply lower, and some of these are actually going to be continuation plays or stories and names that we looked at for the last few days. We're going to start here, though, with a new play here, which is going to be Match Group. MTCH at about 6.5% right now. They held their investor day today. They did announce a $1.5 billion share buyback, but that was not enough to save the stock here. Lots of volatility in this name. They announced here apparently revenue going to fall below their prior guidance, citing a $15 million impact. They also did say they're going to contain or maintain here their adjusted operating income margin at 36%. They announced some updates for Tinder as well, including a double date feature. So MTCH on watch. Then we have UNH here, which is trying to make new day's lows as we speak. United Health Group and a lot of these other insurance names like CI, Cigna. We also have CVS, which has an insurance arm. These are all a lot weaker since the shooting of Brian Thompson, who was the CEO of United Healthcare, the insurance branch of UNH. From what I'm seeing here, it has to do with negative sentiment in the insurance space that's been brought out, I guess, or brought to light since that incident. Then we have Walgreens, WBA on watch here, basically kind of topping around near day's lows. Yesterday, though, we had an excellent day, including a halt to the upside on intraday catalyst. Wall Street Journal reporting here the company's in talks to sell itself to Sycamore Partners, which is a private equity firm. We'll have to see what other names are in play later in the day, but make sure that you hit the like and subscribe buttons as we go back to the Bash Brothers.
Thank you very much, Adara. Yes, Joseph, what do you got over there?
Yeah,
How's everything going?
Yeah, everything is going good, Sharif. I mean, IBIT is buzzing. We're starting to. Rob EV pointed out some good, some key resistance levels on Bitcoin, and I had these pointed out as well too. I marked these yesterday, so let's see if we can break through. To be honest with you, I wasn't expecting it to put in this type of day, but when Bitcoin wants to move, it puts in those $10,000 days, right? It can put a 9 to 10K. So let's see what the low was around 93K, so we're sitting around 101 right now. Let's see if this is going to be a genuine breakout, then I do think we can put in something around that type of metric, all right, that $10,000 a day, and then we get that opening on top of the range. That's really important for me because now we have a definitive consolidation area, so let's see if we can break on top of that with the volume supporting and then sit on top of that, all right, guys? So I'm really looking forward to seeing what happens in the near future with that one because I do think that we go to around 115, 120 as the next target. Someone in the chat asked me about Sensonics Holding. It is a medical technology company focused on development and manufacturing of glucose monitoring products designed to transform lives in the diabetes community. Beautiful stuff, but it's not the most liquid stock there is. I mean, moving from an intraday standpoint, this is really hard to get into. This is more around Sharif's style of trading, but again, it's a 30 cent stock, right? So yeah, I don't even know if you dabble in something that low.
I usually filter, but I'll look at them.
Yeah, I mean,
What's the ticker, Joseph?
SENS.
Oh, I saw the first
yeah,
thing,
yeah. So it only has about a $205 million market cap. So keep that in mind. It has been trending lower. These medical stocks are tough to trade for me, in my opinion. I try to stay away from them. It is off the lows, which is good. But again, I think there's other things that you can invest your money in instead of this kind of speculative underlying asset there, guys. What do you think about that one there?
100% agree with you.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
All we keep seeing here is lower lows and lower highs, guys, on SNES. It's small cap gapper, the one that was Joseph was just talking about. And what I see is multiple rejections at key areas. Every time it seems to have the power and it gets up into that 200 exponential, it's met with a wall of selling. That happened in July of 23. It happened again in December of this year. It happened again in March of this year. And you guys weren't going this? September of this year, and now we're weaseling on into that 41, 42 penny area. And you get breaches, don't get me wrong, you get breaches of the 200 exponential. You see it, crosses, but it drops quick as you like. It doesn't spend a hot minute up there. So to me, I'm seeing lower highs, I'm seeing lower lows. I need a decided trend change before I would invest in this in the long term. Look at this. This is not a glowing endorsement for a name. That's an ugly looking chart. You need to see something different before you get in there. Now, if you understand something about the science that Joseph and I don't understand, well, then have at it, right? That's an entirely different story. And maybe that's kind of the beauty of being in these biotech names, that you can kind of leverage your knowledge. I know Obi does at times. He has a science background. He understands this stuff better than I would say Joseph and I do. So he can work in like that. I personally don't have that ability. So I try not to pretend like I do. Bang over here. Here we go, baby. VRAR taking out highs. We are long at 41s. We just took out 67s. Sad I wasn't able to take out 69s, but maybe I'll be happy by taking out. Let me just make sure. No, I only have one more left here, so I got to pack my patience on this, Joseph. No, I don't need you going like this.
I'm not gonna hit you with the hands. Hit post on that, baby. You're ripping post up there.
Yeah, here we go. I'm gonna post that 75. Come what may. If it wants to take out that $0.75 area, we're gonna let it go. But VRAR picking up in volume, picking up in volatility. It's taking out highs. It's almost 50% up on the day. It's a big boy stock. We'll find out more when we get back from Adair.
Just be aware here, I have DJT pulled up. We got a little bit of a spike here in volume at 11 a.m. Around then, it was announced here that Donald Trump is actually scheduled to ring the opening bell at the NYSE tomorrow. The reason I bring this up now is because I'm seeing some circulation of that story on social media. But keep an eye on DJT tomorrow. President-elect Donald Trump set to ring the opening bell, not for the NASDAQ on which DJT is listed, but actually on the NYSE, guys. Watch out for that story, I guess, tomorrow morning. Back to you.
Yeah, Obi let us know that. We were pumped about that, Adara. The Donald, I was going to say something else. The Donald is going to be on the bell tomorrow. He's going to say, it was the best bell ringing of all time. Nobody's ever rung it better.
Right? Ring it the bell.
I know it all.
Yeah,
I know everybody feels that way, but
I love him, man. I love him. It was great.
Yeah, so we're having a good time here. Joseph, what do you got over there?
It was fantastic. It was the best day the NYSE ever put in, ever.
What's that guy, that stand-up comedian that does him so well?
Why are you putting me on the spot? Yeah. It's not Steve. Is it Kevin?
I forget.
We're talking about the same guy. We know him.
He shows that Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi.
Yeah.
He's like, he cried like a baby. And stuff like that. He's like, we could hear him crying.
Yeah.
Don't cry, Abu.
Don't cry. What's his name? Is it like is it Steve Giles? Yeah, Shane Giles.
Shane.
Shane.
The chat's
he's absolutely he's hilarious.
Hey,
Shane Gillis. Yes.
Okay, I thought Darryl was talking.
I think you said Shane Gillis. Yeah,
Shane Gillis,
Shane
that's
Gillis.
it,
Yeah,
not Giles. I'm
Yeah,
losing
Juan
my mind.
Padilla. I like Drewski too. Drewski's my guy. I think those guys are hilarious. And same with Speed. We talk about Speed quite often. But yeah, guys, here we are. Back to stocks. Talking a little bit of stocks. We got Bitcoin pulling in a little bit here, the encrypted one, but that's totally fine. I think we're going to continue to move higher on this one. Let's see if we can break that. Excuse me, I'm still in some GME. We have a good position here on IBIT. We're not too heavy though, but again, GME is starting to work. I mentioned this here. Let's pull it up on our chart here, folks, because
Nice chart.
Jeezy. Jeezy, excuse me. Anyways, yeah, so guys, why did I get in this one? Sure enough, we had that breakout volume, but then look at the pullback. That volume was diverging. Beautiful. Anytime that underlying starts to turn around, I'm going to look to get involved on that front, okay, guys? So keep that in mind. That is exactly why I'm not saying that it can go higher and break the higher day. We did have earnings yesterday, and I heard it wasn't completely horrible. It wasn't a dog's breakfast, as some people would like to call it. So, but I mean, hey, yeah. Someone used to say it, but anyways, so yeah, let's see if we can continue here and break some of these key levels on GME. If we do, I think we can go and test these highs of days, and that's exactly what I'm going to look for. I'm going to look to start to take a little bit off the top for the boys there when we get to the high of day on GME, if and when we do. But other than that, yeah, I'm going to hold on to IBIT as well too here, guys. So we are starting to pull back in a little bit, and that's totally fine. We're still up about 4.5% on the session. So let's see. The volume weighted average price is trailing it really nice. So let's see if we get a pull back to the 57 areas or something that deep. But if we break around 57.73, then I'm going to get out of this. And that means I think that I can get a better price on IBIT. That is for sure. But you've been killing it over there. So, you didn't get the fill on that. Wow, that's
coming all the way back down.
criminal.
Okay.
That's criminal. That's all right, though. That's all right.
Excuse me for that. I do apologize. All right, we wet our beak on some more here on SFIX, guys, taking some out because it looks like it's ranging to me. So if that's going to be the case, I need to adjust my strategy on SFIX. I'm going to hold the majority of the position for that big boy break to take out that 670-ish high of the day. But on the way, I'm going to wet my beak on some profits. Here comes 660. We know the range is kind of like 670 to 640, or at least at the high point. So my next beak wetter is 665. We'll see if we're able to get that. We got this though. We're in 3 positions now. We got into AMPG. Why? Because it's at VWAP. And it's up 100%. So, it stands to reason. Maybe, just maybe VWAP ends up acting as a level of support. I put another beak wetter there at 3s. It looks like we're having trouble with $2 right now on AMPG. Keeping my eye on this one. Stop is already in place, but I should likely throw out more beak wetters, profit targets, that is, in case you're watching the show for the first time and have no idea what the hell I'm talking about, but beak wetters, that's what I mean. And here we go. We just took up the top there on SFIX. Now we're waiting at 70s, Joseph. That's a mistake. I shouldn't be waiting at 70s. I'm going to wait at 69s.
Okay.
Come on, Sharif.
Come on,
You
Sharif.
should know, bro. You don't wait at 70s. You wait at 69s. So there we go. We threw out that order at 69 on SFIX, looking for that top to get taken out. High of the day, 73. So we're front running it a little bit, playing the range until I see otherwise. So managing 3 positions right now, with VRAR being the most troublesome. We only have 1 out left on this one, but I say it's the most troublesome for a reason, because it's given me a lot to think about. Now, we broke and took that $0.50 by 25 pennies. Now we're working back into that $0.50. Is this an area I add? Am I looking for that $0.50 defend? That's something I always struggle with, adding into winning positions, especially when they come into key areas, I would say, of support. Sometimes I don't add, sometimes I do, and it's kind of like a hit and miss type of thing. So I'm gonna have to, mull this one over, think about adding here, and I'm gonna add. I'm gonna add here, man. Joseph. Come on, mate.
Dang.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, there we go.
Do it.
Oh,
Oh no! Yeah, right.
I'm gonna leave that one. I'm gonna leave it. Maybe I get that
leave
dip
it.
trade there.
That's insane.
So we'll keep an eye out on that one. What do you got on your side?
Yeah. We're holding on to this IBIT. It does look like we're slowly starting to curl over, and that's totally fine, guys, as of right now. But I do think that we are going to break this key level here, and then we just get out of the position and get right back in. That's no issue on that front. So let's see if we can hold. You see where I'm about to get out if it does go that way. So I'll step out and then see if we can continue to move because I think the volume will step up if we are going to proceed to the top side. But as of right now, we are in some GME as well too, guys. So we're going to continue to hold on this. I do like that we are forming lower or higher lows. Sorry. So we'll keep that in mind. But also let me know. What you guys are looking at in the chat, because I think GME, if we get some volume, if we get that buyer exuberance to step in, then we can continue there and make some new highs of days. But as of right now, folks, we are off to Adara.
What we're going to do here is take a look at some of these earnings day one plays. But also, before we take a look at that, make sure that you vote in our poll for what ticker you want to see featured in the afternoon rundown. You have between BTC, GOOGL, TSLA, and SMCI. Whichever one you vote for, it is A-OK because the ticker that gets the top votes, or the top 5 tickers, sorry, between this poll and another poll that'll be out later today, I believe around 1 p.m. during the midday. Those top 5 tickers will be gone over by Sean and Obi at exactly 2 p.m. during our rundown. Sharif will stand there on the green screen and give us all the details. So take a look at, I guess right now we'll take a look here at earnings, starting with GameStop, GME. These actually really interesting little wedge here with higher lows and lower highs for GameStop. They did report a miss here on sales. Here, $860.3 million versus $887.7 million expected. Reporting here GAAP earnings of 4 cents per share. We were expecting a loss, but I want to talk here about sales because these were not very good numbers. In addition to missing estimates, they also dropped here on a year-over-year basis from $1.08 billion, and sales in all 3 of their segments also dropped. So pretty mixed sentiment here for GME, though they did have $6.64 billion in cash and equivalents at the end of by the end of this quarter, which is pretty astounding here, $4.64 billion. It's also worth noting they said they're no longer going to be doing any stock offerings, or they don't foresee doing any more offerings throughout the rest of fiscal 2024, though they did announce they raised roughly $400 million from their last previously announced offering. What about Stitch Fix, with Sharif is involved in there? Congrats to him, as this one makes new day's highs. Great pattern on this, and also pretty great numbers. Loss of 5 cents per share on a GAAP basis versus an expected loss of 13 cents per share. What about sales? $318.8 million versus $306.93 million expected. That would also be a beat. Then they are expecting here Q2 net revenue between $290 and $300 million. That would be above estimates. And their fiscal 2025 revenue estimate here also mostly above expectations. But tonight we are expecting Adobe, ADBE. They're going to be reporting roughly 4:05 p.m. And we are expecting here earnings of $4.67 per share and revenue $5.54 billion. I'm also seeing an expected move here of about 8.5% for ADBE. That could be a name to watch for tomorrow, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara.
The funds.
Yeah. Good luck. Okay, guys. You want to cover something?
Yeah, for sure, guys. So yeah, I'm just gonna hold off here a little bit. We did punch out of our IBIT trade. I do think that we can get a better price on this one. So let me pull this up for you guys. Yeah, so we're out here. If we do break these key support levels, let's see if we can pull back towards the volume weighted average price, hold those levels, and then we can get back in. But if we turn around before that, and this breakout is therefore genuine, then maybe we'll look to participate on that front. But as of right now, this is just a little bit of pullback volume. I'm not expecting it to continue on that second leg just yet, but I do think at some point, if we are genuinely strong, we will continue. People, we mentioned Tesla as well, too, in the chat. So Tesla just rejected those all-time highs. It got really close to it. So around 415, I said we're going to call it. So, in fact, it did make all-time highs as well, too, guys. So we had Tesla and Google making all-time highs on the session so far. So this has absolutely been fantastic. And everything's kind of been scrambled together, put in a tight-knit spot. We had Meta making all-time highs, Apple making all-time highs, now Google, Tesla, all these mega caps making all-time highs, and sure enough, the market is following in that direction, guys. So it's really nice to see, even though the market breadth is widening and people are starting to diverse more, but again, these Mag 7s are leading the way as usual. So I'm having a good time, especially on that. Yeah, Sharif, what do you think about that, brother?
Yeah, man, I got to echo that sentiment. And it's interesting because we haven't seen the Rust take a nosedive. In fact, we've been hanging out at 2,400 on the Russell December contract. And why is that relevant? Because it seems as we're not getting a rotation of that same money because the Mag is still continuing to go. The NQ, the Dow, they're all locally at local highs. So it's not a recycling of the same money. Maybe it's that money that's been sitting on the sidelines in cash. And when I say cash, Usually, I mean, it's being held, it's holding treasuries, right? Usually that's what we talk about when we're saying cash. You're actually never in cash. Well, I shouldn't say never. Most people are not in cash in the sense that they're putting, uninvested cash in the bank account, just sitting there collecting, I don't know how many percentage points. It's usually treasuries we're talking about. And that's yeah, go ahead.
And no, just to add to your fact, like Tom Lee says there's still about $3 trillion on the sidelines in these money markets as well too, guys. So there's a lot of cash on the sidelines. So in the foreseeable future, if we do decide that we want to move that cash does want to move over, it's going to be put into equities, right? So there's going to be risk on, so that can be extremely bullish for the market as well too. I added on GME here, and then but it's not a Fonz moment yet, just Sharif, because it started to pull back heavy on me, which I don't really like. I'm not a fan of that, but I'm also back into IBIT. I do like this one. It's starting to turn around, so let's see if we hold. We had that pullback. We got that turnaround action, so we're going to continue to hold on to this. But I added on that GME, and it doesn't seem to be working out for me right now. But what do you got going on there?
I like it. That's just because you said don't turn around. Just
and then you turn around, eh?
No, Ace of Base.
Ace of Base.
Well, yeah, you're like, what?
Ace of Base?
You
Is
know
that a song?
Band? No, it's a band from the 90s.
Yeah. I was born in 92.
I know, bro. I know when you're born. I'm 10 years earlier. We're the same. We're both on your age. I'm 92, you're 82. All right, here's the deal, guys. Here's the deal, guys. We did quite well on AMPG, but it's finding some resistance at $2.10. So we've taken out some decent shareage here, but there was no continuation above that $2.10 area. It's still holding VWAP, so I want to pack my patience, see if this one runs. We took out quite a bit here on SFIX, a couple of more beak wetters though. I'm looking for that 75 break and take, and then I'm waiting at, you guessed it, 82, because I'm born in 82 and I like it. So that's where I'm waiting right now on SFIX, looking for that bad boy to continue to move to the high side. I am worried though about AMPG, but I do have a line in the sand specifically. Volume weighted average price is going to have to hold up there. It's the reason why I'm in the trade, and it's going to be the reason why I get out if it gets breached. Adara is at the big desk.
Yeah, we have to talk here about some of these cigarette nicotine-related names. PM, Philip Morris, and Altria MO, both to the downside, though MO, I would say, is reacting a lot more intensely with these volume spikes to the downside. Basically, what happened here is we have the New York Times reporting that the FDA is looking to basically have reduced levels of nicotine in cigarettes. So FDA here looking to reduce nicotine levels in cigarettes has MO and PM to the downside. Also, quickly, a really interesting note here on TSLA. Apparently, here with this most recent rally, Elon Musk, CEO here of Tesla, has actually become the first person to reach $400 billion in net worth. So Elon Musk reaching a net worth milestone today, $400 billion. Back to the Bash Brothers.
Sorry, Sharif.
I'm just talking to Obi. He was telling me he took the Apple short off that 250 dump, took it into VWAP, and it's holding out VWAP right now. So shout out to Ob. He is the one, Knob, killing it there on the right side of the desk. Joseph.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I mean, we're holding on to some things here. Let's see if we can get this momentum to continue in GME, because we are starting to crawl a little bit higher, but it is up a whopping 9% on the session. I was not aware of that, but one thing that isn't really working out for me is this IBIT trade here, folks. We are starting to pull back. Once we break this, I'm going to have to get out because I don't want to hold on to this any longer. That means we can still see some potential downside. As you can see, we are extremely extended from VWAP, so that is totally fine. If we can hold that base, then that will be absolutely fantastic. But as of right now, just a little small size, some beak wetters there on that front. But if we continue to break down, then I'll just get out because I know I can get a better price at that point. So we'll see what we can do on that front, guys. And then continuing to hold on to GME, which also isn't working. But that momentum really kicked in and we broke that key resistance level. So I'm like, let me add and see if we can go and test that high day. Sure enough, we rejected it, creating a lower high. So we're going to have to pack our patience a little bit on that front to see what's going on. But I know Sharif and Obi were just talking about Tesla on the sidelines, and I was looking at it as well too. So we did reject 415, as I mentioned early, pretty abruptly. So quick. So let's see if we can recover. I do think that we slowly grind higher. The overall sentiment on the session is strong. You also mentioned Apple as well too, Sharif, kind of double botting at VWAP. So let's see if we can hold the volume weighted average price. I think those are key inflection points on the session. If we can continue to hold, then maybe we can consolidate around those specific areas and then maybe crawl to a second leg higher. But I mean, those opening drives were so strong. What did I just do there? Sorry, yeah, these opening drives on a lot of the mags were extremely strong. As you can see, this 5-minute orb right here, and then sure enough, we take off consolidation, second leg higher on that front. So let's see what we can do. When you have such a strong opening auction like that, and those second legs are pulling in around this time, that is good. But it's going to make it a little tougher to kind of push to those highs of days. I think you're going to need those buy programs to really step in. And as of right now, we're starting to pull back because of that momentum we moved to the top side as of right now. But what are you cooking up there, my guy?
I want to talk about Boyle because my man Jay Lee in the chat was telling me about his trade on Boyle. And look, man, I've been waiting for a hot minute to get into nat gas. I think it fundamentally changes things that Donald Trump is coming into office because we could look. I don't know what the hell this chart is doing. It's frustrating, man. Yeah, I gotta call it Ram chart. Maybe it'll wake up. No, we're gonna use trade ideas over here. We're gonna look at Boyle. Let me flip to the daily on this time frame. Jay, I don't like this particular chart because it doesn't have all my indicators in the way that I usually set them up. So let me see if this one has, yes, okay, it's gotten its act together. Here's what I'm seeing, Jay. I have no idea what this is doing. Why is it frustrating me like this?
It's embarrassing us.
Yeah, you're embarrassing me. Boyle, come on. There we go. Now we're talking. Bang. Okay, so Jay, I am still concerned about the downtrend on... I'm going to lose it. I don't know why it's distorting the look like this, so we're going to have to only look at it from June, so that gives us about a 6 months window. I'm sorry. Jay, I need to see higher highs. We're not seeing any higher highs. Every successive crest is lower than its predecessor. So I need proof that this is going to actually have a directional change. We haven't had a higher high in terms of an area crest in a long time. Let me zoom out over here if we can get a better look at the price action. Here we go. Let's go all the way over here, and then we're going to zoom out. There we go. So this kind of gives us a better look here, Jay. So look at January 2024, area crest around $200. I'm talking about Boyle. And then May 2024, you get a bit of a double top with May and June. It tried to take it, but then we ended up making lower lows. Then over here in early October, we kind of had a run as well, another lower high. And then this little run up over here, late November, early Jan, another lower high. So I'm super interested in getting into nat gas just because it's been shellacked as of late. But I need to see what I need to see. The technicals still aren't there, in my humble opinion. I know Jay's all over UNG. He's all over nat gas, all over Boyle. That's kind of his moat. But Jay, I want to join you on these, but I just need I need to see all the right things. And personally, I don't see it yet. Now, having said that, Boyle is up 9% on the day. So it's a good intraday trade. There's no question about that. But that's not what I'm looking at it for. I'm looking at it for a nice swing trade that we can make some moolah on. All right, I want to talk about VRAR. Got stopped out for the remaining amount as it did dip below my entry. So if it holds up here, I'm going to get back in. But it's going to have to hold up here. Keeping my eye out on that. But as I say that, bang on SFIX. Appreciate you, Joseph. We took out the 675 here on SFIX. Now I'm waiting at 82s. Let's see if this one can work above that level as well. Trying not to take out too much too quickly so we can work our way into that whole dollar where we may encounter resistance. Currently, $6.77, the high of the day on SFIX. And last but not least, keeping my eye on AMPG. It's still whiffling and waffling above VWAP, above $2. I've taken some out. I haven't taken out the majority of the position, looking for this one to ascend a little bit more. Let's look at Nvidia, though, Joseph, quickly before I send it back to you, only because Nvidia's at a critical level. How many times are we going to work into this 138, high 137s, and then be met with selling? Well, you need only look at what we were doing in the pre-market. We got that, what's it called, CPI headline, or we got the CPI print. We moved up on Nvidia, couldn't break 138. The implied balance high did breach 138. It got 138.05, but it precipitated a big boy sell-off. into that 135.5. Now we're back at 138 again. We're at 137.99. What's the move here, Nvidia? Are we going to break the top? Are we going to continue to go? Or are we going to range $3 or $2.50 here into that 135.5 with 138 being the top? So keeping my eye on Nvidia. And if you don't want to trade a $135 name, you should know that there are plenty of equity derivatives to Nvidia, NVDL, NVDS, NVDX, lots of them. Just do a quick chat GPT thing. Let's find out what's going on with Joe.
Bro, no, man. I took off way more than what I wanted to. Good thing I
hold
didn't.
on.
No, that's a mistake. That doesn't deserve it. I didn't mean to. That is a hockey error. I had the fat fingers. Yeah.
All the time,
Favorite hands, baby. But I mean, no, I took off. I added a digit on this by accident. I didn't want to do that, so that's okay. We're still continuing to move higher, so we'll hold on to that. But I did take off a substantial more than I wanted to. But I did add on this IBIT position here, guys. So yeah, we'll see if we can continue and test that high a day. We did get that turnaround price action pattern that I was looking for. Sure enough, we punched in. All right. So guys, keep in mind, I want to go over the top volume stocks as we usually do throughout the day. So sitting in first place, it is a little bit lower volume here, actually, with Nvidia at 80.1 million shares traded on the session so far. PLTR sitting in second. SMCI in third, and Tesla in fourth with 47.5 million shares traded on the session. Now, I hope that we can, doesn't matter to me whether it does it or not, but let's see if Tesla can continue on this path here, pulling back on lower volume, and see if we can hold the volume-weighted average price, all right? And then continue on that second leg higher, because I think we can put in an absolute monster day, up about 2.6% on the session. So I think there is still some room to go. But I was saying to Shreve earlier this morning, I mean, we talked about trend lines throughout the lessons this week and last week. And 45 degrees, I mean, we can't go parabolic all the time. Eventually, we're going to pull back at some point. I'm not saying that it's going to be today or right now. But again, this is not sustainable price action. You can't just go parabolic like this all the time. Some people are eventually going to start taking some profits. But again, we are around the all-time highs. But a pullback around the 380s, mid 370s is totally healthy. Don't spook out. We're bullish on Tesla for the long term, for the next couple of years, actually, because of what's going on with Elon working alongside Donald, putting up numbers right now. So we like the robo-taxi, and when that's going to start coming out as well, too. So keep that in mind. We like Tesla. Second largest, is it my second? Third largest holding in the long term. So let's see if we can hold view up here, guys. IBIT is starting to come back in a little bit. Let's see what GME is up to, folks, because we are still in that one. I don't know if we went and tested the high days. Okay, so yeah, we're just kind of chopping around these levels. A little bit, some choppy price action, nice consolidation phase, and then the break of that resistance with volume, which is really key. So we like that. Let's see if we can continue and break some of these key pivotal levels and go to the top side on that one, all right? So let's see what our guy, Shreve's got some news on.
Yeah, there's Lilly news, guys. Okay, we're going to send it to Adara.
Yeah, so we have a little bit of news here in Eli Lilly. Basically, a couple of catalysts. We're just going to run down of what's happened so far in the session today as well. Basically, what I'm seeing here, this came out around 11:30. Apparently, their investigational cancer drug has cut death by 30, or the risk of death, by 38% in breast cancer patients. Much earlier today, they also announced that they're going to be basically selling their Zepbound through Ro, this telehealth company. So a couple catalysts. From what I can tell, the most recent one, or the one that's getting more circulation recently, is going to be that story here about their investigational cancer drug. So thank you, Sharif, for bringing that to my attention earlier. Let's take a look at the SPY now, though, and see what it's doing, because we are pushing to the upside, up almost 1% here, just below that 608 level. We also have the NASDAQ here. This one's up about 1 2/3%, and we know what's running a lot of that move. It's going to be Mag 7s. We have Apple here. This one made new highs above 250, but now it's curling a little bit lower. Then there's also TSLA here. No new highs as of yet, as far as I can tell, but we are still up about 3% here, finding support at, it looks like 411. So interesting level here potentially for that TSLA. Meta was pretty strong earlier as well, though there is a bit of a pullback in that one as of right now. Still up about 2.3% right now, trying to hold on to VWAP for META. GameStop also in watch, of course, with day one earnings, as is Stitch Fix, which Sharif has been involved in there. Lots of tickers to keep an eye on a pretty busy day, with Bitcoin also re-breaking that 100,000 levels. So anything in that crypto and Mag 7 space, definitely on watch as you head into the rest of the trading day. Make sure to hit the like and subscribe if you enjoy this programming and all the content we bring every single day. Back to you guys.
Appreciate that, Adara. Like, I got to tell you, Joseph, this is the kind of headline that I like to see. You know, we always worry that it could be, you know, bogus, but like I was telling you off camera, lots of different possible uses for GLP-1s. It's not just weight loss. We're talking about cancer now. Sadly, you know, obviously we're plagued with addiction issues in our society.
Yeah.
I personally have that in my family as well. GLP-1s actually being studied for alcoholism, drug addiction. So, like, I'm not waxing poetic about it. Who knows where this ends up going? But if there's a clear use for it in those cases, I couldn't be happier.
You're all for it on that front, absolutely.
100%.
So, yeah, and I think so too. Especially just walking around the streets of Toronto, we see it unfortunately a bit too often. So, I mean, that's what happens when you live in big cities, guys. But again, any help going towards that way is absolutely fantastic, no doubt about that. But Forex AU, you said you tweeted me about something. So, how do I see that? Let me know how I can see that. That'd be fantastic. I would love to see what you had to say. But we do have our poll. Oh, wow. I was going to let's do the $5 super chat first because that is more important than our poll. All right, folks. So, Sharif, this one's for you. $5 by SP Williams. Sharif, RVPH for a swing? Question mark.
Looking right now. Let's do it, baby. It's saying RVPH. Ram. Let's have a look at this one. Let's zoom out. Okay. All right. So we are getting a big boy breakout here, and we did take out important levels. Pardon me. Yes, absolutely. Ram, thank you for reminding me about that. Ram's a boss, bro.
Gross.
All right, here, RVPH is what I'm talking about. Sorry, guys, there's a ticker right there. So, you know, kind of a ziggy-zaggy chart. Let me zoom out a little bit more if you guys don't mind. I want to go to the weekly. Of course, it doesn't want to show me the weekly, Joseph, because it's, you know. But in any event, yeah, this is a great, this feels like an accumulation area here where it holds around that $1.25 to $1. You know, it had a moment where it saw $1 there or below $1, 75 pennies back in August. What does this company do? Let's first of all, RVPH. Let's just have a look quickly over here. I got it. No worries. Pharmaceuticals, clinical stage biopharma, discovers, develops, and seeks commercialized therapeutics for diseases representing unmet medical needs. I think I've read about this one before. Great breakout on the daily. Topping tail candle galore back on the 9th. It ends up opening that day at $1.70. It closes at $2.25, but it worked its way up to $4.25. But most notably, it doesn't give anything back the next day. It doesn't make any new highs, which is fine, but it continues to make higher lows. I like the look of this one on the current price action right now. Where we find support, resistance, let's have a look over here. So we definitely had a downward channel, okay? Over here, there is this area. Now, this looks like a recycled area here between 3.5 to about 3 2/3, maybe up to 3 3/4 as well. So generally, 3.5 to 4, you can say. We definitely had an area support there. So you could find a rejection in and around there. I would personally take it and wet my beak into about $4, holding obviously a piece for the dream. You're likely going to encounter more resistance if you get above 4 at around that $6 area. You had an area rejection over here, September, again in early October. This is 23, by the way, not this year. And you had a November rejection, and then here it started making lower highs. So in January of this year, we could only get up to about 5 2/3. I like it. I think you encounter likely resistance between 3.5 to 4. If you're able to clear that, you're probably looking at the next level of $6 resistance. I think it's cool. I think it's a good looking chart. I'm not commenting at all as to the veracity of the headline or whatever precipitated this move up. I don't understand enough about science, so I'm not going to comment about that. But let me know how it goes there, and thank you very much for the super chat. Guys, okay. Joey says, Scott, bill pays.
Hey, bill pays. Time to pay some bills, Sharif. So, Worksport is a U.S.-based manufacturer and rapidly expanding with growing revenues, government contracts, and innovative green energy products designed to power your life off-grid. Whether you're on the move or seeking sustainable energy solutions, Worksport has you covered. Now trading on the NASDAQ under WKSP. Discover the future of clean energy with Worksport. Woo. Bang.
I love it. Worksport, always killing it.
Paying the bills.
Yes, sir. Okay, so I'm quite happy with how we've traded SFIX over here. We just took out that 682 RAM. It moved up quite nicely. We're initially in at the $0.50 at the 10 exponential moving average. That was why I got in. It did a period of consolidation over here, kind of ranging between 6.5 or 645 to 670. We get it in the lower end, and now I've taken out 682. I'm going to set up another beak wetter. Let's just put it at 88 because 88 is a lucky number. We'll keep a look out at that one. This one's doing what? Bang! Again over here on AMPG. We take out the top. Now I'm going to set up at the third of a dollar, 33s. Let's see if we can get that. We know the high of the day on AMPG is the $0.50. And what a rounded bottom off the volume weighted average price at $1.90. It whiffled, it waffled with that $2 area, and then we actually got the break and take of it. So I'm going to pack my patience with this one, setting up incrementally for that high of the day break. Still have many more outs here on AMPG. Don't want to take them out too quickly. Over here, up 125%. Let's put some dang respect on this one's name. Here comes 230 again. The tape's moving. Looks like there's buyer exuberance over here with higher lows. So we'll keep tabs on this one, AMPG. And it behooves me to give you the details.
Exuberator.
The what?
The exuberator.
The exuberator. Amplitech Group, guys. They're engaged in designing, engineering, and assembling microwave components-based amplifiers. Their divisions include specialty microwave, spectrum semiconductor materials, all the stuff I don't know anything about. Let me give you the stuff that I do know about. The float, the market cap, almost $28 million. The volume, 153 million shares, and the float is 6.75 million. And then we're going to bring down trade ideas, Ram, and then show them AMPG. AMPG. What's the short float? Negligible, 0.6%. So not a whole lot to write about there. So not really much, don't expect too much of a short squeeze, I guess, for this bad boy. But good, it's got a small float. So by definition, it can find some aggressive moves to the high side. Guys, DXYZ's flying.
Yeah, it is.
It's taking out highs over here. It had a $72 area kind of, let's say 71.50 to 72.
Oh, wow.
Looked like a bit of resistance area. It just got a big boy volume candle with over 100,000 shares, pushing this one all the way up almost to $74. 73.89 DXYZ. In case you're wondering why I have this on, and I'm always talking about it, is because they have SpaceX in their dang portfolio. And I was reading an article today. SpaceX just raised money with a valuation of $350 billion. Bro. This guy is just killing it lately. I'm a fanboy. Call me what you want.
Yeah, what do you think about Neuralink, man?
That's even, dude.
Yeah,
it's
there's
just too many things.
There's too many things. Like, how does he focus on all of these things?
Boring company.
You know what I mean? The tunnel and
Big Dougie wants to build a tunnel under the 401, whether that gets done or not. Is like
should.
Thing.
Yeah, I think
you hear about this?
No, I never heard about this.
Yeah, he wants to build a tunnel under North America's busiest,
the highway. Well, I mean, the boys were talking about the 401 and the 407. The 401 is one of the biggest highways, or I think the biggest highway in Canada. But again, I avoid that thing at all costs. I will take the 407, like some of the other folks here. I try to avoid that. So any boring in the inner city, I'm all for.
Bro, and that's
all
the thing. And he's proved himself with that whole loop in Vegas.
Well, we had a massive bore machine that was stuck underground for multiple years in the city.
Subway?
Yeah.
Subway?
I think so. Something along around City Hall. There was a massive.
Best.
Yeah.
Only the best.
Yeah. We get things done over here. That's for sure. But Sharif, let me cover something quick for our good friend Nick W. In the chat here. He says QSI Quantum Sci Incorporated is a life science company. The company has designed and developed a hardware, consumable, and software solution to provide a solution for protein detection and analysis. Oh, okay, that's interesting. Let's pull up some technicals on that one, sitting around a $281 million market cap. Keep that in mind. But let's see, it's putting in a little bit of a rough day, not moving with the rest of the market. But again, this is Nick Dub. Where do you find these things? You always have these beautiful tickers that you point out. But again, this is moving sideways a little bit on this one, which is totally fine. But one thing you point out is that the volume starts to kick in here on that breakout. So I'll call this a genuine breakout. We are pulling back a little bit, but the volatility in this is starting to pick up. Hence, the average true range on this is starting to widen. Okay, so keep in in mind, we have that volatility stepping in, but the volume is really low. Let's see if this trend can continue. If it pulls back too deep, then Nick W, then maybe look to reassess the situation. But as of right now, you have the volume sustaining the breakout, and then just that pullback candle on low volume, which I always like, which is beautiful stuff there. So there you go, Nick W on QSI. If you're in it, continue to hold. But guys, I want to point this out. What is this? What is this?
What happened?
330 votes? Come on. What is this? What is this? Come on, guys. Let's get those votes in. We're killing it as a collective unit. So let's continue on that trajectory as well, too. Let's get those votes in. We like that 1,000 target there. So we're sitting way behind that. I mean, but we're only 10 minutes in. So, but again, I know we can do better than that, folks. What are you cooking up over there?
I'm looking at ARQQ because my boy Jay Lee in the chat wants me to look at that. Says there's a good trade here. I think ARQQ retraced from highs yesterday to quantum play. He says thoughts on a long here at me and at you. Let's have a look. So it's a good look still, Jay. Even though we're down on the day, and before Ram tells me to put the
name up.
Yeah. We're going to throw that up here. There we go. So closing print yesterday on ARQQJ, we got to 26.78, almost basically that is the closing print. That's where we actually opened today. So we opened at 27.17. We worked our way up to 30. So it looks as if 30 acting as a hot level of resistance there. You got a rejection on the 4th. You got a rejection yesterday, and you're getting a rejection today. So that $30 level giving you trouble. Fine. What's the move here? Well, it looks to me that we're, bull flagging after the election, or sorry, this wasn't even an election move here. It looks like it was pumping since the 21st. This one really got the volume candle going here on the 21st, but it does look awfully bull flaggish. And I would say an entry on here at the 10 exponential, which is the green line, makes sense. I mean, you don't have any closing prints south of the 10 exponentials since that big boy move on the 21st. Sure. You do get wicks below that. That's kind of the way that these bad boys trade. So if it continues the bull flag pattern, you get that breakout through 30. So you can play this two ways. Or you can play it more than two ways. I'll submit to you two ways. One, get in on the lower end of the range here. The lower end to me is the 10 exponential moving average on the daily, which is currently at around 22.58, 22.60, okay? That's one way you could take it. The other way is you could wait for the breakout of the range above 30 on a closing basis. You've seen here that there is certainly selling in and around 30. We couldn't even close there. We can't even wick above there. So if you get a closing print above that 30, well, you've probably taken out the sellers or whoever's shorting in and around there. So you could take the bull flag breakout. That would be another way you could play it. I personally would like to get in on the 10 exponential, and I would put my stop at an area low. So if I was to get in here, say $23, currently where it's trading, I'd have to give it legitimately to below $18. So I'd have to risk $5. Okay, why? Because look where this candle is here on December 5th. It goes all the way down to $18. And if I'm not going to put it below an area low, well, then I'm just asking either get stopped out or have myself wicked out, even though it's a good trade. So a couple of ways you can get in, I would say 10 exponential or wait for that breakout of the $30 area. Let's have a look at AMPG because it just came into $2 and it's putting in a bottoming tail candle, kind of looking like a hammer candle on the 5. So now I'm questioning myself whether I should be adding in and around $2 to get a bit more size. We still have several outs here on AMPG, but I'm thinking, yeah, what better time than now to add on a little area trough, but an area trough that is a higher low. So if we're looking at that 190 area where I got in, that's the area low. Then it kind of dipped in again over here, 195. That's the area low. And now we're talking about $2 being the area low. So could be an opportunity for me to add here on AMPG up 106%. I'll think about that. This one, SFIX, got all the way to 687s. I literally have my exit on this one at 88s. It doesn't cross into 88s, and now we're down into 68. So we're still holding the 10 exponential moving average on the 5 here on SFIX. So I don't want to add, I don't want to do anything here other than wait for either a break and take of that 688. So keeping my eye on that separately. VRAR, the one that we were in earlier, that big boy drop through VWAP, kind of working its way back into the volume weighted average price at $1.47. You're not going to see me get involved in this one until it breaks and holds above the volume weighted average price. If it wants to reclaim that level, I'll trade it. Not, just going to leave it there. What are you looking at, Joe?
Yeah, good stuff. I have a really good question in the chat from DJ Deckard Kane. So when you day trade options, assuming it's daily, weekly, regardless of the Greeks, what's your gut comfort level time-wise to hold them on average? That's a fantastic question. I don't intraday trade options, as I told you in the chat, but treat the vehicle as you would with flat-out equities, all right? You just want to look at it as a leverage product, just a different vehicle to trade the same way. So just keep everything fundamentally the same from a system standpoint for you, but just use that leverage product if you are looking to use options as your vehicle. Don't change the way you trade. Just utilize it as a leverage product, and I think that will help, because that's kind of how I think of using options as well too. Even though it's like, so sometimes it's like, okay, yeah, I want to do this, but okay, I want to leverage this idea. I don't want to go flat out equities just because of a capital requirement standpoint. Keep that in mind, but I just think of it always as from a securities or equity standpoint. I don't want to hinder the way I think about the setup or the trade. I just want to utilize the vehicle to leverage that idea, okay? So that's just how I look at it from that standpoint. So hopefully that helped you guys as well too. A lot of people in the chat are saying AMD is ripping. I find it hard to believe.
You won't believe.
I mean, we'll see. It is moving. But we'll take a look at it. Yeah. From an intraday standpoint, it is above VWAP here, so that's a really nice look on this front. But again, you can see this 5-minute opening range on AMD, and then it dumps, comes back through VWAP, and then had the inability to hold, and then pushing back through it. So let's see if we can go and test these pre-market highs. I think that's going to be a real pivotal moment on AMD. Otherwise, we have a failed new high on it as well too, guys. So just keep that in mind. I mentioned this earlier in the session. There's so much other roaring other than no need to kind of milk the stone with AMD, even though it is working. But I want to point out this signal here on Nvidia, and I'm not frustrated that I missed it, but I just have my eyes off of semis. I have no interest in them as of right now. Excuse me. Once they get back into play, absolutely. But there's other stocks in play right now, in my opinion. But this one signal I do want to point out, which is absolutely fantastic. If I seen this, I would have looked to try and take advantage of that as well too. So here is that that signal here. You know, I'm always correlating volume and price, so this is extremely key, especially at extremes. You have those indecision candles when we went over the volume price analysis lesson. You can look up for those things. And I know there's someone in the chat. There's a couple people in the chat who bought volume price analysis by Anna Cooling. Let me know how that read is. Yeah, let me know how that read is going, because it's one of my favorite reads. If you have, so continue to let me know in the chat how that's going, and hopefully you're enjoying that book, because I have it for sure. And yeah, the basket case. Why did I dip out of GME? It came back to my break even. I'll pull back GME as well too. And if it's ripping, it's ripping. I wasn't keeping my eye on it because I know that. Let's see here. Yeah, see, it's starting to move a little bit higher, but as you can see, I took some off, and then it came back to my break-even stop there because I added more. But again, that's totally fine if it's.
All right, I think it was Bovin was asking me to look at CADL, and here it is. So here's the headline. Candel or whatever skyrockets by triple digits on a potential first in 20 years cancer drug. You love the headline. You just hope it's true. So here's what happened. You got the big boy headline there. I believe, let me see what time that headline dropped. 7:11 a.m. And this was, that's when I got it. Maybe everyone got it earlier. This one started skyrocketing at $7. The closing print on CADL from yesterday, Bovin, was... Let's go over here. 458. So let's say 450. It then skyrocketed triple almost to $15, goes to 1460. It was putting in higher lows and higher highs even in the pre-market. And then the opening bell at 9:30 came. You made a new high, so you broke the pre-market high going into 1460, and then the selling came, and now it's bleeding up a storm. It's back into $6.77. So this one's really giving up the ghost. It gave up VWAP at around 10.05. That's when I would have stopped trading it. These small cap gappers, they got to hold above VWAP. Otherwise, I don't trade them now. The contra positive is also true. I will not short them if they're above VWAP. So by extension of that principle, this would be in play for me as a short, which I don't typically do with these small cap gappers anyway lately. It would have been a short once it broke VWAP. So in and around that 11 and a fifth. And then look, it came back in this candle over here, tried to test VWAP, and then the seller said, no, you don't. And they pushed it back, and then the blood really started coming in at 11.25. Since that 11.25 candle till now, we're down 40% in the span of 40 minutes on this name. So CADL getting shellacked after having a great morning and a great move up on a good headline, you have to assume. But yeah, I'm not touching this. Now, here's the deal. This comes back into yesterday's closing print at 450. I'm a buyer. And I never take these small cap gappers long south of VWAP. But that 450, I mean, what is so bad about this headline that it would close lower than yesterday's price without that headline yesterday? So we'll see. This comes back. That's exactly what I'm going to do, actually. I'm going to throw out an alert at $5 over here. If this one comes in at $5, I'm likely going to get it on my long or to take long list here. So CADL, Bubman, that's kind of what I see there. Not really my jam to short these small cap gappers. I'll submit to you that 2022, early 2023 was a great time to take these small cap gappers short because they had like no continuity. And I would constantly complain about that. They take VWAP or they try to take the pre-market high, which is one of my requirements, and then you get a fail almost immediately. That hasn't been happening lately, right? You're seeing good continuity on these small cap gappers. Like I'll just case in point right now. And not everything, you know, don't take me super literally when I say each one of these is a small cap gapper. Maybe they don't fit market cap wise, but that's kind of what I mean. You know, these ones that show up on the scanner that are around today, they're not around tomorrow. Look at this. AMPG above VWAP, SFIX above VWAP, MIND above it. VRAR is trying to do its best. DXYZ is trying to do it. And GameStop, obviously not a small cap gapper, but again, one of those ones that we trade similarly. So good continuity with these small cap names that show up. Some people call them low float runners. It doesn't matter what kind of pseudonym you use, but the point is trade them that way. Random oddities. I bet there will be an offering or something on CADL. They are bamboozlers every time I try to make some sense out of the drops. Thank you for letting me know, man, because I don't know too much about it other than what I just read on it right now and read back to you guys. So it's great to add some color, some context. I do appreciate that. West, y'all. Cattle sucks. I avoid therapeutic names. You're not the only one, dude. A lot of people don't want to trade these names because they don't understand intrinsically what the headline's all about because it's so technical, Joseph. So, you know, I'm just throwing out some ideas out there, and, you know, if they stick, they stick.
Yeah. So the biotech, I avoid biotech unless there's a crisis, and then we trade Moderna and Pfizer and Novavax and all those things that we're buzzing. But Sharif, this is the mother of all mothers, head and shoulder pattern here on Uber. Guys, I mentioned this one not too long ago. Jameson in the chat said, mention this one, so it is moving to the downside. I mentioned this the other day after this news that Waymo was moving into Florida. Keep in mind here, I said if we break this key support level, there can be some potentially more downside. And sure enough, that has been the case here. It's putting in absolute brutal days on Uber, so that's a tough look on this one. I think we go and test some of these key pivots here, to be honest with you, in the coming days. I'm not saying right now, but I think these levels do come and get tested on Uber. So I'm going to keep my eye out on those. We'll mark that as well here too, guys, just for fun and games. But yeah, thoughts on Lulu? Yeah, let's pull up Lulu here real quick. Joe in the chat with Joe Fleck. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Nightbot. Yeah. Bears versus Bulls. Keep adding. I wish I can copy that link, but yeah, thank you for that. But yeah, Lulu. Moving forward, guys. Let's take a look at Lulu. Yeah, starting to break out. We covered these gaps, so we're getting close. Oh, we did breach the gap, actually, which I like. So let's see if we can continue this trajectory on Lulu, sorry. We have put in a bottom, curling over really nice, a little V shape. So I think this can be sustained. It's looking like from a technical standpoint, the volume is there, considering they just had earnings. But again, we're getting a little bit of a consolidation phase right here. So let's see. This rejection is, I'm not going to call it alarming. I mean, we moved on the day 2 of earnings, rejected that gap low. So keep in mind, but then we're going to continue to move, I think, in this direction. But again, Lulu, it's a little pricey stock. I don't think they've ever split or anything along those lines. So yeah, let's see, continue to hold on that. Let's see if you can breach this gap here. Guys, I want to point out something, and I remember I was telling you guys, I had this trade going on a while ago, and I'm not going to call it a massive fail, but it didn't work, and that's totally fine. All right, just understand that we had multiple tests on GE of this gap fill, and I'm glad that I got out of this position because it just started to take too long. Entered at the breach, I'm like, okay, I'll give myself to 170. I give myself X amount of risk, and I almost got stopped out, but then I added again as we came back with the anticipation that we are going to break those levels. Key thing in trading, don't anticipate, participate, okay?
I love that.
So keep that in mind. Yeah, so bang on that one, and sure enough, I anticipated a move that never came, and sure enough, when you do those things, you have to be able to accept the consequences and get out of those positions. I was tying up too much capital in this name. I said, I don't want to hold this anymore. I'm going to get out and find something else, okay? So keep that in mind. We can put on some other positions. We can add to positions that are working. So that's something that we really like. Just get out when you can get out and then look to allocate to other strong areas. Okay, guys, keep in mind. Maybe look at Oliver Cat Sorrow. Look at RBLX. Anything for you, my friend, RBLX. Roblox. Have you ever played Roblox? Oh, wow, okay.
Never.
I've never played Roblox. I think that's out of our
Katina, man, spends quite a bit of money on
Yeah,
Roblox.
and I heard it's the kids get into it. Yeah, I mean, it's looking nice. Really big gap up here, guys. Continuing that momentum to the top side. So, yeah, RBLX is looking really good. Let's zoom out here on the time frames and see what we got cooking. Yeah, fantastic. All right, we're gonna freeze there, guys, so we can only see it on the daily. Embarrassing, but okay. Yeah, the Jake stuff there. But yeah, guys, Microsoft, let's take a look at some of these Mag 7s because we need Microsoft to start picking up steam. We're only about 4% off just under 5% on the all-time highs on Microsoft. We had Google all-time highs today. We had Tesla just touching the all-time highs as well, too, guys. So Microsoft is going to start picking up some steam. We have that daily gap fill. We liked it. And now we're continuing that momentum to the top side. Key resistance levels broken, bang, all right? So everything is lining up for this stock to continue higher. If you got in at any around this bottom, around the 400, 405 level, you're sitting on some pretty pennies right now. I was looking to allocate, but I didn't. I added to some other positions, and that's totally fine. I am extremely low on cash. I'm pretty much fully allocated at this point, so we're gonna continue to hold. Our positioning is fantastic, so we're gonna continue to hold on these really strong names. Sharif.
Yeah, I was talking to CompuCare team. He's like, bro, have you played Valorant or Counter-Strike year 2000? I've played nothing. So the only gaming system I've ever had as an adult, I had Sega Master System, okay? Not even Sega Genesis. I had Sega Master System as a kid. That was it. Never had Nintendo, never had Super Nintendo. Played them because my cousins had them. And then university hit and everybody was playing games at the time, so I got PS2. That was my last gaming system. I'm not really a gamer. Don't even play it on the computer either.
That's good. That's good. Your parents made you read.
No, I was just, I don't know what I was doing, bro. They didn't make me read. They didn't, oh boy.
Okay.
Let me tell you, Joseph, it was not like that.
Yeah, my grandma made me read.
Yeah?
Yeah, she's probably watching right now.
Probably good, bro.
Yeah.
That's good. Yeah.
She's definitely watching.
My mom watches too.
Yeah,
she tells me every day. She's like, well, why would you do to your friend on the screen? Yeah. Like, what's going on over there, man? Like, why are you watching? Like, like, don't you have stuff to do at home? Like, you know what's
my
going on?
grandma's always like, I like Sharif. Yeah. So she's definitely watching.
Let me talk about this one over here, SFIX. We took out the top at 88s. This one did work into 95s, but now I'm waiting on the north side of 7. I'm going to wait at 705 on here on SFIX, almost up 50%, 47 and change. We're going to pack our patience to see if we can take out that top. This one, though, I was looking to add on AMPG, and I'm starting to think that's probably not the right idea here. 210 acting as a major area of resistance. It was initially over here, again over here, yet again at 1145, and yet again here at 1220, acting as resistance, despite the fact that we've had breaches of it, but they've been fleeting. Quite short-lived, and there's no continuation here on AMPG above that level. So I'm going to stay with the shares that I have, and if I can take a breakout trade through the top, I don't mind adding there as well. So those are the positions I'm in right now. And yeah, I was looking also at Apple. All right, so Apple has been holding up, and I haven't been trading the Mag 7 for a while now, like likely almost a couple of months. No, probably not probably like a month. Haven't been trading the Mag. And here's the deal. This has been holding up at VWAP for a while here on Apple. I'll submit to you 1140 is kind of when we really got close to the volume weighted average price. So we're going on an hour. Almost. It's 12:30 right now. We're going on an hour of a bit of a range here happening between, let's say, 249.50, does breach at times, up into about 249.80, 249.90. So we're really tightening up with respect to the range, but we're also at a critical level. And I like Apple today, possibly as a dip trade here at VWAP, just because of the headline. There's the Broadcom headline, there's the AI headline, and there was also it just running up into today, really without any headlines, okay? Apple's been moving up incrementally, 1% a day kind of thing for the last little while without a headline. So I like the strength of Apple. I think 250 probably is a bit of a resistance level. Whether or not that factors intraday, well, we shall see, but I do not mind picking up something here on Apple in and around VWAP, and then possibly even adding to the position once we do break and take that 249.90. My only concern is that 250. I mean, we breached it, sure, great, 250.80, all-time highs. But do we have that kind of ability to get above 250 today? You know, first time around, we close above 250. I don't know. So I might just, take smaller positions here, and then I can put my local out or my stop below that 249 a third. That's kind of where it wicked into there, right at 1155 candle. It's at 249.50 right now, which also happens to be VWAP. Breaching VWAP as I speak for the first time since, this candle over at 1205. So it's been a little bit of time here. So AAPL putting in a good day, but it's also setting up as a possible head and shoulders. Right, we have that uptrend, then we have the kind of a left shoulder, head, right shoulder. It could be a flat bottom breakthrough VWAP. Last time I said that, though, it didn't happen. I forget which stock it was, but I might be building up my position here in Apple Adair.
Are you lying to me?
We're going to take a look here at some small caps, but really quickly, I want to mention a couple things with regards to Apple and Uber. So Apple actually did have a couple catalysts this morning announcing the launch of their ChatGPT integration. That's when we got this little spike here around 8:15. We also did have reports here from the information that Apple and Broadcom are working together in an AI chip, which actually sent Broadcom to the upside. So Apple does have a couple catalysts. Uber, though, no catalyst that I could find, but it is worth noting lately it seems to be moving in antipathy with Tesla's rally. So if you go back to Friday here in the 15-minute chart, this big move to the downside, or this was Thursday, Thursday we had this big move to the downside as Tesla pushed higher. Today we have Tesla pushing higher towards all-time highs and Uber grinding to the downside. The one catalyst that could be related does have to do with GM announcing that it's going to be canceling its Cruise robotaxi development, but you'd think that would be a positive catalyst for Uber. So UBR catalyst, a little bit unclear, but the relationship between Uber and Tesla is, I think, pretty interesting to note. Now let's take a look here at some of these small caps. IWM making a slightly lower high, but finding nice support around that 237 level. Let's see if we hold at 238, which is where we're currently consolidating. 240, though, has been a huge level for IWM. As of right now, we are away from that level, but we're still up about 2/3%. Let's talk about some of these small caps. We have SFIX. I want to give Sharif a shout out there because he's been involved in this name. This one is Stitch Fix here, 7.6% short float, 7.26% short float, market cap of $707 million. They did beat on earnings per share and sales, and they had higher than expected guidance for revenue and DPS. Now, we also had Renew Energy, RNW. This one up about 11% here, and actually not bad volume either. We do have about 4.26 million shares traded on the day. It looks like a lot of that, though, is off the open. And they have a catalyst. There's a buyout proposal for this one. $7.07 per share buyout proposal here from a consortium, which includes a variety of different, investment names. So keep an eye on this. We do have a float here of about 69.3 shares, short float of about 4%, and slightly larger market cap, $1.74 billion market cap there for that name. So there's lots of names to keep an eye on. I'm also seeing WIMI here, pulling up a little bit. This is Mike Wimmy Hologram. This is one of those hologram-related names that runs occasionally. We do have volume here of about 2.67 million shares traded so far today, and we've got a market cap of about $87 million. 14% to the upside. Looks like we're trying to get a little bit of a day breakout. Lots of tickers to keep an eye on in that small cap space, guys. Back to you.
Well, stuff. Yeah, Joe's grandma in the chat. Unfortunately, I know it's not you, grandma, because it would take you all day to type any message in the chat. So yeah, I mean, yeah, they can probably be friends, but I mean, hey. Guys, moving forward, just having a little bit of fun with that. We have 745 votes. We got 25 minutes until we document our fourth trade as a collective unit. You've seen the equity curve so far, guys, so we are buzzing on that front. So congratulations to everybody in the chat. Let's get that up to 1K, and then maybe we're going to document a little early. But I mean, I don't even have to look at the votes to know which side is lopsided, and I'm glad that we're on the right side of that. For this session, I punched in some TSLL. Why? Because we're starting to break. I would have liked to get the bottom of the range on this, but I wasn't paying attention to it, unfortunately. So I would have liked the 30s, and I'm a little bit higher. So I need the volume to step in order for us to break this all-time high with conviction. I do think that it is possible, no doubt, but we're going to need the volume to participate in this one. So again, we might be a little bit earlier. If we come back to this bottom of the range, I'm only going to give it 30, 50 cents or so. Yeah, I think I like this around 30.21, and then we're going to get out of the position, because if it comes back down to these key support levels and then breaches, you know me, I'm going to say we can get a better price. So I like that on that front. So we'll stick to that. Moving forward, I'm looking at some the Adobe options chain just for some open interest, because I know we do have them reporting after the bell today at 4:05 exactly, and I'm just looking to see where the most concentration of contracts is kind of lying. And we're sitting around that 590, 600 level with about 3,000 open contracts around that specific area with the December 20th expiration cycle. So yeah, I mean, we talked about GME and how we had that high concentration of contracts at that $30 mark. And sure enough, we went to 31 and then we rejected on GME yesterday. So that was interesting to see. And I like documenting those types of things. So let's keep an eye out on Adobe. Maybe I'll get Sharif to pull up the expected move for me. We can pull it up here as well. On Adobe, yeah. Let's see what our expected move is on Adobe, Sharif, so I don't pull up the options. But we got to keep an eye on this and see what the options market is pricing in 100%. For these earnings reports, folks. But yeah, continue to let me know in the chat what you guys are looking at. Google is still going. Yeah, let's take a look at Google. Oh, wow. Yeah, so what do we got on Adobe?
We got 8.1% last time. We dropped 8.5%.
Ooh, okay.
So that was an ugly one. And decent options volume, not the biggest here. You got way higher for Macy's.
Yeah, for Macy's. So, yeah.
Interesting. We were talking, remember Fabian, we were asking him his opinion on Adobe. He's like, look, bro, they're using it begrudgingly because of the whole AI training thing. They're using user images to train their data or their AI models, and people are not happy about that. And you have to accept that as part of the user agreement. Use it or don't use it.
Or don't use
based
it at
on
all.
Those,
use it or don't use it.
Yeah,
or find something else to whine and complain about. Yeah, but Sharif, right now we have Google moving to again, just pushing higher and higher, putting in some more all-time highs here. We're getting longer, as the boys said on the earlier show. Longer, yeah. Google, man. Hey, it's spin it. What are you in there, Katina, man? Talk to us. 190, 150. So, I mean, I got too much dollar club going on the right side of the desk here, guys. So I'm tired of partying at the dollar club as of right now because they got a lot going. Tesla's back at 415, so we're in it. It's moving too. I'm in TSLL from 30.48, Sharif, now trading at 30.58, using the leverage product there. So, again, we're not going to hit the dollar club on TSLL, but the boys are having an absolute fun there. What are you cooking it for? $12 in the money on Tesla. So, yeah, it's an all-night rager, really.
Unreal. The dude's $12 in the dang money on TSLA. Wow, Tesla, did you guys see what just happened there? 415, it dropped down to 412.5. Now it's zigging and zagging 50 pennies at a time. I'm definitely not trading this today. Definitely not TSLA. It'll have to be a different derivative, an equity derivative, obviously, is what I'm talking about. But it did do that, Joseph, because it took out that 415. 415.25 now high a day. That triggered a whole bunch of either sell orders or short entries right there. So be careful with this one. It is still dope, putting in higher lows. So if you look at these, this area trough over here between, let's just say 1140 till about 1210, we're still higher. And we're still holding, even that wick comes into the 20 exponential and gets bought up. So Tesla awfully volatile right now, but absolutely acceptable given that we're at all-time highs. People are going to be wetting their beak on some profits. The Elon haters are going to be getting in short. Did you read the article that Gates lost $1.25 billion?
Yeah, on
that short?
Yeah, of course.
You think he got back in?
I wouldn't. Why would you? Would you get back in after you lost?
Purposes.
Would you get back in after?
I personally wouldn't, but I don't have billions.
Yeah, you don't have billions. So I don't think he gets back in. The dude's too smart. I don't know why you're gonna. I mentioned this yesterday, Sharif. Why are you betting against Elon? Again,
I don't think you should do that. Yeah.
No, historically, has that worked? No. I mean, moving. I guess we didn't make all-time highs for a couple of years, right? It's been a while, but now that he's working alongside Trump, I'm going to keep saying this like a broken record. I don't think that's a stock that you bet against. I'm looking. Oh, we're pretty expensive on Tesla here, though, Sharif.
Oh,
yeah,
that's normal for Tesla.
Yeah, usually it's pretty expensive. One thing that I do want to point out, and I heard Sean say this this morning as well too on Google, we're trading at like or something like that. So this thing is relatively cheap on the street, and I think that's going to continue to push this stock a little bit higher because it is around 24.5 times trailing PE. So that is, it's cheap, man. The street is saying it's cheap, so. Buy, especially on this all-time high break. Well, I'm not saying punch in right now. Don't take it literal, but for the long term, especially with this new administration, I think that I said it again. It's bullish for equities, man.
Absolutely, Joseph. All right, we're zigging and zagging here with Apple. I'm still holding my position, trying to see if I can get, there we go. We got add in the mid-40s. I'm still keeping my stop in the same area, but we're now kind of putting in lower lows on Apple. So even though we're whiffling and waffling at VWAP, I don't want to add too much and have the bottom drop off. And especially I haven't been in tune with these Mag 7s as of late. I haven't been trading them all that much. So we'll look to build our position in and around VWAP here on Apple. I'm looking at everything, and everything is moving up except Apple. Amazon working into the day high right now. Meta, well, it's not at the day high, but it's certainly above 635, very much near the top end of the range. Softy is about $1 below the day high, but very much near. Google continues to print newer highs, 195.29. Sorry, I'm talking about it and not showing you. I should probably do that. There we go. 195.35. Every time I look over, Google is at another high, 5.5%, guys. And moving 5.5% is not an easy task for a $2.5 trillion name, right? You need big boy money to move this. Anyway, Future at day's high. Nvidia almost at day's high. Tesla at day's high. Apple, right back into VWAP. Look, I'm not complaining, obviously, for the long term, but intraday, I did my own there. I didn't need you there to do that, Ramram. I can do it. But yeah, so I'm looking for this to hold VWAP. That's really all that I have to say about Apple. If it breaches that third of a dollar, I'm gone. Let's see the position that we're in right now on SFIX. Now, this is coming into the 20 exponential. And this is the biggest retracement it's had on the day. I'm talking about SFIX. It's been up and to the right. You've had a couple of retracements over here. Like this is where I got in, 11 to 11.35. We were kind of in that consolidative look. Now kind of feels like we put in a topping tail candle, and we've got a 4-candle red setup on the 5-minute chart right now, but still above the 20 exponential. It's far away from my entry because I've got at the $0.50, but let me tell you, anything below the $0.50 and I'm gone. AMPG, I didn't build my position into this like I said I would at $2. I'm still not 100% sold on it. What's keeping me interested, number one, it's above VWAP. Fine, great. Number two, it's above $2. Psychological support, possibly. And number three, it's putting in higher lows. So this 3-candle setup here on the 5-minute chart at VWAP from 11.25 to 11.35 all held VWAP very respectfully, with the wicks even holding up there. And since that time, we've been putting in higher lows. So kind of keeping me, optimistic about how this one ends up running, but you never really do know. MIND, though, we didn't talk much about this, but I've had it up on the side chart. Reason I didn't talk about it is because I perceived it to have a bit of a double top, and then it breached VWAP. And technically, it's still a lower high. If you were to draw a trend line, you have successively lower crests on every move up. And this looks like it was an earnings winner yesterday. Moved up there at about 4.15, right around the time you would expect earnings to drop, but you didn't really get much in the way of a continuation play. We're still actually below that earnings pop into 6.10 yesterday, with today being 5.94, the high of the day. So that's my look right now. Not really much to talk about in Apple, in a couple of small cap gappers, but yeah, not doing much at the moment. Joseph.
Yeah, good stuff there, folks. I'm continuing to look at Google. Were you just talking about it while I was gone, Google?
Yeah, man, it keeps making new highs,
it's just continuing to push higher and higher. This thing is fantastic. I know a couple people in the chat were saying 200. I agree with it. I like the point that Katina Mann pointed out as well, too. So the street still thinks that it's relatively cheap. So, yeah, I think we continue to push higher, gapping up, and continuing within that momentum. What a monstrous day. When was the last time Google ever put in a session like this? Moving, let's see what percentage here. Actually, I can do it a lot easier on this front. Let's see how much we're up today on the session on Google. Yeah, 6.5 or 5 and a third there on Google. So yeah, it's been a long time since Google put in a monstrous day. But let's just zoom out here on Google, okay? And I've said this for a long time. This thing is super strong. At what point do you just get and just realize and just come to your senses and say, hey, you just buy the dip on this thing because it just continues to move higher and higher. Yeah, this is my stock. I know that it is my second largest holding, so I'm really happy about that, and we were in that earlier in the year. So we're sitting, our position wise, we're sitting pretty there. So I'm really looking forward to that. GGL is an option 1 times 5. What's West, yeah, what is GG? Oh, okay. Is that a leverage product on it? Okay, that's interesting. Only after earnings I sold at 1.8, I believe now I regret it. Yeah, I mean, hey, man, I think there'll be another opportunity to get back in, no doubt. I mean, buying all-time highs is a relatively successful strategy as well, too. So keep that in mind, especially with the overall market, too. If you're looking at the Qs in the SPY, let's zoom out here from a daily perspective. And I was looking at the Qs, I was like, since we recovered from those COVID lows, which was where roughly here, and then we made that new high after that big bull run, and then we sold off a little bit more post-COVID during that, I guess, the rate hike cycle and et cetera. But again, you play the break of those highs, you're sitting pretty good. And I think buying all-time highs, maybe not up here, is relatively a successful strategy, especially after some longer duration selling on that front, guys. So continue to let us know in the chat what you're looking at. We're sitting at 887 votes, folks. Let's get that up to 1K. We got about 13 minutes left, and then we're going to switch it up, and we're going to document our trade. You know how it's going to work, everybody. We're going to send it off to Sharif. He's going to tell me the numbers to punch in. We're going to punch the numbers in on our Excel spreadsheet, and then we're going to add those into our cumulative P&L at 1:55 just before the end of the midday show. But I was thinking, man, because I think the name of it is Trade of the Day. I kind of like that name, so that sticks. Bang. So I want one of those. You know how we get the how to trade introduction? So at 1 o'clock, I went bang, trade of the day. I want one of those there. Is that a lot to ask for?
Of course.
Yeah.
You got to deal with the Chilean.
I got to deal with the Chilean. But you know what? When you ask, he does deliver.
He does. He's got a lot on the hop.
He's got a lot on it. So maybe we won't bug him.
Always.
Yeah. All right. So maybe
we ready to go?
Ready to go. Oh, we got to ad read.
We do. We got to pay bills, baby. Imagine trading with somebody else's capital instead of your own. That's what it means to be a funded trader at Trade the Pool. And this is how it works. First, you complete the evaluation program by meeting the profit targets. Once you succeed, you trade the Pool's capital, which allows you to trade with up to $260,000 in buying power. The best part is you keep up to 80% of your profits while the firm takes all the risk. It's the ultimate way to trade, whether you're a beginner trader or a professional trader. So go on and check out tradethepool.com. Scan that QR code on the bottom right of your screen, or check the link in the description for more information. Shout out to the great folks there at Trade the Pool. I did get stopped out of my Apple position, and that annoys me.
Did you long it?
Mm-hmm. I did. I tried to take VWAP.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I kind of like it right here now too. I might get into it now.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, I put my my beak wetter, my stop below 30s. I said, look, 30s is a good line in the sand. It hasn't been below 30s, but it's continuing to put lower lows and lower highs. So sorry about this wick that came in. I'll have to adjust that in a second. But Apple moving in the opposite direction of literally every other Mag 7 name. They're all up and to the right. Apple really the only one right now with a downtrend. Maybe I didn't give this enough room. I won't be able to find out because I'm not getting back into that. I'm not going to trade these large caps when I am trading the small caps lately. ASST, people are saying. Yeah, look, I saw this one spike on volume earlier in the pre-market, but it is, again, trading below VWAP. So it's going to have to get above that 70 penny range, which is actually currently the high of the day, because it did reject VWAP right at 11 o'clock. If it does get up above there, in fact, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put a 72.5 penny alert. So if it does weasel up there, we can keep an eye on it. But most notably, it has a very definable pre-market high at around 82.5 pennies. It's going to have to get up above there before I trade it. So yeah, number one, it's got to get up above VWAP, but it's also going to have to work its way up above 82.5 pennies. It's got to take out that pre-market high for me to get long on this name. So we're going to keep that one on the side chart. And if it's tradable, we shall absolutely work our way into it. Let's see what's going on with SFIX. We still have like a couple of more outs over here, but I may have to take it a little early as it is now breaking down below the 20 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. And in addition to that, there is a resistance level at $6.60 that we had earlier, hence why I was taking out some there initially. If it breaches $6.60, I think I'm going to take it out here ahead of my $6.51 entry for the last remaining amount on SFIX. Not really liking many of these small cap gappers right now. They're kind of either in a whiffle or waffle mode or giving back the ghost entirely. So we're going to pack our patience and see what sets up over here. GameStop did breach $30, multiple topping tails through that 30, and then you got a 2-candle red setup right now below that almost $half right now, $29.50 here on GME, coming into the 20 exponential on the 5. It's been a good move up for GameStop after earnings yesterday. In case you're just joining us, kind of a mixed report. Revenue and sales continue to fall, right? So they're not selling as much as they were. However, due to accounting and efficiency purposes, they are able to eke out a profit, whereas this time last year they were in a net loss, which is good. It's great that you have good management skills and efficiency skills, but it's not so good that your business model, your revenue is decreasing, because that's not showing proof of concept. Largely, I don't know. I don't know what the turnaround story for this is. I don't know why people love it so much, man. I don't understand too much about gaming, so I don't like to, pretend like I do understand. But the thing is, like, most people are downloading their games, and from what I'm reading, you're not even going to have to download games anymore. You're going to stream games, especially with higher speed internet. So I don't know where GameStop fits into this whole thing. So
Dude, the most popular games are free that you just download on your computer
even
or on
when
your.
they're not, Joseph?
You know what I mean? You just download it, right?
Yeah.
Like Fortnite and Call of Duty, they're free. Like then they.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, they're free, man. Yeah, you just.
in-app purchases?
Yeah. What, you want to play or?
No, yeah. Actually, I don't mind. It's a
You
first-person
want to
shooter.
play?
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm all about that. Like. Say that again, Rembrandt?
Rocket League, yeah.
Obi
Free, so-
wants to make sure that everybody
League.
knows that, what's it called?
Rocket League,
Rocket League.
yeah.
Car soccer?
Yeah.
Bro, where? Oh, yeah, man.
Well, I asked.
all I gotta say
I
about
caught
that.
some
I'm
heat
old.
last time. I'm like, I don't know what Rocket League is. They're like, well, you don't know what Rocket League is? Like, I know, I don't have, but now I know because I caught heat from it before. But now we know what Rocket League is. So, I mean, it's car soccer, dude. Have you ever seen it live? Have you ever seen the dudes on the
What you guys
motorcycle?
are talking about, brother. Like, I will, Ram. We're doing a show right now, if you don't mind. I want to read what people are
sick.
like. Ram, you're such a
Yeah, you're a menace.
The
man.
basket case, Sharif. It was never about statistics with Jimmy. It's a movement.
Yeah.
Throw everything else out the window.
That is a very valid point. It is a movement. It's a cult. It's culty. It's culty stuff, right? But let's just be realistic on the fundamentals of the stock, right? They kind of reflect the technicals of it, other than the squeezing. I mean, the squeezing was kind of a black swan event with that high short flow.
Sure.
Squeezes, everybody gets involved with it. And then now they create that Netflix documentary about it and everything. But I don't think that we can get back to just because of those fundamental metrics of the short float not being the same
And it's
size.
not the same anymore.
No, it's
still,
not
there's
the
like
same.
10% or whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's
And
go on to
I don't remember
recent
what the the short float was at that time, but it was significant.
It was.
Hence why it traded the way it did, right?
8.34 says trade ideas.
Right now.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you know what I mean? That's not what it was
Kyle,
back in the day.
no gamer is using GameStop. Game over, he says.
Yeah.
We got a person, I can't pronounce their name. GME's a meme stock. Stores are dead, in my opinion. Let's see what else. Nick Trovato. I can promise you no one will be streaming games. That is always horrible. I know, brother, maybe with the current technology that we've got, right? With, high-speed internet maybe not being at its full capacity, but what if that changes, right? And my understanding is that it will change, and I don't think we're going to get slower internet. I think this kind of goes one way, but I respect your opinion, man. Let's see what else people are saying here. DJ Deckard Kane, GameStop is a sinking ship. It's the meme coin of stocks. They're trying to make it by selling trading cards. They're doing card grading. All right. People have got very strong opinions about this, and I would expect that they would, quite frankly, because I think this elicits a lot of emotions in people. What else we got over here? Nick Dubs telling me he saw that AVGO Apple news. I love the setup for AVGO going into earnings here. Yep. People are liking AVGO. 4XAU, one of the great contributors in the chat, goes on to say, no different than Berkshire. We love Warren Buffett. Believe in him. I could give two poops about what stock he's in. Fair enough, man. Well said. The spiled one has arrived. So everyone in areas, okay, I got to read this first just in case, because Big Spile, he's a liability.
Yeah, you got to watch out.
Right?
Yeah.
No, it looks okay here. So everyone in areas with below stellar internet won't be able to game if everything is streaming. Heck, lots of people in the USA cannot even get fast enough internet to stream basics. Big Spile, your point is well taken, my man. I respect it. But, all I got to say is Starlink, right?
Starlink, baby.
There you go. Starlink comes to the rescue. So we'll have to see how that all figures out. Obviously, we're all just doing predictive stuff right now.
And just to add to that, kind of that GME, like hedge funds lost extreme amounts of money on that, right?
Capital.
Yeah, exactly. So do you think that Wall Street will allow that to happen again?
It's going to be.
No chance.
They're not going to get blindsided.
There is
time,
no
you know
chance. There is no chance.
Good
So
point, bro.
you know what I
Good
mean.
point.
That's not. But we got another five loonies here, guys. Might be around $2 now, American, unfortunately. But hey, me again. I'm all in GME since this morning. Roaring Kitty will tweet, and you guys will cry. You didn't load on calls like me in a few weeks. Hey, by all means. Let's go. We hope that you make a heap load of money on that front. But
Just reading this.
yeah.
Mikhail student. I'm not going to read this out loud, even though it's quite derogatory towards me. It's hilarious. It's wrong, apparently. But yeah, sure, bro. Whatever you say over there. Let's have a look at what the other Zinc said. Avid gamer here, and no, it's always best to download games and play them from your hard drive, not streaming. Shout out to you, brother. I do respect your opinion. I respect all of you guys' opinions. I think that you guys are all speaking sense, but I just don't think it's a static thing, right? We're not going to have the same speed internet. I don't know.
Bro, what is that guy?
I don't even know, bro. But it's funny.
What does that
I don't
even
know,
mean,
Joseph. I don't even
dude?
know, bro. But it didn't really bother me
Couldn't tie
too
your
much.
sh- couldn't
Big
tie your
Spile. Latency issue, says the Chilean nightmare. Yeah, I know what that is. The Chilean nightmare is like, it's so bad. Some of the latency issues are so bad.
On Starlink?
It makes him sick to his stomach. He can't even play the game.
On Starlink.
Well, no, just in general, when games are slow, the latency is kind of what's holding it back.
Yeah.
Actually, Starlink was advertising quite good late. I think 40 milliseconds or something. Fabian, is that good? 40 milliseconds? That's far, he says. Okay. It's par.
Par, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
40
That's
milliseconds.
what you want.
not
That's
too
what you
bad.
need to game COD, right?
Yeah.
Megabytes
like
per
I'm-
second. Yeah, but yeah, so I don't even know how to
Big
say it.
Spile.
Yeah, Big Spile.
$5 super chat. Shocker. Sharif took a chance to pump Tesla. Who you? Josh Brown? Hey, bro, come on, man. Like, I can move the needle. I love Tesla. I like Elon Musk. That's how I feel. I'm going to say how I feel every time. You know how it is, Big Spile. Shout out to you, my man. Warren says Starlink. Well, look, dude. What's it called? SpaceX just raised capital in a new funding round. Guess what they're valued at? Who's going to guess? $350 billion. So to me, that's big. All right, I want to talk quickly here about a trade that I got stopped out of. So AMPG, Ram was doing its best to break above that $2.10 area resistance that we talked about. It worked its way to 215. Then the bamboozlement came in fast and dang furious. So it dipped into below my exit. So we're gone on this one. We are done. AMPG, still very positive on it though. Took out the majority of the position. Keeping my eye now on SFIX as this one's curling back into that 690-ish area. Here we go, 682s. I'm waiting on the north side of 7, so by definition, we're going to have to take out that high of the day at 695 for me to get printed. So keeping my eye out on that. I also see GME got a nice little dip by there if this continues to the high side, but it did dip with a hammer candle, kind of a bottoming tail candle through into that 29 and a third, 29.40, and now we've got a candle green setup over here, looking to possibly take $30. So GME still holding the trend. We'll have to see if this one continues to the high side, but I'm keeping my eye now on MIND. Even though MIND has kind of had light volume on the day, let me just double check what the volume is. Yeah, 3.22 million shares on a $5 name, $6 name isn't, that much, but it's coming into that high of the day at 594. I've been keeping an eye on this one since around the $0.50. I just haven't worked my way into it because I've been suspicious a little bit of the volume or lack thereof on the day for this one. So we'll keep my eyes posted for any new small cap gappers that make their way onto the scene. Some midday movers. I'm seeing nothing right now on my scanner. I'm looking at my scanner on the top screen. Nothing is to my liking, Ram. So we're not going to take anything here. Rob EV. NQ up 1.7%. Wow, going good. IBIT up even more at 3.7. Really enjoying the Santa rally. Sharif and Joseph, shout out to you, Rob EV.
Yes, sir.
So are we, my man. I think I can speak for the majority of us on this stage when I say our long-term accounts for most of us are singing right now, and singing in a good way. Buzzing. Joseph likes to say, I love that word.
Buzzing.
Yeah, so that's kind of the look there. I think we're all kind of in the same boat.
Yeah, we're having fun with that, man, and I'm glad that we are. But guys, it's 1 o'clock. The poll is done. So Ram, if we can shut that poll down, beautiful. Just under 1,100 votes on that one. So as soon as we get back from Adara, we're going to document our 4th trade as a collective unit. All right,
Sir.
What we're going to do here is look at some crypto. I wanted to start here with the XRP to USD. Which is, here's the daily chart. Great look here. Looks like a little bit of a bull flag. We know that this one has had a rally influenced not only by the fact that we did have here the election of Donald Trump, which is viewed as very positive for crypto. We also had the decision here. Paul Atkins announced as new SEC chair. That was also positive for crypto as a whole. And actually, that's the day that Bitcoin made that 100,000 level. But another key catalyst that is really specific to to Ripple, that is of watch, is the fact that Gary Gensler resigned from the SEC, or announced he will be resigning effective January 20th. Now, the reason this is good for Ripple is because XRP and the SEC were locked in a little bit of a battle there for a while. And now we have some new positive news for XRP that could give it this push past that previous resistance at 260. Basically, what happened here was Brad Garlinghouse, CEO, announced that the company has received regulatory approval for its RLUSD stablecoin by the New York Department of Financial Services. They don't have a date yet for the launch, but keep an eye on Ripple. This RLUSD stablecoin announcement has been viewed as pretty bullish for this piece of crypto. Now, we also have Cardano, 88 to USD. This one, as of right now, could be at a pretty key level of resistance. A high of day here around 1.1, but right now we're around 1.07, which was a previous level of resistance going back to mid to late November. So let's see what we do from this level on Cardano. It's worth noting, despite this rounded top and rejection, we have made a slightly higher low from that area around Tuesday, November 26th. Let's see what happens here for Cardano. Can we hold on to that $1 level? Only time will tell. Make sure to like and subscribe as we send you back to the Bash Brothers.
Sharif.
Appreciate you, Adara. What are you looking at, Joseph?
Sharif, it's that time though, brother. Before what I'm looking at, it's time to document this.
Oh, my bad. Let me bring it up.
It's that time, baby. So what time is it? 1:04. Let's get into this
1:04
position
right now.
So we're gonna look at Sharif's screen right now, just so we confirm that, and then we'll pull it up over to my screen in the SPY. So Sharif, what is our entry price on this one?
608.38. 36.
Whoa, we need every penny there, my guy. All right, target price.
So 610.36.
Okay, 610. 36. Beautiful stop loss.
607.36.
607.36. Beautiful on that one on the stop, guys.
We're literally punching it at highs.
Yeah, we're punching it at highs. That's what I said. We're in for a tough one, I think, here, folks. But look at that beautiful equity curve. This is exactly what we want to see.
She's not showing.
Oh, you're not showing? Oh, okay. Yeah, pull up my. We got the top. We need to see the latter half of it here. My full thing here. Do I need to move it up?
Ram, can you put it on Joseph's screen just entirely?
Yeah, entirely. We're going to picture. Yeah, hold on here. Hold on one second. Now we got it all combobulated. All right, beautiful. Look at this equity curve here, folks. This is what you want to see. Beautiful. And I think we're in it for a tough one on this front, especially punching in at the highs here. But let's see what we can get from it. If we don't get stopped out, that's fantastic. We have our cumulative right here and that beautiful sloping equity curve after four trades, or 3 trades as of right now. So sitting at 2 and 1. Let's see what we have, guys. The metrics are always going to be the same. And then maybe I was thinking last night. I know Adair had some really good points, and I was thinking about some things as well too. So maybe we combine both of them. But let's collect a sample set, and then we can maybe pop onto the options chain, Sharif, and do it from an options standpoint. Yes, you know what I mean? Bang. So, yeah, hey, man, we're innovative, man. That's what we like to do around here, guys. We're having fun with that one, Sharif. What are you cooking up, my guy?
The Katina Man is now short Palantir.
DVDR says our size is too small on that trade.
What do we take? How many shares? 100?
100.
100 of a $600.
Yeah, it's too small. All right, it's all right. It's right. Sorry about that.
We need to
Continue.
do more, Joseph. Shout out to DVDR3. DVDRD, no, whatever, bro.
Yeah, whatever.
I'm keeping an eye on GameStop here because $30 level is back in play, Ram. We got into that 30.05. That's where the closing print rejected last time, despite the fact that the high of the day, I do believe, is 15s. We're at 05s right now, and I'm trying to make a decision as to whether I want to get into this or not. It's all good, Katina Man. What do you got over there?
Reload it.
The Katina Man's reloaded IBIT at 56.80. So he's going long. IBIT right now as BTC's above 100 again, right? Yeah, 100,184 right now is what I'm seeing on Bitcoin. But what I'm talking about GameStop now, because I'm trying to think of whether or not I should get in. And if I get in, where do I get out if the $30 level break fails? Well, the last area trough was 29.35. I'm certainly not going to give this 70 pennies. The right entry obviously would have been on the 20 exponential moving average. You know what? Here we go. We're just going to get long right here. We'll give it a try. I'm not going to give it too much in the way of room. If we end up moving up, we'll wet our beak and see if we can eke out some profits here on GameStop, knowing full well we're punching in at resistance. And there it is. There's the failure of 30 as it zigs. It zags with that $30 area. Maybe we'll get where is that? I know these are the AMC apes, but kind of, similar look here, similar look. So we're going to hang out at 10s for the first beak wetter. We'll layer some orders in case this squeezes. We'll take advantage of the move up. So in GameStop right now, Joseph, also in Stitch.
Oh, you're in GME? Mm-hmm. Okay, I see you.
Yeah. Well, we're taking it here just to kind of keep things interesting because I can't really find another good one to take except this one. MIND. It continues to do well here, despite the fact that it is below $6, and I am worried that it will find resistance right at that previous high at around 596, 595. So I like this one. It was a great recovery off the low, but yeah, a bit of a tougher look for me to get into right now. I need to see a bit more. Joseph, what do you got?
Yeah. I'm looking at GME as well, too, because I was in it earlier, but now I'm still holding on to this TSLA as Tesla continues to move higher. Now, officially, all-time high is sitting at 415.78 or 80s, we'll call it, and continuing to move to the northeast, guys. So fantastic session on Tesla. And sure enough, the market is following the same. We're kind of consolidating at the highs now. I think DJ Deckard said, if you're not punching in at the highs, then what are you even really trading? I don't even know.
What do you say to that?
Yeah, no, he's not wrong. So I like that one. DJ, pardon me? Yeah, exactly. No, you're not wrong. Especially being a breakout trader, you want to buy high and sell higher. So really, are you even trading if you're not punching in at all-time highs? But what, GME?
Yes.
Look, no.
This is exactly what I wanted.
Yeah. They double top though. Did you see the 1 minute?
Yeah, I see. Yeah, getting in at the 30. I knew exactly what
double top there. But we're starting to move higher in TSLL here, Sharif. So I'm going to trim a little bit here for the boys. Just because we like it. So let's take a little bit off the top here. Nothing crazy, just to get a little, yeah, so there we go, perfect. Let's see if we can continue to move higher on Tesla. What are you cooking up there, Sri?
Yeah, no, I added at 75, which is a 10 exponential moving average. So here's the deal. If this dips below the previous candle low, I'm going to give it to 57. So if it dips below 57s, I'm gone. We're going to throw in that stop in a hot second. But now I'm going to keep my eye on MIND because I could definitely be persuaded to get in on this name if it does break and take 6. So it's had a 596 high dates at 596 right now. It previously rejected that level at 1040 and it's right back at that level. Great V-shaped recovery. My only concern is the volume on this, and it's got about a 4-penny spread right now on this name. So definitely keep my eye out on that one. If it breaks 6, though, I think we probably pick up in volume just a little bit. Let's have a look at what Apple's doing because we were involved in that name as well. Yeah, still below VWAP. It really is the Tesla story today, or so it seems. We are at another all-time high on TSLA, up 3 3/4, 416.43. I think that takes out my previous high because I was saying 416 and change. Let's go to the weekly here on Tesla. It's this candle right here that we printed on the weekly November 1st. And this candle got into 416.67. We are at 416.44, so technically still not an all-time high, but I get it. Everybody has a different price based on their brokerage. Not really sure why.
What do you have up there for all-time highs?
Tesla, I've got 416.67.
Oh, okay, yeah, maybe that's.
You should have the same.
Yeah, I
thing,
should
you're
roughly
using
have.
the same
Yeah, I should have
brokerage,
some
right?
roughly the same. So I did say correct.
Yeah,
price,
44 is current high right now, Joseph.
Why does it do? Sorry, why does it do that? Like I punch out to the weekly and then it just gives a bogus number, pretty much.
Punch out? What do you mean?
No, sorry. No, I punch in like the weekly, so I'm on the weekly time frame. So why is it showing me that Tesla's at 400?
Oh,
you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm not really sure. Is that the closing print?
No,
I'm not sure.
I don't know.
You're using trading charts, right?
Yeah, it's irrelevant. But when
charts, why you don't use a regular chart?
Because advanced money destroyer, man.
Here we go, all-time high for Tesla.
Yeah, let's go.
416.69, nice. All-time high 70s. Tesla's going, guys. There it is, 75. Tesla keeps printing all-time highs. What kind of great day would it be if we close it at 420?
Yeah. Well, Obi said 420, 69. So. Let's see what.
There he is.
You know what? I don't know what I'm going to vote for here. I'm going to go Mimi there.
There we go.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
I went Mimi. I went for the meme there on the vote. Yeah.
Okay, let's see what our GameStop thing is doing. Yeah, still holding a 10 exponential. Okay, guys, what are you guys voting for? Let's show them the poll. Got 4 bangers on here for you. You guys voted up a storm in the last 2 polls and could not be more grateful. So we got Adobe. We got AVGO, Broadcom, GameStop, and Stitch Fix. I'm going to go and throw my weight behind AVGO because they're doing a deal with my favorite stock, Apple. In case you're wondering what I'm talking about, Broadcom and Apple now partnering for an advanced AI chip, obviously for Apple Intelligence. So that is a look there. GameStop is breaking down below my entry, and Tesla printed all-time highs. 417. Joseph, I'm going to have to send it to you. Throw out stops.
Yeah. Throw out those stops, man. Make sure that risk management is in check. Absolutely. So we're going to continue to hold as Tesla breaks all-time highs. TSLA up about 7.6% on the session. That would put Tesla around half of that there. So let's pull up the Tesla chart of the actual underlying. All right. So yeah, about 3.78% on the session there, guys. Let's see. Any functional stores in the chat? Okay, yeah, but Brian Ward. But we're going to send it off to Adara here real quick.
We have Meta here. This one's still up about 2.5% and still struggling around that 635 level that we've been waffling around here for multiple hours now. But basically, we have some reports from Down Detector, and this is being circulated around social media, basically saying that there are massive outages, quote unquote, here for WhatsApp, Facebook, and Instagram. So all 3 of those are Meta entities. Not sure if that's the reason we're struggling to break out here, but it is worth noting here. There are these, talks of outages on 3 of their platforms circulating. Around social media. Be aware of these Meta-related outages, guys. Back to you.
All right. Yeah, let's keep an eye out on Microsoft or Meta. Sorry, Meta is the one that owns WhatsApp. Joe, you use WhatsApp?
Yeah, I do use WhatsApp. Do you? So let's
Try to avoid it at all costs.
Do you? Why you don't like it?
I don't like it.
Why?
I like iMessage.
Why?
So if you have an iPhone and you message me on WhatsApp, I won't respond.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll note that.
I'm not talking to you personally. I'm just saying.
What is the grudge?
I don't want to have to go into WhatsApp. What's that, Fabian? This guy, I love it. Wow. The Chilean Nightmare's calling me out. He's like, how's your view from the ivory tower there, mister? How you see any green bubbles? You all know about the green bubble joke if you meet somebody and then they send you a message and you get a green bubble. That's it.
Yeah.
It's all over after that.
You know what?
Now there's advanced what is it called? RSS messaging?
What is it with you? Why don't you like WhatsApp? Because we use it for the group chat. This is where you can kind of communicate between people who have Androids and iPhones. I mean, you can throw polls. You can throw polls in the WhatsApp chat.
You can. But
right?
the new messaging, fact check me chat, RSS, something like that. Like, so if I send you a message,
it can join.
So
it combines.
You get good pictures. You can see red notifications. You can see when I'm typing between iPhone and Android now.
Oh, okay. Well,
did you know that?
No, I didn't know that, man. I'm sitting over here on the iPhone 10. You know what I mean? So, and I haven't upgraded. That space is being occupied by pictures and photos. So it's hard to update. Yeah, memories, exactly. So I mean, I'm gonna add to the Danny Ives super cycle. I'm gonna add to the Danny Ives super cycle. I think in the near future, as soon as that Apple Intelligence steps in, I think a lot of people, as well as myself, are going to upgrade to that.
Agreed. So. Well, if you were Ram, you would already be upgrading.
Yeah,
she gets everything first, including $300 toques.
Yeah,
so
toques.
You know how that kind of works. In case you got American viewers are like, what's a toque? It's a beanie. That's what we call it on this side of the border. Shout out to you guys, RCS, not RSS. Sorry, I'm 100. Eddie R, Sharif, one day you will have to sing "My Way" on the show to further make that statement of you. What does that mean? I don't get it, but I like My Way. Which My Way are you talking about? Frank Sinatra? Or are you talking about, what's it called, Usher? What's happening there, Dara? Yeah, I love. That's one of my favorite songs, Adara. That's one of my favorite songs.
I love that.
Yeah.
Literally one of my favorites.
We should get Adara to pull up. We should display her trade that she put on today because I know
she showed it. The Katina man made her put it on.
Well, I haven't put it on yet.
Did you already do it?
No.
Okay. Oh, okay. Well, hey.
Throw it on.
Throw it on. Talk to us.
Give me a moment, guys.
Okay, we'll give her a second here, and then whenever you're ready, we'll send it back to Adara on that one. But Sharif, Tesla's continuing to make some highs here. We're going to take a little bit more off the top here for the gentleman around us and continue to move on that one. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what Adara cooked up today. For sure, but we're not going to her right now. We're gonna.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just continuing to watch Tesla make higher highs.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, what are you looking at?
And same thing, dude. I'm looking at the same stuff. So Google continuing to move higher. Oh no, it's starting to pull back a little bit. So it went to 195.35s and then it is now pulling back around 193.42s. It's sitting at. It held VWAP beautifully. I love that VWAP hold, especially in strong stocks. Holds it and then continues to make that second leg. Breaks that previous high a day, making new all-time highs on Google. We're really enjoying this session. This is the session. They don't happen too often, folks, but when they do, it's an absolute. It's a bunch of fun. So I'm glad that everybody got to enjoy this session today, especially sitting beside these guys. It's been nothing short of an absolute banger. There, what do you got going on?
That's it, man. Not much going on my end. Still in this GameStop trade right now, looking to see if it holds up at the 20 exponential. If it breaches it, then I've already put in the stop over here on GameStop. Looks like we're going to get stopped out again. VRAR, I want to mention this one. This one we were involved in this bad boy above the volume weighted average price. It has now broken down below, and it's working its way right into it. So this is an interesting area to short VRAR because it breached the volume weighted average price, now working back into it. It's already shown you once it gave way, it actually got back into VWAP, projected, and made another area low. So I'm very interested here to see what happens at this $1.45 to $1.50 on VRAR, up 26%, but still looking to give back a little bit over here. What do we got? MIND continuing to hang out below $6. This is looking like a double top. Maybe wait for the breach of the 10 and the 20 before really looking short. I wouldn't get short until it breaches 550. It's got to be below VWAP, MIND. it breaks 6, I could definitely be interested in getting long on this bad boy. SFIX really doing nothing at this point. Kind of really dropping off in terms of volatility. Seems to still be respecting the 20 exponential moving average on the 5, but the other side of that coin is it's putting in lower highs. So we'll kind of looking at a bit of a compression pattern with higher lows, but yet lower highs. So we'll see how this one resolves. I'm waiting on the north side of 7 at 705 to see if we can get a print in and around there. But we'll have to continue waiting because nothing forthcoming right now on it. Let's flip to the mag, see what they're up to. Tesla continues to print newer highs. Meta at VWAP. So Adara brought us that headline with respect to WhatsApp and the outage and all that. It just gave you an opportunity again at VWAP. It gave it to you initially at 1020, 1025. You got another opportunity at 1050. And then these candles that wick down here didn't quite make it down to VWAP, but if you front ran it by any, discernible amount, you got long and you were able to print several dollars as that 632 print ended up being a 635.50 local area high. It's again at 633, 633 and a half, which is again above the volume weighted average price, but not really a ringing endorsement to get long a stock when you have some outages like that. But I'm sure that they'll be able to resolve it, no problem. So Meta, interesting area here. Joseph, I could be persuaded to get into it at this level.
Yeah, for sure. Dara, are you ready over there, or what's going? I didn't hear anything in my ears. She's ready? All right. Okay, 1 second. She's choking. She's choking. We'll send it off to, we're going off to Adara real quick.
Yeah, so basically here, this was APP. There was this kind of rounded bottom situation here going on around that 322.30 level. So we got involved here around that 320s, risking to 320, like a risk like 80 pennies basically. We get there, we bounce. First here, we get out around I think just above 326. Then I started kind of using these different levels, I guess, pre-market of interest. So we have like 327.35s. Then we have just above 328s. The last piece that, the grace note, if you will, is just below 330s. It's where we took the last piece out there. So 323.20s to 330s on APP, which is not an earnings play, but kind of still continued reaction after they were not added to the S&P 500, which everybody kind of thought they were going to be. Workday was added. So that was here. What's going on here with APP. Yeah, just quick take on that trade. Back to you guys.
Great, fantastic trade, 7-point move.
$7 winner. We're gonna hit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
11.
So I told her, I'm like, who does she think she is, man? Katina, man?
Katina,
$11 winner the other day.
Yeah.
7 banger today up at the big desk.
We know where drinks are on this evening.
Yeah. Darren, now we know you got it.
We're coming. We're coming for that one there, guys. Good stuff so far on the session. Nvidia is continuing to crawl higher, guys, testing the highs of days on Nvidia, kind of waking up from the slumber that it was in for the past little bit. So let's see if it is holding these support levels really well. So let's see if this thing can start to wake up and continue to move and push all-time highs like the rest of its peers are doing. Totally. So I think that's feasible in the near future, guys. So keep an eye on this. I mean, hey, I think a lot of people are just buying dips. If you can get within this consolidation phase, and the more I look at this, I'm going to actually pull up my options chain right now because I do like this for a potential bull put spread, BPS, just because of where it's sitting. I don't think that we decline too much further on Nvidia, especially because of what the overall market is doing. So we're going to continue to look at that. I'm going to pull up the options chain right now, folks, actually, and see what's going on with Nvidia and see what we have going on for potential next week expiry and what those 10 delta strikes is going to be offering us. All right, so let's take a look here. So December 20th, 2024, I'm going to look at the 10 deltas. That's going to put me around 132. So sitting around right where we are right now on an Nvidia. So you'll collect about 95 on that, constructing a $5 spread, putting us at 27. We'll collect about, whoa, I really like that. So maybe we'll construct that. I do like this for the upcoming week. So we'll keep an eye up on Nvidia for the potential bull put construction, but we are going to send it off to Adara.
Do you have some news here? BAC getting its largest volume candle on the day here so far in that 3-minute chart. A couple minutes ago, we're still seeing continued moves up. And I just found a reason why I'm seeing this circulating on social media. We do have BAC here, CEO Brian Moynihan making some comments here. We know we've had some bank CEOs talking over the last few days at this Goldman Sachs conference. Brian Moynihan saying that U.S. consumers are in good shape. They're saying that they have a full M&A pipeline and there's quote, an improving IPO market. And apparently they're expecting roughly $14.3 billion for net interest income, for Q4. They're expecting record Q4 trading results, and they're expecting a 20% increase here on a year-over-year basis in wealth management fees. So good outlook here from BAC CEO, sending the stock a little bit to the upside, though it's worth noting we're only up about 0.25% on the day, definitely not having the kind of day some of these tech stocks have had. If you're enjoying what we're seeing, make sure you hit the like and subscribe. Join us every single day. Back to you guys.
Beautiful stuff there, guys. Sorry, I made a little bit of a mistake just reading through these deltas here. But so going back to that 10 delta, that's going to put us at the 128 strike, which is even better. And let's see what we would collect around that 10 delta. Yeah, around 44 cents you would collect on that. Constructing a $5 spread. That would put us around the 123 strike price as well, too, hedging that at a 23 cents. So that, yeah, I like that one. So around 21 bucks, I think, roughly, if my math is correct, that you would collect with an expiration of December 20th. That gives you a 90% chance of a probability of profit. So keep that in mind. I think I really like that one, guys, so far. So I'm going to look for that. What spread would you use for the BPS play? A $5 spread, Lee Ducky. Yeah, as I just mentioned, using the 10 delta puts as our short strike. I really like this. I think I'm going to put this together when there, Sharif. What do you
All right, we just did well on Meta. Took that VWAP bounce, did quite well, then fat fingered added instead of taking it out. So, yeah, that's the kind of, yeah, it's just, it's tough there. Anyway, got long 633.40, took the best profit taker there at 634.25. So we'll look to see if Meta wants to hold up at the volume weighted average price a second time here. META, but I'm keeping my eye on Google and Tesla now because Google's at that 194 area. It's a 20 exponential moving average, and there is a previous area of resistance from 10 o'clock at that 194. So Google looking awfully interesting at these levels. So is Tesla, obviously, even though it's at the high of the day. So let's have a look at Google over here. Looking really good, possibly. Let's see what the situation is. Is it going to take that 194 or is it going to whiffle and waffle? Right now, it's a nice move back up, but as I mentioned, 194 was a bit of a level earlier on at around 10 a.m. Let's see if it takes it. Let's see if we can get in here on goggles. We're going to punch long on goggles. Give this one the old college try. Let's see what happens if it wants to run back up maybe into local area highs here on Google. Great. Like few days here for Google, no question about it. So we're going to pack our patience, see if we can get something on that one. This is what I'm talking about here on goggles. When it was the implied balance high, we had gotten into that 193.71, so not quite 194. So we'll see if this one wants to hold up here. It's putting in 3 candle higher lows, but not necessarily higher highs, kind of a flat top, kind of caught in between the 20 and the 10 exponential. Let's see if that 194 breaks down or we curl back up and maybe test those highs. Again, Tesla, look at that 3 candle hold up, all at 416 and a third, right back into that 417 and a quarter. So TSLA awfully strong right now. We're gonna have to see if this one wants to continue. I've got it up on a trading screen over here. This is why I was looking at it, because it put in yet another higher low. So you could even fit in a bit of a trend line from this angle over here, and it kind of flips from resistance to support over here on TSLA. Zigging and zagging, lots of strength right now on Tesla as it looks to go back above that 417 $0.50. Good look right now, but we're involved in this goggles trade. Where are we long? We're long 06s, okay. So we can see first if we get that break at 20s, I'll layer my orders to see if we can work our way maybe into that 194.50, 194.75 with the ultimate high being that 194.5 anyway. So packing our patience here. The realist, oh, I'm not plugged in. So are we going to Adara? Okay, go ahead.
We're going to talk here about the U.S. dollar and the U.S. economy one more time, but first I want to talk about SMCI, which has been getting a little bit of a pop to the upside. This is a bit of a volume spike here on that 15-minute chart. We're almost done this 15-minute candle, but about 3.4 million shares traded on the day so far, in this one candle, a total of almost 62 million shares traded so far in the day in SMCI. All of this is to say I'm not seeing any catalyst on Supermicro. Looks like we have a slightly higher low, so it could be an attempt to push higher on a technical basis, but definitely a bit of a move to the upside when it comes to volume. Still down about 5% on the day for SMCI, but I also want to point out we did have a bit of an interesting catalyst on this one yesterday, though it didn't really impact the stock. CEO Charles Liang, during this Reuters Next conference, said that he's confident the stock won't get delisted. So just be aware of that here for SMCI. Now, the other thing to be aware of in a larger frame of mind here for the U.S. economy is going to be the FOMC meeting coming through on Wednesday. At the last FOMC meeting, we did get a 25 basis point cut. We have about 94.7% of participants expecting another 25 basis point cut at this meeting, as this has also gone up from yesterday. So yesterday, and I'll zoom in so you guys can see, this is a really fun feature on the CME FedWatch tool where you can see how the current estimates compare to previous estimates. So about 1 day ago, we had 88.9% of participants expecting the 25 basis point cut. And then a week ago, that number was 78.1%. A month ago, it was 65.3%. So what we're seeing is a gradual increase here since the last meeting of people expecting a cut in December to end off the year. We're going to have to wait and see what happens. We know Michelle Bowman, who famously was the one dissenting member from that 50 basis point cut in September, actually did say here that she's going to have to wait and see because core inflation was uncomfortably high. We did get flat data here, though, on a month-over-month and year-over-year basis for CPI and core CPI. So we'll have to wait and see what happens. As this number came out, we actually did get this increase in the odds. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens. But as of right now, people heavily factoring in the 25 basis point cut. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. Yeah, we'll have to see exactly how that all pans out. What are you looking at, Joseph?
Yeah, no, you know what, Sharif? Someone pointed something out in the chat, and they asked me, Joseph, would you sell covered calls on Tesla? I don't, and this is my opinion. The stock is working. You want to sell covered calls to protect that potential downside, okay? Right? You don't want to be selling those calls into strength. There's no need to, especially when the stock is appreciating. You don't want to have that stress of being short options at a higher strike price and then potentially getting those assigned. I mean, if you're using your delta metric or you're selling them far out the money, that's totally fine. But if the stock is appreciating, just let it do so, because the stock will always appreciate more than the premium that you collect on a covered call. Use covered calls to protect that downside. If you think that the underlying is going to turn around and there can be some mid to short-term to mid-term downside, that's when you would want to implement the covered calls, right? So that's when you would want to sell those short options. There's no reason to sell those short options. And I don't know. There's no reason to sell those short options going into strength, okay? That's just my opinion. You can do what you want, but there's no reason. The stock appreciation will always equal out to more than what the premium you collected, so don't give away those gains. Just use those to sell those calls to protect the downside when it is moving lower, okay, not when it is appreciating in price. What do you got going?
All right, man, we're taking out some levels here on Google. We just got 3 out so far, so good look here at Google. About 25 pennies in the money. Let's see if this one wants to run up. Got it in at the 20 exponential, so now I'm waiting here at 42s. Let's see if we can get that filled, printing 31s. Keeping my eye on this one. Here comes 38s. Let's see if this one wants to ascend and print new highs, and here we go. Bang! All right, good. Let's let this one run. I don't have too many more up in this. You know what? So appreciate you, Joseph. Let's let this one run, man. I haven't traded mega caps in a while, and we're traded Meta, and we're trading Google today. Meta VWAP hold, Google 20 exponential hold and curl. Great look for both. Obviously, Google, the better of the two, 5% for goggles, a little bit less than 2.5% for META. but it's really the Tesla show today. I would say it's a Tesla and Google show. That's not fair. We can't isolate Google alone. It's up more than Tesla, actually. 4% for Tesla, 5% for Google. The Future is up 1.86, 21,800, Katina, man. We could see 22,000 awfully dang soon. It's been a rocket ship. There he is. He's got so many dollar winners that he's riding the burro, and the burro's money as he moves through the screen there. So shout out to the burro, in case you guys don't know. That's how you say donkey in Spanish. Don't know. Don't ask why. I will not answer that question. Just chill.
Sorry, can I point one more thing out? Where we were just talking about covered calls. Steven Chidler's had an amazing point as well too. He says, I sell covered calls to offload positions that I'm looking to offload as well too. So that is a fantastic point. I really like that you point. Yeah, well, because now if you sell a covered call and it gets assigned, you can select that strike price. So that's a price that you're comfortable of selling those shares at. Okay. So yeah, so I like that. It's a really, really, really fantastic point. I can tell you're a savvy vet in that front. Continue.
I love that, man. Yeah, savviness is it's a good quality to have.
Yeah.
So we're looking here on Google, zigging and zagging right now, topping tail candle into that $0.50. I'm not taking any more out here. It's going to have to run or I'll get stopped out. So if it breaches 194, I put my stop for the last remaining out, like 5 or 6 pennies below my entry. If it gets stopped out, it gets stopped out. We will not let this go too much against us, but I'm not going to put a profit take here either because I want to see where Google wants to go. Maybe it wants to test that 194.45 HOD. Maybe it doesn't. We'll find out awfully soon. But we could encounter resistance here on the Mag 7. The reason is because we're at 21,800. So we know these 100-point areas of act as support and resistance sometimes. Like, for example, over here, you did actually have resistance at 700. You had a 2-candle hold up. You get up above it into that 21,738. You come back down. You hold up at 700. You zig, you zag, and then you finally clear 800. We're above it right now. 21,809.5 is the high of the day on the NQ December contract, but we're not that much ahead or above, of 800 to really say, yeah, we really took that level on a decisive basis. Now let's use it as support. I wouldn't say so. Maybe others see it a different way. So keeping my eye out on obviously all the Mag 7. That is, of course, except Apple. Not interested in what Apple's doing right now because it's the only one that's weak. Everything else is above VWAP. Every single Mag 7 is above VWAP except Apple, including Nvidia, which, Joseph, is taking out the high of the day right now as we speak. 139.49 HOD, that $0.50 is coming in. And the thing is, some people were telling us, yo, bro, keep your eye out on 138 because this was a multiple topping tail candle rejection area. 830, you had it again at 9. You had it even through the IB high at 950. Then you finally got it decisively there at 12 o'clock noon hour. We took that level, but we do have to pay some bills up at the big desk with Adair.
Part of the show is brought to you by eSignal. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite trading experience where you can analyze, strategize, and capitalize. Foresee profitable opportunities with the platform that meets your needs. Infinite data, and instant trading. Know where the market is moving before others with lightning fast data. And charts that change the game. Customize and analyze markets faster your way. Better backtesting and scanning can help you predict the future by understanding the past. There's also reliable real-time data, which can have up to the second market info from hundreds of global markets. That's everything you need, all in one place. Don't miss a beat. Execute your best trades now. Back to you.
Yep.
I like executing my best trades.
Yes, so do I.
It's a good quality to have, in addition to being
eSignal.
Yeah. Why did you say it like that?
I don't know.
All right, guys, it's been a great day on these here markets, man. I don't think many of us have many complaints, whether you're intraday trading or you're holding in the swing or your long-term portfolio. Markets at all-time highs have a way of just making you more cheerful. I'm just speaking for myself. But yeah, it has been a good day on these markets. Let's have a look at what some of the other names we're involved in. IBIT, okay, up 4.5%. It feels like I'm never going to be able to add into that position again, Joseph. So up to 57.50 right now is IBIT. That heaping pile of garbage I call Polestar, which I have a position in, is also, flat on the day up. I'm actually, believe it or not, I have a long at $1. So we're still 8% in the money on Polestar. I'm showing my thing, Ram, over here.
That thing.
Polestar up at 1.8. What else? The other position I'm in. Pan-Dub knocking on the door. Sorry. How about that? Is that good? Is that good, Ram? Pan-Dub knock on the door, Joseph, $400 again, $398. The market is at highs. The Katina man says we can keep printing newer highs. I also got into a couple of newer positions, guys. These are entry positions. I've told you about my entry on ASML. We're like $15 in the money, but that's nothing to write home about on a $700 name. I am building my position into ASML. We got some shares there. I'm also into Pi, Impinj, PI. I like that. It's about 30% off all-time highs.
I'm not a big
It's
Pi
an
guy.
Internet of Things and a semiconductor name, Joseph. So I'm building a position to a couple of newer trades. Just want to let you know what I was weaseling into there. So a couple of decent day. Man, Nvidia is on one, guys. Nvidia is about to take out 140, 139, 74 right now, Katina man. Nvidia keeps moving up higher, taking up the market with it in general. Meta also holding VWAP like a dang T. Beautiful look here for Meta. Really lamenting having fat fingered out of this. But there we go, 635 incoming here on META. Great hold up above VWAP, a predictable level to get in and a predictable level to put your stop below. So META giving you opportunities right now. So is a lot. Tesla though, pulling back. So let's talk a little bit about that, because we printed all-time highs on the Cybertruck today, intraday wick or otherwise. We've never been at 417.86, and that is the high of the day right now on Tesla, up 3 3/4. It is now, though, Joseph, breaking down below the 10 exponential moving average on the 5 for the first time in a hot minute. We'll have to see if it closes that way. The 415 level, or 415.25, seems to be where the 20 is. Price action resistance around that 415.5. Like, look at that. Between 415 to 415.5, we had a bit of a consolidation range here from, I want to say, from around 1230 to when we took that level decisively at 105. So about, 30, 35 minutes worth of a range. Do we hold up at 415, 415.5 now on the curl back down? We'll have to wait and see, but keep your eye out on this level here for TSLA. You also had this topping tail candle at 1135 that also came into 415. So 415 seems like an interesting area here off which to get long. It's never guaranteed. We always try to put the odds on our side. That's the whole thing with technical analysis. Joseph, what do you trade for Tesla? TSLL, right?
Yeah, TSLL, yeah.
Yeah, so that would be an interesting vehicle to use if you guys wanted to trade Tesla but didn't really want to fork over the $415 a share that it costs. So yeah, keep that in mind.
Yeah, 2x leverage.
2x leverage, like
yeah, bull. Yeah, 2x level bull. So yeah, we like that one. 2% of data performance. Yeah, so we're gonna send off to Adair here real quick, guys. I just want to point out one thing on NVDA. If we can pull up my screen here real quick. I really like this. I know I just talked about it, but we are holding these levels. The more I look at it, especially from the response today, I really like NVDA to continue to move higher, especially its peers, Google, Apple, Tesla, continue to make all-time highs, guys. After I did it, I'm looking straight into the soul there. So, all right, off to Adair, guys.
I did see here, I want to talk a little bit about Nvidia because people are wondering why it's up 3.2%, and it's interesting. We actually had one catalyst early today that one would think would be a nice positive for the stock, but it didn't react right away. Basically, there were some reports here, some rumors that the U.S. Supreme Court had dismissed this securities fraud lawsuit, basically brought by shareholders against Nvidia. Now, the wording of this is really important. So it says here they dismissed a case involving securities fraud. So it turns out what they actually dismissed was Nvidia's appeal. So this securities fraud lawsuit is still going to go through, but this was not rectified or clarified till about 12:50 p.m. So until about an hour ago, the stock was moving higher on, again, seemingly news that this Nvidia lawsuit is not going to go through. Now, it turns out actually the lawsuit will go through. What was the only thing dismissed here was Nvidia's appeal against this lawsuit. So there is an appellate ruling which will allow the case to go forward. In case you missed it, back in, I believe, the late summer, we did have some shareholders suing Nvidia, basically saying that they didn't like how Nvidia was investing some of its money, so they had some concerns about that. Nvidia did appeal, and that appeal has been quashed. So it looks like this case is allowed to go forward. So keep an eye on this lawsuit for NVDA, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, the certification of a class action lawsuit is like a lengthy process, and there's like so many different steps you have to meet for the judge to feel like the class is definable. It's a whole thing, class action lawsuits, but they can be quite lucrative. For the lawyers, especially, who end up getting a windfall print. Usually, I don't know what it is down south, but in this province, you can take a third of the winnings statutorily. Now you can contract for less. You can't take more than a third. That's like your max, based upon like what the law says. But you can.
I mean, a third though, that can be some hefty.
We saw with the Tesla, that shareholder lawsuit against Elon's pay package.
Yeah.
What did they get? They got several $100 million.
Oh yeah, right? Wow, yeah, that's
crazy time.
That's crazy stuff, man.
Great reporting from Madera. Obviously, thank you for bringing us that news. Important to note, especially with Nvidia rocketing up back into 140, now up 3 1/5 on the day.
Yeah. We really like NVDA, especially. I do think that it's turning around. My guy GV in the chat, say what up to him. He's killing it as always. So, Greg, good to see you in here, my guy, especially knowing I'm glad that you're back from that. I'm glad that you're back at the desk. You know that the love is always going out to you, my friend. We don't necessarily like the Hartford Whalers, but I mean, we love you. Yeah. What's wrong with them?
They don't exist.
They're from Connecticut, man. I don't really like that general area because. Yeah, that's fine, Ronnie Francis, whatever. But it's that general Boston, Massachusetts area. I'm not cool with it. I don't like the Bruins. I don't like the Celtics. I don't like the Patriots. I don't like anything.
Lines are being set.
I don't. Hey, man, you know what I mean? True, Antonio. But I love my boy Greg B. I love my boy Greg. Yeah, he's from Connecticut. Yeah, so he's a Bruins fan, but I love him. But I don't like anything other than that.
Well, I don't like the Bruins either.
He's the best thing to come out of Connecticut. So
Go Sports, Obi. Go Sports. Fair? Hey, there's my man. There's my man. He is the one to know, baby.
Yeah. You know what I was thinking the other day? But then I realized Neo had the Achilles tendon injury. We should do a midday show versus the morning show 2-on-2 basketball game to see who's. But we can't. Neo, sorry. Obi, there's no way. There's no way, dude.
Obi is gonna rock us all, bro. Go Sports. We don't stand a chance. Let's.
Yeah, we don't
Obi.
We don't get post up by Obi. They don't want to. Little bit of hand one action.
Wow,
that would
it's
be
like
funny,
that, All right, Google is coming in back into my entry over here, so I have decisions to make. I've already put my stop through the break and take of 194, so we'll pack our patience to see what kind of move we get here. Does Google hold up above the whole dollar? The stop's in play. Let's come what may. I'm also long TSLL. Wet my beak there at 75s, layering the orders, holding, looking for a 20 exponential hold. That's really what it comes down to here. I don't mind adding in the mid 50s, but looking for that move up, possibly into the low 80s, I've got a profit taker in the low 80s right now. I'm talking about TSLL. Right? I'm not trading TSLA. It's up 7.5%. It is a levered product, so we'll see if we get the print at 82s. I also want to let you know that there is possibly a good trade here on the Amazon, as the OB is the one Kenob would usually say, 229.75 or 229 and mid 60s at around that 2/3 of a dollar. That's where VWAP is. Amazon has shown you its propensity to respect VWAP on the day. Look at that last little dip at 11.20, right into VWAP. It gets bought up, and we continue to whiffle and waffle at that level. So good look right now for Amazon. Okay, here we go with TSLA. We're moving up here, Joseph. Let's see if we can get the print at 82s, that is. Wait, packing my patience as TSLA retakes 416 or so. We'll have to see if we can get that move up there. Packing my patience on this one. What are you looking at?
Yeah. I'm just reading some comments in the chat. What do you say? Malinowski, Joe built like Charles Barkley, though. I thought that was funny. That was a good one. We're still holding off. We're still in this TSLL. I'm in it with you, Sharif, but from 30.48s from that standpoint, and I'm still in some IBIT, starting to curl back up, which I like. So let's see if we can go and test that high day on IBIT here, guys, because I've been holding on to this position for some time. That was been the trade. We took it off of that kind of pullback here, moving higher, and then we held VWAP. How I was expecting quite the double bottom here, and then continued to move. I wish I added here. That would have been really nice, but again, continuing to crawl higher, just steadily crawling higher on IBIT. Apple's starting to pull back a little bit, and we're lucky that the SPY isn't dragging down because we're about like 20 cents out of the money on our unit on the trade of the day on the unit trade, guys. So again, we punched in at a tough spot there, Sharif.
We punched in at highs.
Yeah, we punched in at highs. That was tough. So we would need an outlier of a day. I want to pull up XLF too because one of my favorite, and I know Sharif has this in the LT, putting in a little bit of a weak day here, but I mean, that's nothing to be concerned about at all. Just chopping around here. A little bit of a choppy day in the financial sector, but that's okay. I know JPM had some news the other day as well too. That's one stock that I wish that I had going. But again, Google off the all-time highs. Microsoft holding really, really strong. I mentioned this before. I think that it's going to continue to move in that northeast trajectory. And now I mentioned NVDA putting in this session that it has, putting on those multiple bottoms on NVDA. I really like this for a potential bounce. So I'm going to construct that trade that I had, and I'll post it on Twitter for you guys there. All right. So just keep that in mind. But we're going to send it off to Adara.
Keep an eye on DJT here. I'm seeing some reports swirling around social media that Donald Trump is going to be named Person of the Year by Time Magazine for the second time. The first time he was named was also, interestingly enough, the first year that he was elected president in 2016. So this report initiated here from Politico. This is about 14 minutes ago, but because I'm seeing this swirl around social media and we have DJT near day's highs, I thought it'd be worth noting. Watch out here for a potential Person of the Year announcement for Donald Trump for 2024 from Time Magazine. Yesterday, it was announced that Lisa Su of AMD was named CEO of the year. So interesting stuff here as Time gradually rolls out their 2024 Person of the Year issue. We'll have to wait and see what happens here. Back to you guys.
I don't know.
I didn't hear what Rammer said.
Yeah, I didn't say what you said. But guys,
Oh yeah. Well, there's a whole bunch. Ram. They threw Donald's on there. Kamala Harris is on there. You got Elon on there. There's a bunch of others. I saw it on X the other day. It showed kind of who Time had selected. Super interesting. We'll have to wait and see who ends up getting it. Not that really makes much of a difference anyway.
What about Jensen?
I don't know if Jensen's on there. Actually, I have to look at the thing again. He's crying somewhere? Why would he be crying, Ram? The dude just only popped up $50 billion.
Yeah, he's only got too much money.
In what's it called? His net worth on the year. He went to what? Oh. Well, yeah, Elon's still the richest man alive. But yeah, Jensen
can wipe his tears with the billions that he has.
Yeah, there's a lot of dollar bills that he could use.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I mean, only 637 votes.
I know, that's late. That is kind of late, 637. We've only got 8 minutes left on the show. But I wanted to mention a couple of things, Joseph. So first of all, the realist. I answered you. You didn't explain exactly what you meant by the federal budget. Is there a new federal? Are you talking about the Canadian federal budget? You're talking about the American. So let me know exactly if it's the American. I didn't hear anything specific about it today. So I really don't have any comment. If you're asking me about DOGE and stuff like that and the other possible efficiencies or reduction in government spending, I can comment about that. But just clarify exactly what you mean. Shout out also to Charmine Khan. What do you think about AVGO, whose earnings is coming up tomorrow? Look, I think AVGO has got a sick headline today with Apple. There looks like Apple and Broadcom are going to work together to put out an advanced AI chip. In my humble submission, one of the most underreported stories of the year is Apple's lack of use of Nvidia chips. From my understanding, they haven't bought any of the H100s that everybody else is buying hand over fist. We've heard them use Google's TPU, the Tensor Processing Unit. We also heard that they were using the Trainium 2 made by Amazon. Now we're hearing that they're using Broadcom. I've heard nothing about Apple and Nvidia. So I like the association with Broadcom. Now, if you're asking me how I feel Broadcom's going to do, well, I mean, really, it's hard to say, right? Earnings are great. You've got a great tailwind. Last time around, they did quite well as well. They, so much so that they split 10-1. Let's have a look at the daily chart and look at the technicals. But, we're not going to comment much on the fundamentals, but here it is. So we're definitely not at highs, but we are in a bit of a consolidation zone. So you kind of feel, people or big money building their position in this consolidation zone. We could get a monster break of that all-time high. I'd say to you, 185, 186 is a real level, despite the fact that all-time highs is like 188.50 or something like that back on June 18th. I like Broadcom. A lot of other people like Broadcom, not just because, it's in the AI game, but also because they can't stomach Nvidia's valuations. So they look to the next best thing. Debating whether that's AMD or Broadcom. I'll submit to you, having a look at the chart, Broadcom is the better play than AMD. And this is the Broadcom chart, and then this is the AMD chart. So, you can make your own decisions with that kind of look right there. So that's my little 411 about Broadcom. Not much else to say about that. We'll find out tomorrow how they do on earnings, Joseph. So here's the deal. We're going to look to get out of this Tesla position now using TSLA, because we put up a beak weather at 92s, but there's all these topping tail candles through the break of that level at 88s or about 89s. We're putting in lower highs on Tesla, even though we're kind of holding above the 20 and the 10. This is what I'm talking about right here. So each of these 5-minute candles has a lower high than its predecessor. So I'm kind of concerned that the bottom could be coming off here on Tesla and we could get a bit of a reversion trade. We'll have to wait and see. I've moved up my stop to account for that. Second thing I want to mention, I got stopped out of Google for the last remaining amount. Did well on this one. It broke down below 194. I had a tight stop near my entry, so we're all out of that as Google now kind of breaking down below the 10 and the 20 could be looking possibly to move back into 192 or around VWAP or so. We'll have to see what that does. SFIX, okay, another high of the day, but I didn't get printed. This went up to 699. I was waiting at 705s with the last remaining out here on SFIX. So we'll have to pack our patience on that one. It wasn't forthcoming in terms of a print. Where is my SFIX? There it is. Okay. So we go into 699s, but we don't cross 7. So that's what I'm looking at right now, Joseph. Last 2 trades I've got on. Tesla may not be that much longer because we're breaking down.
Yeah, totally, guys. Okay, it's time to step out of this trade, guys. Unfortunately, we're going to have to take an L on this one. So we're going to document the 4th trade, all right? So we're going to go 2-2 on this 500 Hockey Club. That's okay. So 607.82, it's going to be our out on that one, guys. So it is now documented. Unfortunately, we have to take an L on this one. From an entry standpoint, it was tough, all right? So we were in for it on that one. So we'll mark the L. I'm not going to put in the price just yet. I'll fill that out later for everybody, but the timeout is 155, and that's the 4th trade, guys. All right, so unfortunately a little bit of an L on that one, but that's okay. What really matters is that the losses are significantly smaller than what we're gaining, so continue to move positively on that one, guys, and I'll do that calculation for everybody, and we'll fill this out, but here is the equity curve. Going to slope down a little bit, but I'm sure that we can pick it up from that point there, my friend. What do you got going on?
Not much, man. Same thing.
I see Google starting to pull in a little bit here as well too. Bitcoin hovering around that $100,000 mark, around 100,000 and change there. So we failed to make a new high here, so that it's not going to be alarming, but it's just something to be aware of. Let's see if that volume steps in. We do have this isolated volume print right here as well too, guys, so keep that in mind relative to the rest of the volume. It's for the past little bit, it is isolated. So we're starting to pull back in. The rest of the market is starting to sell. I know Apple is selling as well too, so just is it tanking? Yeah, Apple's tanking. But I mean, on the grand scheme of things, our high was what, 250, we're down to 248. So nothing to be overly phased about on that front, but a really nice curl over. We can call this almost a head and shoulders on an intraday, Sharif. What do you think on the 5-minute, right? So a nice, so shoulder 1, head, shoulder 2 at the break of that key support level, and then sure enough, we broke VWAP. I was actually looking to participate with this hold here. As you can see, you have that doji right below VWAP. That is a great signal for the continuation of the trend. But sure enough, soon as the downside of that thesis is invalid, and then we continue to the downside with volume slightly starting to pick up on the sell side there. But again, all-time highs on Apple, continuing to trade higher. The market is trading higher on the session. This is just a little bit of a pullback, but we do need to be wary of the prints. Always keep an eye out for the prints because this can give you topping signals on certain underlying assets. I'm not saying that this is one on Apple. It's not as isolated as we would like, but again, we went on an absolute monstrous run. Consecutive, what is this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, like almost 8 consecutive days without a red day, and then 2 really mediocre days, and then taking a second leg up there, guys. So keep that in mind. I think we do continue higher on this one, especially with Microsoft continuing to move to the top side. We like Microsoft, and then Tesla making all-time highs. And then I think we do get that bounce on NVDA as well, too, guys. So that is why I'm going to construct that option spread on NVDA, because I think that this is a potential bottom, Sharif.
All right, let's have a look at the small cap gappers that we had on earlier today. Let's see which ones are fading and which ones are continuing to hang. SFIX right back into that high of the day again at 699. So I'm going to wait either for the end of the show, I'll flatten out, or I'll wait for that 705 print. MIND was the trade that I missed. I initially I wasn't of the mind to take it because, well, it was below VWAP, but now it has worked its way above 6, having issues with 6 though. AMPG was really good until it gave up the ghost below VWAP, rejecting VWAP and looking to make a bigger move back down. VRAR, we were long this one earlier, again, got flattened out as it broke below the volume weighted average price. So we had to let that bad boy go. DXYZ continues to print higher highs, 76.70 now on DXYZ. Very strong, good move up on the day. Continuing to go 23%. What a move for the SpaceX holding company. It's not the only one that you can get exposure to SpaceX for. I think the ARK one as well, or one of the ARK ETFs has it as well. Which one is it, Katina Man? Do you know? Neil knows. The ARK Ventures has a Katina Man. We also traded GameStop. The worst trade that I've had on the day. Shouldn't have been punching in at 30s. Likely should have been waiting for a technical area of support, like $29 area where you had that bull flag breakout. That's where it held up. And it gave you a nice little pop on there, 60, 70 penny pop off that level. Last but certainly not least, certainly least actually, LDTC. It was a great move up initially, multiple halter, and then it really gave back the entire ghost from that 275 high and well below the volume weighted average price right now, Joseph. So that's all I've got. It is now though 2 o'clock. It's time to send you to the big kahunas. Obi's in today for Neil. We'll see you guys tomorrow, same bad time, same bad channel. Get them, boys.
So, how's it going, Obi?
Would you look at that?
Would you look at that?
Would you look at that?
I can't believe I'm looking at that right now.
This market is absolutely wild, guys.
Set up my earpiece here. Yeah, okay.
Oh boy.
What we were just referencing was, would you look at this? Would you look at Apple? I mean, Apple right now down 0.21%. Up, but heading to the downside right now, giving it back. I mean, there's 250. We tried it a couple times trying to hold 249, but no, 249.50 giving it up, and now all the way to the downside. And it's funny, we're talking about, would you look at that? And it's because Obi and I had sort of talked about, and Obi had mentioned before, and he's going to talk about the trade, but this breakdown there to the downside right now. We've seen some fails there the other day when Tesla finally failed 400 and fell back through. Yeah. Now, obviously, Tesla's much higher. We'll talk about some of these positions as we go. I have to get in and out. I still am into a few things. Bitcoin as well. Google today, Tesla, Palantir. So a few names that I'm in. We'll figure this all out. Thank you for the midday show there from our guys. All right, Palantir. I got to get a stop out right now because we're starting to get a little bit higher right now. As look at all these shorts. We got in some, but we just got stopped out at the high, and then it fell back into 72. So I'm trying to short this high again right now on Palantir. It's up 2%. I had thought that we would fail in and around here. That's sort of this drop zone right now. So we're getting ready to punch out as Palantir if it takes 72.50. But for right now, we are short that name. That's my trades. iBit were long as well. A couple good buys in Bitcoin. But yeah, right now, good market here today. Up 2%, all-time highs all over the place.
Yeah, it's beautiful. And that drop zone is definitely coming in on Apple there. And yeah, that's what I was saying. Would you look at that too? Yeah. Because I mean, the break of trend, would you look at that? The back through 250, failure to follow through, lower high in the 250 halves right there. I did flip short off of that, which is slightly questionable. I told myself I wouldn't be shorting all-time highs, but certain price action is just so enticing. It's so juicy, and I'm just like, wow, like this leg is about to potentially fail to follow through off of a key level like 250, and guess what? I cover everything just slightly above VWAP, and then we had a consolidation, which is fine. It's okay. It's decent. It's an okay trade, but the mistake here is not getting back in on this consolidation underneath the 250 or even this pop into 249 halves for the continuation to the downside, because sure, the market is running up like crazy, but Apple clearly is breaking trend. Now, this is something I was pointing out to Sean. I was just like, look at these 15-minute bars, man. I was like, this is absolutely beautiful. Like, yeah, the range is really wide, but we're holding prior bar low like clockwork, and all of a sudden, guess what? That 250 comes right in as a prior bar low, makes a lower high, and then look at the selling that comes in after that bar is broken, going to the downside. Again, distinctly different from what the market is doing, but we know Apple's going to do its own thing as well if it chooses to, and that selling does come in quite aggressively. So reversion to VWAP, check. Full-on 100% V-shape reversion, I did not have that in mind, but here's the thing. There was no real reason there's no strong reason to cover the whole position is what I'm trying to get better at. Is just like, all right, well, you know you're in a trade that's working, and it's giving you everything that you want. It's showing you everything that you want. So what reason do I really have to cover the position unless and until it shows me a significant reason to to either go the other way or to just to get out of the position and reassess. So no real reasons, especially if we're trading below that 250. And look, if the market comes in, guess what? I think we're likely to test this day low on Apple here in and around these 247 halves. Is that exactly what it is? Opening range low, I have, 247.55. We're trading at 248s.
Oh, come on.
And teens right now after printing a high of day of 250.80. So we never followed through on that. We never got through 251. We saw all the volume and the chop that was happening. It was winding up into the 250. The 250 comes, it breaks aggressively, yes. But look at that slam dunk all the way down into 250. Double test, breaks the trend as well, breaks prior bar. Lots of confluence for the short on Apple, and here comes a market with a little bit of a curl as well. So let's see. Maybe we aren't too late to get in on the spider, but I have no idea. I'm just patiently waiting for the next trade.
I'm like piecing out of this Palantir. I'm getting pretty nervous. I mean, we're short just here right now. Just trying to make back what we lost on this short earlier right now for Palantir. I mean, yeah, I'm with you. I think the market is in trouble, but I don't know if I'm in the right stocks. I'm not losing any confidence. I'm just like, why? I mean, we're still in Tesla. Tesla's a $14 winner right now, but it's more like Palantir right now that I'm trying to think about, because my stop is going to be at here at 40s, and then we're short at 14s. So it's like I have like 15 to 20, 30 cents worth of risk here, and it's really not dropping below this 72 level. So a spot of worry for sure. We did take out some more IBIT. We're going to go over to Sharif in 1 second. We just took out some more Bitcoin right there at 30s. So that's going to be a level that we're going to try to look at right now again at the 200 period. So a couple good reloads there. All right, let's go find out what's on the board, because, we could talk about all of our positions, which I'm sure we'll do. But let's go talk about something that you're interested in, Sharif, at the green screen.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The Obe and Sean are ready to go, ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. So join us during How to Trade during the midday and get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. We have a poll every hour. We'll start looking here at the triple Qs. The major averages all in green territory except the Dow, marginally red, down 0.09, but the best of them all, the NQ up 1.83, but as Sean mentioned, coming off the highs, the ES just marginally below that 6,100 point area, up 0.83, and the Russell above 2,400 again, but up about 3/4 of a point last time I looked. Let's look at the first ticker though, as decided by you, Tesla, making all-time highs, and that has this man very, very rich over here, Elon Musk, the first person to reach a net worth of over $400 billion as Tesla stock hits an all-time high, up over 3% at the moment. Goldman Sachs did maintain their neutral rating on Tesla today, but did boost the price target about $95 up into $345. And Tesla's China sales, guys, continue to recover, with the Model Y accounting for over 60% of their November sales. So all in all, fantastic day for Tesla.
Oh boy.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
Just
But anyways, you
reminiscing
need
on-
to get more buying power. I think is what we're talking about.
Yeah, I think I would like some. Thank you very
Oh,
much.
man. No, I'm just saying how well Obi's trading. We were just talking about where do we
Well
have
is a questionable word, but
Okay. Well,
could definitely be better.
fine. Well, you can question it, but I can say it. So how well Obi's been trading. He said, well, max buying power position here maybe on Apple. And I'm like, max buying power? Like, that's like, and then I showed him what my buying power was, and he told me what his was, and it was, oh boy.
Yeah, I was just like,
and
oh
I
boy,
think
you know,
need to get
send
a
some
little bit
over
more.
this way.
Like, you're better than me. You should have more than me.
I don't know about that,
Not
but
about
no.
100 times less. So, anyways, we will, we'll get going on that, Obi. I think it's not right. It's not all about the size, Obi. I mean, it's about the motion of the ocean here with the stocks, and you gotta pick the right stocks. I mean, that's the first thing. And I think we did today, man. Today was a big one for us. We hit the cash register on that very first name, and that's going to be Tesla, right? I mean, Tesla today was a great stock. It was pretty choppy early. I don't know. Obi could talk about the hold through here, but like I couldn't. So I wound up, we got in, great trade, breaking through 400, breaking through 410, goes to 413 early. But then all through here, like when we start breaking the 200 period and VWAP, wherever it was at that time, it just becomes problematic for me. And then once we drop through the pre-market low here of about 406, 405, that was sort of it. We talked about the line in the sand being down here at 405. It breaks it, then it comes back. We actually get long and bring it back to like 408, 409. Then it breaks it again. Then we got long, and we're actually still long. So right now we are $15 in the money, but it's a small piece. Like we bought some back here. I was actually going to draw the line in the sand at 400 as we rode on here, but unfortunately it never came through. It never got that low. So we're able to take a much smaller position and just make back the money that we had lost into there. So for me, Tesla is not going to be an oh boy kind of a stock today. It's going to be a great call and a great look, but we don't have the shares on board to put any real damage on this name. So good stock today. We're fine with it. We're happy with it. Nice. But we did not do the hero hold like you did through there. So that was a great call by you. I don't know what kept you in. Maybe there's something that you can tell us now. But great one, and nice to see Tesla new all-time highs. I mean, it's the reason why it's the number one I trade idea on the sticky note. It's the reason why it was the number one trade. Me and Obi were both in this thing in the pre-market.
Yep.
So we liked it. We liked it right off the jump, and it's working. So congratulations, everybody that's still in this name. I wish I were in it a lot more, but it's basically a flat trade for me today. And I'm fine to tell you that. I mean, we talked about how many shares that we were kind of loaded up in this area, and we didn't put on as much to go back. So flat on the stock, but should be a lot better.
Yeah, I mean, Tesla was absolutely wild, but I don't know if I would call that a hero hold, Sean. That was a little disgusting on my part. Whereas I think I removed the disgust from off my screen. I'm joking. But no, it's like holding roughly about almost 10 points against you is not the way to do it. But again, I was sized in relatively
exactly.
Enough to be like I'm not totally blowing my day on this, right? It's well within manageable risk limits, even though I'm doing that. But the mistake that I made was not getting just as aggressive on the right-hand side, and then on this hold as well, where we pull back in.
Tesla just took out 418.
Range low. Yeah, we're going to 420s, man.
You said for jokes like 420.69. I didn't know if it was a joke or not, but like when this name was at 405, I thought like 420, like puff pass, like literally puff pass.
I mean, it's well within.
We'll spark one up when this gets to 420. But this is gonna happen on the show. We ain't getting demonetized. But right here, 420 is coming in. Great trade on that one. Oh boy, Obi. Yeah. We're starting to get a little bit lower even on Palantir. We just got another fill in the low 80s there, or sorry, the mid 80s. Let's see if Palantir can get lower, give us that fill. I'm waiting for 60s now for PLTR. Good little short here. 30 cents in the money on some kind of shares. So let's wait to see what Palantir wants to do. Just back into this area right now. Tough trade. All right, it's Broadcom's world and we're all living in it.
New deal with Apple today as they report they're working on an AI chip, an advanced AI chip between Broadcom and Apple. Good day for them, up 5.6%. They also, guys, report tomorrow after the bell. The expected move supposed to be between 6.6, depending on what source you're looking at, 6.6% here from Market Chameleon, 7.2% on my other platform. It was a tough move for them last time. They lost over 10%. 10.4% was the last move with a healthy amount of options volume, guys.
All right. So, yeah, with reporting tomorrow, Broadcom should be a very, very interesting name. We've seen, I'm going to talk about it. I was long Nvidia, then I was short Nvidia, and then I'm in the grave with Nvidia. So right now, Broadcom, and I said to Obi, I said, you got to check this name out because this is breaking the highs as well. I don't know if it's going to do it today, tomorrow, but coming into earnings right now, that 186 is not, because the split, I got to show the other chart right here. So coming into this 185 level, look how good that looks, man. Yeah. I don't know what else to do with this stock except for wait for those reports and then just try to get long because this looks like it wants to take these levels out. And when it does, who next? You know, like that just breaks through up into that 200. Then it has that 200 magnet on it. We weren't sure where Apple was going to go when it broke the high of 236 or whatever. Well, how about 250? We're not sure what Tesla's going to do now that it broke the high. What about 450? So I think Broadcom again. I like these looks when we're breaking down and hitting off the 200 period. And then just bouncing higher. Look, nobody's supposed to know what happens with earnings, right? We're not supposed to have that, early idea of what's coming through. But like, deal with Apple, deal with Oracle. Like, Broadcom just continues to win in this space. We've had losers like an Intel, can't get some deals done. Broadcom seems to be working well. AVGO, we got the stock split.
Yep.
Let's see what winds up happening right now. We don't trade it enough on this show, that's for sure. And I feel like we should. Broadcom continues to be a nice name, up 5.5% today. I mean, this is the question. Do you want to trade Broadcom or do you just want to trade SMH? Like Broadcom at highs. Nvidia still has $10 to go to the high. AMD, we noticed today, down to 130 and lower than that right now.
Made it all back.
Oh, it's probably, what is it now?
It came all the way back.
Yeah.
AMD's back at 129.66.
Right, so 130. And then this is the thing here on SMH. So I think this hold of the 200 period, we just talked about Broadcom, bounce. Well, so yeah, if you like the earnings coming through possibly on Broadcom and you're a little bit nervous about where it is, look at the SOXL or SMH in the semis ETF.
Yeah, I think right away a level kind of stands out here on Broadcom. Bit of a triple top action here at that 180. We're holding above that right now. And something interesting to note as well is it's up a decent amount on the day, but we're also doing some relative volume coming in off of this. I think they had a catalyst in the morning here, and you can see that relative volume 3.6. Yeah, they had some sort of deal with Apple there. That volume has definitely been dwindling as the day goes on, and so has the relative volume. It's been decreasing slightly. We're sitting at 1.64 RVol on a 5 period, on a 3-minute right now. But the interesting thing is we are still building up into the highs. It is earnings eve for this ticker here, so it should be interesting. Yeah, a lot of these tickers on earnings have been making some crazy moves either into all-time highs or pulling back to 52-week lows or even lower. But it should be interesting going forward. But something to note was they did have a catalyst today, so it's definitely tradable. And yeah, I think you're right, Sean. We definitely have to be looking at some of these tickers that have catalysts, that are priced well. The spread is decent. And yeah, after the split, especially, I don't think we had any strong reasons not to trade AVGO off of the open there. That VWAP hold off of the open looking nice as well, continuing to build higher highs. Again, market tailwind definitely helping us out on that move.
What we are going to go back, and we're going to talk about Google because Google's been a hot fire. But like this Tesla now is 418.50, and it's just like, I don't know, man. Like, part of me is like, just get out and wait to see what happens at 420. Like that's part of it right now. I mean, stocks do go up, and it seems like they might go up for longer than they go down. But for right now, Tesla is definitely on this move higher. just thinking about where to get out, maybe the 200 period, guys, 415. That might be the play at this point. Still going higher here. Tesla. All right. Hey, look, another name. Let's go. This is a big one, right? I mean, this is a money one as we drop it down right here and we go bullish on this name for a long time. It's interesting to hear that Joey Options position is all about Google as well. We really like that name here. And as Joe says, it's buzzing. So let's go find out what the story is here with Google.
Another all-time high. That's the story, Sean. After they unveiled Willow, their new quantum computing chip, doing well in testing, able to solve a math problem that would have taken the strongest supercomputer in the world currently, 10 to the 25 to the power of 25 years. Don't know what that is. Anyway, up 4.2% on the day. Again, no new headline, but a great couple of days for Google.
Below that.
Yeah, we were just talking about Google there, but before we go on and do that, let's quickly talk about our friends over here at Trade the Pool. We want to thank them one more time. Look at those handsome gentlemen. We got to put Obi up there. Who is that other guy? All right, so Trade the Pool allows stock traders like you to get evaluated and trade real shares using the company's capital with, of course, no PDT rule holding you back. What? Trade the Pool just launched a limited edition program for a one-time fee of just $300. You'll receive $80,000 in buying power. That's pretty good. And the chance to become a funded trader. Hit a profit target of just 4%, and you'll start trading with the company's capital. Get funded easier and faster with new conditions designed for your success. And the best part about this is the profit split has been upgraded to a very generous 70%. So not only are you going to be making money with more money, but you could keep more money now and keep that in your pocket. Better in your pocket than in Trade the Pools. So go over there, grab those 70 points from TTP. Trade the Pool. Yeah, that's right. Okay. All right. Why don't you talk a little bit about Google here? I'm still in this. I'm in the money right now. It is going to be my P&L number one today will be Google. But you were just talking about possibly fading something there.
Yeah, no, I think earlier I was looking at this move. I was like, oh yeah, 195. Again, aggressive buying. We talk about the relative volume this thing's doing in the pre-market. Look at that down here. I see that 9. This is where it shows you right here. This is where it shows you the relative volume. And right off of the open at 4 a.m. Sure, we're not doing significant volume, but we started doing 9 times. And I started getting alerts in the pre-market. I'm like, oh, that's definitely not my morning alarm. Oh boy, it was a trading view down in the DMs. So I was just like, all right, so 5 times RVol, 2 times RVol coming in off of the open. This is an aggressive move, guys. Like, look at this. Opening range low to where the bid kind of starts to dissipate a little bit. That's about almost a 5% move. That's 8 points, 8.8, 4.78% off of the open there. That's kind of what we were looking for on day one of this catalyst, right? Day one of this catalyst. Okay, they got a quantum chip, but we pretty much have a decent opening drive here. But we trade sideways for pretty much the whole day, hold VWAP, and then close strong into the end of the day there. And then trade higher off of the open, bit of a dip holds. We break this downtrend only to break pre-market highs. So I think there were multiple decent areas to get in. And this thing was an A+ yesterday. And I'm thinking I got to playbook this one as well as a day 2 continuation trade on a ticker that continues to do unnatural RVol. And then it pushes even higher for almost a 5% push. We're trading at a high of 195.44, is currently at 192.90s, and yeah, holding on top of VWAP. Even that dip into VWAP sustained. So the bid is definitely strong on this ticker. Again, all-time highs. Do I really want to revert? I was talking to Sean in and around this 95 pullback, like when it bid back up. I'm like, all right, maybe this is the time to do it. Sure, it's working off right now. It's coming back into VWAP. But then again, the long is definitely the place to be here. And of course, it's a multi-day move. As a bigger picture, we have been trending to the upside and we're breaking through key levels such as all-time highs. So Google, solid trade there, and shout out to Sean for being involved with that one.
Yeah, we're involved right now as well with Palantir. We're going to put out some more bids. We just took some more short, just at the same level that we're at. We're only giving this one to 72.50. If it goes higher, forget about it. I mean, I had just noted that we're at the 50-period moving average. I mean, the market, to go short into this, you got to have some kind of outs, and it has to be at the highs. So we'll see if we get a little, Palantir is going to go. We'll see if we get a little bit of an afternoon fade happening in PLTR. Remember where our out is, actually 72.40, which is the high, which is right here, basically. Sort of this pre-market area. I feel a little silly. I wanted to get a short in something, and we've been doing fine on Palantir, and we actually just covered right there in the 80s down here, which was really good. But you could see it's been basically 10 minutes straight up right now. So these names are getting real heated right now. All right, so Google. So again, a name that we liked, but we liked it a lot lower. It just never got there. Like, it just started going all day. So we were able to play that, one of the first real kind of pullbacks. I mean, it stopped right there, but we didn't get involved until about 10:30. And then when we did, it was pretty good. Came in into the 50 period. It does wind up holding that 191 and then straight upside to the point where we're starting to get some out. And we still have a little piece left. We got some out at the 50 period, got some out here, 193, 194, 50 was our best out. So that was pretty close to the high of the day, 195.50. We're still long down here, 191 and change. I mean, look, it's still VWAP's play. We'll see if we can get back up. I'm going to put it out in and around 195. Hopefully that can start to play for us at some point. But I mean, right now, Tesla, speechless, really. We're going to talk about GameStop in just a couple minutes. I know Sharif was actually trading some GameStop today. I had not been. We had liked GameStop on the pre-market break. We'll talk about that in a minute. But look at Tesla right now. It is going to get that 420, man. Like, it's 419.50. It's not stopping. This is what I mean by like program buys, right? It's like someone's in here buying. This is 71 million shares times $400. It's like, this is not a low. And not only that, there's so much money on the sidelines right now. Look at all the money that has to come in to push Tesla up 5%. Look at all the money that has to come in to push Google up as well. Plus, you're trying to hold out to Apple. Like, there's reasons why some of these, that's Apple in Canada. What's up to the Canadian CDRs, AAPL here in, how many volume on this one? So again, not too much here, 23 million, but maybe that's why some of these other names are falling down. There's just so much money supporting some of these bigger plays. Let's go over and check out GameStop off earnings.
Reported after the bell yesterday. Mixed report. They were able to shore up costs and were able to print a net profit on the year. Compared that to last year, this quarter, they actually printed a net loss. However, sales continue to shrink, so a bit of a tougher look there. Market didn't care, guys, up 7.83, but rejected that $30 area.
GME, I just realized I had the wrong chat up. Shout out to everyone. What's up, CompuCare team and everybody else over there. All right, GameStop. Yeah, it was this break. So that's kind of the break that we had talked about right away off the open, and we didn't have it, and it's been holding that, and it's been holding VWAP. So again, this is a play that whenever you're off earnings, forget about, if you just remove the symbol from this and you think about, like, you know, all the potential that it has to pop and this and that. Sure, we know the GameStop story. We know that it can be really juicy. But if you're just going to look at this from a stock, so again, I'm surprised it's up. We talked about the EPS there. It's nice that it was plus 6 cents, but their revenues were slightly lower. I think it was 860 million versus 880. The note is there. Sharif just mentioned it. You can go get our watch list still. There it is. Scan that QR code right there for everything you need to know about all these stocks. But at the end of the day, it's holding VWAP, but it's there right now. So decision time at $29 for GameStop. I thought this was a gem of a stock, just going, not necessarily going into earnings, but just holding this 200 period. We talked about this $20 to $25 marker, right? It's holding that right now. So that's the 50 period. The 200's down here at 20. We've seen it hold. It seems like it wants to go. I think the next time this thing breaks $30, $32, it does have that squeeze chance. I'm not sure. Let me just look up here on Benzinga before I throw it back over, because I said there wasn't a huge short float on this, and I'm not 100% sure what. Yep. So we had Adair said 834, 8 and change is right. 8. I mean, whatever. It's the same difference. 8.7. So either way, you're under 10% of a short float right now. So you don't really get that sort of oomph behind it for that. AMC as well, 12.99. You know what was one of the biggest shorts in the market for the longest time was Beyond Meat. Wow, still 45%. Some activists got to come in and do something about that. I believe they will. Watch out for Peloton as well, because that had a big short float, and that's to $10 right now. Peloton up 5%. So that's had quite a move as well for Peloton. Another big short float opportunity there. So yeah, I think the more we look at GameStop, the more we'll probably like it and understand that there is a pretty decent potential now going one way on that. Someone's calling me and it shows their name and I have no idea who it is. So that's pretty cool. No, it's not. There's not another barber situation on the mind right here. But yeah, any thoughts for you on GameStop?
I mean, the thing about GameStop is that, yeah, they had earnings day one, and I was like, yeah, there are other definitely better names off of the open that I would like to look at, even if it is for earnings. We saw that Stitch Fix was nice. Macy's as well, not too bad on Macy's, but GameStop, surprisingly enough, wasn't too bad looking back at it. Again, in retrospect, we get that opening drive right off of the open, and look at how beautifully it has held VWAP in the morning session, kind of flags on top of pre-market ranges, and then bids up even higher into the 30 test. A bit of a double top in that 30 area. Couldn't quite get to pre-market highs or earnings reaction highs at that 31 level, but we've pulled back into VWAP here right now, and guess what? That's where buyers were in the opening session and a lot of the morning session there. So I don't know, if I'm curious about this one, I might look for more of the same, but whether or not that'll be there, the tape will dictate on GME. But definitely doing good RVOL and having some decent price action here on the day. But a lot of other names definitely were a little distracting off of the open, let's say that. GameStop, still a lot of opportunities.
Adobe reports after the bell today. It's about flat, up 0.5 percentage point. Analysts here are looking for more upside. Consensus is about 9.33% upside potential here for Adobe, currently trading at $550. Here's what we're expecting: an 8.1% move. That is the expected move. Last time around, we got an 8.5% move in the sell side. So we'll keep an eye to see how they do today. Earnings Whisper says that these guys are reporting at 4.5. So make sure to join Adara and Sean on the Market Recap Show.
Tesla? Yeah, Tesla 420 is on its way here.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
All right, forget about Adobe. All right, so hold on just quickly. Yeah, okay, so 420. Are we going long? What is your thought on punching?
I am already long.
You're already long. Okay, so am I, but that's not, it's an older
For punching more. What's your idea on punching more? Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah,
I mean, I want to see a hold.
Where are you long again? Yeah, so you don't need to punch longer because you're long at this level.
Yeah,
so,
I'm long at the level.
It's more for me who's long at 403.
Oh boy.
Right now. So $17 in the money.
Double up? I mean,
that's what I'm wondering.
Then your average
but we've seen the fail. So what I'm waiting for here is, and we will talk about Adobe. I'm not leaving that alone. I will talk about it, but we are looking to break right now, and there's a bigger story here. Unfortunately, that's going to be the Tesla 420 area. So what I think could happen is that fake break, and what I mean by that is, we go up and then we just come right back in again. So that could break the 420. We've seen that happen. I have too many fills here, but where did we break? Was that 410? Right into here, and then we had that move higher, and then the fade back. This is a closing candle red, you have to remember. So there's the 410 break early. It goes up to 410.50, and then it closes the candle at 407 before then going all the way back up. So this has already happened right there early today, where we broke 410, we went to 410.50, and then we fell back down $3. Before the long picked up again. It happened to be at the 200 period moving average. This is not going to drop down to 415. If anything, that 417 area could be something, but I would say why not right here, 419. So if you are a little bit weary about punching that level, I'm not sure you need to be, but if you are, what about a 419 retrace back in, if that was something that you were interested in? So yeah, man, I think it's a decent spot there to go long, Obi. I know you're already in it. Yeah. So yeah, I think you could probably punch a little bit more.
2,000 lots sitting there.
420. I might punch more in.
Yeah, I think there's about 2,000 lots sitting on top of the 420 right here. Well, maybe just over 2,500 lots roughly. If I can do quick, I'm not that good at quick maths, but I'm just doing a quick, 1 plus 1 is 2. Quick maths over here, but
that was great math.
Thank you. Got to check the statistics on that one there. 420 incoming, only about 4 pennies away from the ask. 97s. Here we go. Okay, you can't even see it over here, so let me move this out of your way so you guys can see that that potentially come in here.
So I just took my piece out.
Okay.
Just in case we don't break.
We haven't printed anything on near 20 just yet.
Wow.
97, 98s are the highs now. Let's see. Let's see if how aggressively that ask gets taken out here as of right now. But the buildup is absolutely wild here. You know what? I just realized that you guys cannot see. So there you go, right here. So that's that size that's sitting at that 420 mark as of right now, and we're kind of pulling up into it. It's a gradual, methodic kind of buying that's pulling up into it. Let's see if we have enough buyers to eat through that level. And I think that Tesla, with the kind of pressure that the market has and the way that it kind of moves, yeah, sure. How much is that notionally, Sean? Like 2.5K lots at 420.
Well, 2,500 lots. Okay, it's going to break anyways. 2,500 lots is 100 shares each lot.
Yes.
Yeah, so you're at 250,000 right there times yeah,
420.
yeah.
Oh boy.
I mean, the math there is beyond my pay scale, but here it goes. Nice.
Zeros.
It's probably pretty easy to do. Yeah.
So boys front running at 98s.
Yeah. So again, I'm out of that trade right now just because I just didn't need it to come all the way up here. We got out at 94. I don't need to come all the way up here and then fail and go down $1, and then I just give up $1 on that play, right? So we're going to get out right now. If we have to pay for a little bit more of this trade, we'll do it. Breaking through 420 right now. I'm going to go long. I did cross. Okay.
Oh. Okay.
Okay. Like I just got long.
2014 is the high.
All right. I got long underneath there.
Yeah.
So I don't know what just happened.
We did clip it a little bit there.
Okay.
But
all right.
We're holding up. We're holding up on the.
Did we go higher than it?
We did go higher. The high print right now is 420.14 that I have.
Okay.
So the pullback wasn't as aggressive either. Like it's not really like it's still doing the methodic kind of churn up into the level, almost as if that size at 420 was nothing, and we're poised to trade a little bit higher. As of right now. But here we go. We're above 420 right now on the bid, 420.02s. Let's see how well we hold up. Do we print the quarter? Not really, not yet. But we're holding up quite well. But look at the market as well, Sean.
Patience, man.
21,800 on the NASDAQ, and it is on our side. We got that market tailwind. So I say sails wide open for this push through 420. Let's see if we can get any higher with this tailwind. Oh boy. 420.26. Guess where I'm sitting with a little bit of a sell, Sean? If you were to pick a number.
No, I'm not part of this.
Oh boy.
I know exactly the number that you're going to be saying, my guy.
I mean, I want to take some off.
Let me guess. A couple pennies less than 70.
Yeah. Maybe
something in and around there.
Yeah.
Maybe 64. No, but here we go. So I did get out something there at 30s when it started to go back up to the upside because I got a print underneath 20s. Yeah. So we'll take something out. We'll take out 10%. Right there. I don't feel great about that. I think we can even go a lot higher. 5% for Tesla's decent. It's a pretty good move. Remember, the catalyst today, there wasn't, I don't think there was much as far as the catalyst is concerned today, was there? We had it written down today for Tesla here, Trinity Power. No, that's GameStop. Sorry, my bad. Goldman Sachs raised its price target to 345. 345.
Yeah.
Slightly missed on that one, Goldman. And has a neutral rating on the stock. Slightly missed on that as well. We did talk about full self-drive. We talked about Cruise with GM possibly giving up their full self-drive unit. So maybe that's something. I mean, if you're giving up on and sort of scrapping the probably billions, I don't know what they lost, probably hundreds of millions on their full self-drive unit, it's because there's a king in the building, and that would be Tesla right now. So, I mean, if they're all sort of watching out for this stock, would be surprised here that maybe we've anointed already the winner right now in autonomous driving. We know that Waymo's there. And oh, by the way, gulp, I bought some more Uber down here today at $60. 60, I'll find out what price that fill came in for me today on Uber. But we got filled on this name, and good move down today, 6% down for Uber. I think it was in around 60 or so, right in around here, just before we came back on air. This name has been getting absolutely clobbered. As we say, there can only be one winner. I don't know about that anymore, man. I mean, right now, Uber on this move, they don't... Waymo is like whammoing their stock because like ever since we announced that Waymo was coming into Florida there, into Miami there, this has been a big downside move. So I think it's overdone, but a lot of people sort of fire first, ask questions later. And I think that's probably what's happening with Uber right now. Why bother to wait for their report? Why bother to wait what's going on with them? Just get out of the stock and then figure it out a little bit after that. So yeah, for right now, Uber downside pretty dramatically there, down 6%. I bought the dip there. Doesn't mean it's right, but there goes Uber downside again today. I'm going to take out one more piece here at 30 on Tesla because that's what it seems to be bouncing off of. And of course, I put the offer there and it goes down 30 cents. Here we go, man. What's the plan of action now? How far are you holding this thing all the way back down to 400 or what?
Nice. Yeah, I don't know if I'm making the same decisions that I was in the morning on this one just yet. But here's the thing, we've been having some steady gradual buying, and through that 420, that didn't really change as much, in my opinion. We kind of just are churning. We'll see if it gives us a strong, significant move. We did get some decent volume when we cracked through that 2,500 lots at the 420. But again, key level kind of pushing up. If we print some volume at that level and then it starts to hold and trade above that level, I think I've started to recognize that maybe that becomes a little better of a trade for that continuation. So yeah, let's see if it holds some moving averages. Let's see if we can hold above this 420 for a decent amount of time, and let's see if some of these pullbacks get bought right back up. We can see again, like I'm going to reiterate, the market is definitely on our side as we're pushing a little bit higher. So the NASDAQ makes a little bit more of a fresh high as of right now. The ES also kind of ticking back up into its, what is that, 6,100 level right now. So yeah, just kind of continue watching this. If the trend breaks and it cracks, that's perfectly fine. More than willing to get out and reassess on that one there. If we do a false break of 420, oh boy.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. I don't know if I want to revert it right away, but
I'm giving it $1.
Giving it $1. I think that's fair. It's a $420 ticker, Sean. I think we talked about this a little earlier. A 10% move is about $4.20. So I think 10% of price or 10% of ATR, whatever one you want to use. 10% of ATR is definitely a lot less than 4 points, but we got to see what this one brings in for us right here. So still currently holding some decent moving averages, some trend on the day as well. Back into 419 halves though. So we did attempt to push that 420, got to a high of 420.39, and then printing a little bit lower here down into, what was the low of this candle? 419.46. And look, we came right back up into 420 once again. So like I said, coming through it like butter. It seems like this buying is still kind of on as of right now.
It just popped up again, man.
Yeah, it popped up again. I think it's going to wash this 420 a little bit before it continues. But again, as long as we have a little bit of that confluence of market tailwind and the buyer's still kind of there. And again, the buyer, it can just drop as well, right? It can drop a couple points or it can pop a couple points. So if it's going to do the same thing it's been doing for the past hour or so, I expect it to just kind of continue grinding up with a little bit of a 1 to 2 point chop here, even through that 420. But yeah, that's what we have on watch. Apple 250, that was absolutely crazy. A nice little move. Failure to follow through that 250, but we come right back in. We're holding 248s right now, so I do have eyes on that as well. And another name, of course, is the goggles, and the goggles is pulling back, or it has pulled back quite nicely. 192.86s. So again, looking slightly distinctly different from the markets. Even though it's holding its highs, it's having a little bit of relief. But something that is printing fresh highs on the day right now, Sean, is Nvidia. Nvidia is printing some fresh highs. Obviously, Tesla is as well. We know we're involved in that one. The Spider, only about 30 pennies away from its high a day. Amazon doing a little bit of a breakdown as well. Let's take a look at some of these chips. AMD, oh boy. AMD, 130.48 highs right now, trading at 38s. SMH at its high a day. Micron at its high a day. ARM also at its high a day. SMCI hasn't been a bad one either. Not necessarily, actually, are these high a days? It's coming into its high a day. Let's see if that one breaks as well. So chips kind of strong. I can't believe SMH made it all the way back and more on this move. Okay, here we go.
Tesla's
break. Yeah, break down to 19.2s here on Tesla. So why can't that be Palantir? Yeah.
Yeah, I need Palantir to go down. All right, so Palantir just hanging out upside. My stop is 15 pennies away here on Palantir, and I will discuss that in a minute. Here comes Tesla. By the way, I already put my stop in, man. I don't want to give back, too much here of what we were able to do by holding it this far. So if we break rate now lower, we said we're going to be in this for about $1. So my target is right here, 418.75. If we break lower than that, we're gone. This could be a decent reload spot. The 50 period's right here at 418.30s. That could be something. We're not super heavy into this. We were very, very debated on taking this, and we actually have some outs. So far, so good there. It's Palantir that's just bounced off of the 50 period like the last half hour. So that's kind of getting me going a little bit here. What's up, Harry Lou? First of all, it says you are not allowed to trade your long-term personal account. That's obviously not true. We are allowed. We decide not to do it while we are here live on the air because I just don't want to be like, I bought Uber in my long-term account and I'm buying it here and I'm talking about it. It just doesn't jive with what we're trying to do here on the show. So that's why all of the trading that I will do, and I don't do very much during the day, to be honest with you, would be while we are off air and, just not doing anything as far as trading our own prop accounts. here. So I have not traded Uber yet today or anything like that. So I'm just talking about longer term positioning for stocks, because honestly, like I hold Palantir. Like I've been buying Palantir since, you guys know this. I mean, whatever, I have the hats right over there since its inception. So, I'm long
bought the
Palantir.
IPO?
These are all sells.
You bought in and around the IPO?
Yeah, man.
Wow.
The direct list. It's not even an IPO.
Oh, wow.
Direct listed.
Oh.
Because Palantir was a 25-year-old company at the time.
Yeah.
So right now it's 30 years old. It came to market well matured. So they were just handing out shares and everything like that to the company, shareholders, executives, things like that. And they were able to direct list instead of going out and raising capital from, well, that's what you do anyways. You go out to the open market and raise capital. But Spotify was another direct listing as well. Uber was an IPO. So I just want to talk about that. It's like, oh yeah, and then you said, how are you determining your limit order for a stock like Uber? So generally speaking, I don't, when I'm talking about my longer term accounts, and thank you for that question there, Harry Lou. When I'm talking about longer term accounts, generally speaking, if a stock falls down to a price, I'm either bidding it already and will get filled, or I just look over and kind of just hit the market buy key in my account, because I just don't want to miss the price. And I'm not really, and I think Obi and I were talking, or maybe it was Randy outside, because we were talking about Rivian and sort of the price action that we've seen on Rivian lately. And although it's down today, or it was down, I'm not sure. Yeah, so it's still down that 2%. I was like, whether or not you bought this stock at 11.25 or 11.55 or something like that, it's not really going to matter if your plan is to hold this one for X amount of weeks or whatever it is. The pennies, options, it's going to mean a lot, because that's going to be strike prices and things like that. But when you're talking about, averaging in and layering into a position, whether or not your stop is up here or even just like 10 cents higher, it's generally speaking, not going to matter. When you're trying to hold something for the long term, you just want to have the direction right and play the trend. That's going to be by far the most important thing about stocks, especially when you're swing trading. Play the right trend. Don't try to catch falling knives, or don't try to short things that are absolutely ripping unless you have some kind of a reason. And that's why I talk about Broadcom and things like that, is that if you like the stock, it is near the all-time highs, you may want to look at an SMH or something, especially because AMD and Nvidia, some of these stocks tend to go their own little ways. And you got to watch out for that. So so the only thing really on my mind right now, we have a great Tesla hold there, right?
Yeah.
So Tesla comes in and holds, so that is completely fine. And unfortunately, we're having a hold the wrong way for Palantir. Palantir is holding higher. So if this drops down, this is my only trade right now that I'm working with. Google, just to let everybody know, I am long Google, but again, it's that like 5% that we had left of this trade. It is coming back in, so we are a little bit nervous about this. I want the market to absolutely crank lower right now, because I have an infinitely bigger position than on Palantir than anything else. So my Tesla trade, although $420 stock, we still want this to come through. We were able to get a little bit out on the high side of this trade. So we'll hold on that. D-Loaf, yeah, I mean, everything. I talked about this with Neil. Sometimes, we'll disagree on things. It doesn't really matter. I think you and I have talked about this before, and you talked about this earlier. It is really all about the share sizes that you have on all of these trades. Like if I have 1,000 shares long on this Tesla trade that I just made $20 on,
oh boy.
Oh boy, to your point. Was that your point? Yeah. So, and okay, there we go. So we just drop out of Tesla. So like, again, when we talk about it, I try to tell you about roughly what kind of share size we have on and things like that, and try to tell you when we have bigger shares on certain stocks rather than other names. So right there, we didn't have a huge position on Tesla. It just dropped down. We just got taken out on that break. And it looks like we might have got, again, like a decent price. We got 75s again, but that was the break that we wanted. It looks like we might have maybe got out at the very bottom, but we'll see right here. It is starting to teeter a little bit, and it's all about the share size, because if you make the wrong call right there and buy more shares there than maybe you did like in here, well, that dollar is going to hurt a lot. But if you bought 10 or 15% of it, then at the end of the day, it's not the end of the world. So I do feel like management of your position sizing, very, very important. We can all agree on that one. So, just be patient with it and try to put your money in. And again, something else that you've talked about, Obi, try to get your money in at the best opportunities.
Yes.
Try to rate your opportunities scales 1 to 5, 1 to 10, A's, B's, whatever. But say this is an A+ setup. So therefore, if I'm going to lose $500 or my limit on the day, whatever that is.
Right.
I want the majority of that loss to come from A+ setups, not from FOMO, not from over trading, nothing like that. You want to be calm, cool, and collected, and make the trades and lose money when you shouldn't have. Does that make sense? Like, if I'm going to lose on a trade, it's on a trade where I feel like the expected win is there.
Yes.
And if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. So
I definitely agree with that, Sean. I think that's something that definitely is built over time, and I'm in the journey of building that database of which trades for me are A pluses, which trades are Bs, which trades are Cs, which trades are Ds that I don't even want to mess around with, even if they look enticing, right? And it's like, all right, well, over time you build that kind of a playbook, you build certain types of setups that you might like more than others, and how do you perform on certain ones versus others. And yeah, over time you find out what not to do. Like, for example, Sean was saying, like, yeah, there's certain things that you absolutely don't want to do. And when I was reviewing some of my trades from last week, and I was like, all right, I'm I guess losing unnecessarily on tickers that are trending into their all-time highs, trying to revert them. So it's probably better to get with the trend on those specific things. Now, sure, I still went and shorted Apple at all-time, or pretty much at all-time highs. But the thing is, like, at the end of the day, sometimes there's, what I'm also realizing is sometimes there's certain types of price action which can outweigh a lot of those other things as well. So again, it's a work in progress. I'm still on that journey. That again, I'm sure that Sean can speak on this. The journey in the market, the learning almost never ends. The market is ever changing. It is dynamic. It is a living, breathing being, and it's almost beautiful how it really kind of.
it's like soccer. It's a beautiful game.
It's beautiful. It's an absolutely beautiful game. So yeah. 419's trading right now. Apple absolutely puking to the downside. Oh boy! And to think I had 250 20s as a short. We're trading 247 80s. Oh boy, eesh. Forgot that's a bit of a fumble on my part for sure. But again, we reassess and get back in it if and when, and that's something I didn't do either. So something to reflect on the day. But then again, I still have to say that Google and Tesla as well were probably the best opportunities on the day. Now, of course, you could argue that the ES and the Nasdaq were some of the best opportunities if you're trading futures off of that CPI bid that we got aggressively. But again, like my question is, what is your entry execution on that? Like, I don't really have an edge on that. Pre-market high break, continuation, power bar hold, consolidation at the highs. I don't know how I'd really structure that one. But yeah, let us know in the chat whether or not you guys traded the TQs. What do you guys think is the best or was the best opportunity on the day today? For me, I liked Apple through those all-time highs, but I think for me, the better trade was a failure to follow through of that 250. Again, a nice clean quarter mark. I'm going to give that a little bit more precedent. On the day than a run to and through all-time highs as well. But it's something that I'm kind of developing and building over time. And I don't know if I'm right or wrong. What I do know is I do want to manage my risk as best as possible. So that's the one thing that I am trying to get better at. But definitely Sean speaking some facts on how to build some of that playbook and size in effectively in your best ideas, being the most in your best and being the least in your worst.
I like that one.
Yeah, that's something I'm definitely working on, because sometimes I find myself having the most in some of my worst trades, and I'm like, this cannot happen. This is unacceptable. But it's a work in progress, right, Sean?
It is. We got out of a third there on Palantir. Oh boy, that was good. Like, we were like, come on, let's go. So that was a nice take there. That's part of the reason why I had about probably 20 times more shares on Palantir than I did on Tesla. But again, it's because of the move, right? Like, I lost $1 on this. So hearing reports of a settlement I just heard in my ear with regards to what? Okay, we'll find out if there's any news in there. But yeah, out of Tesla. I want to, Sharif just left. I want to thank him for sponsoring my daughter's hockey there. Thank you, Sharif. I want to do that while he was still here, but thank you to the professor for that one. All right, so Palantir, the good move to the downside right there. IBIT as well, 70 cents in the money. Look at this one. I mean, can you take a look at this, Obi?
Would you look at that?
Would you look at that, Obi? I mean, you know, you gotta have a look at that. And then if you zoom in, yeah, just have a look at that.
Yeah, just look at that.
Right there, bouncing off of the 200. And you look at that, Obi, that's the 50 period right there. And then, Obi, by the way, look at this.
Oh, yeah.
This is another bounce there off VWAP. And as we are getting closer and closer to all-time highs for Bitcoin and for the security IBIT. And again, remember, IBIT, Mike, it could go a heck of a lot higher than this because it doesn't trade past 8 o'clock at night, right? When the market turns off on the NASDAQ, then there's no more trading for IBIT, right? I mean, you can trade Blue Ocean and all. I don't even know if IBIT's on Blue Ocean. You guys let me know if it is. But at the end of the day, that's probably not even the true high. We can get a lot higher than that. So right here, Bitcoin's all-time high is what, 104 and change? Depending on where you're looking, you're at 101 and change right now. We knew that we wanted IBIT early, man. We said as soon as that breaks 100, gimme. So we took that. That was a monster trade, and that was a good one as well. So I actually... scratch that. We do have Google will be my #1 trade today, but IBIT is just chilling very, very close to that level as well. And now that I see where we're at on that, I'm going to take another piece out here in the 70s. So we're offering 71 there. You see what I did there? So I offered 71 instead of punching out 70s. The reason why is it's kind of a fee structure thing, and it's just the way I've been always trained to trade. Shout out to Ezekiel. Thank you for your positive comments there when I was talking, and thanks, Obi, for those nice words as well. But I always offer over here because it's just cheaper. Like if we punch out there, and it's going to turn out to backfire now, which is what I'm getting at. If you offer here, you miss the gross. Like when it goes down, like who cares if I offered 71? It just went to 68. So by punching that level and losing 3 cents or 4 cents gross, I'm talking about saving on fees like half a penny. So to miss 1 penny, it doesn't even make any sense to do that, but that's just something that I feel like I do it. You might not do it as much, but because when I first started trading, I was literally just, and even now we have some strategies where we just grab pennies, and it's like, it's very important that you not grab, you know, whether or not you get filled on the bid or on the ask. Like that can be a world of difference, and then you add up the fees. Every time, like if I'm sitting here at 71, so if I'm sitting here on NASDAQ and I get filled, roughly you'll get $1.80 depending on the gateway, up to sometimes $2.50 per 1,000 shares. I'm talking about dollars. It's not that much, $1.80, but they're paying me to execute that trade. So that's where it matters, because if I'm paying $1.80 every time to get in and out of shares, that's gonna be costly. So let's go 50-50. Let's sometimes add and sometimes remove. And if you do that, then your fees are somewhat manageable. Like today, I've traded, I have to add up. I don't even have a column that has all my shares. Okay, I've traded over 55,000 shares today. My fees are $56. So it's not horrible. I do have probably more fees than usual on a day like today, but that's just how I try to manage some of the fees that come through there, is by making sure to add liquidity. So just for example, on Palantir, I'm bidding 94s right now. So if it falls into me and hits me on the bid over on this side at 94, I will make money from an ARCA or a NASDAQ or one of these stores that you see in here, where we can choose to play with BATS or EdgeX or even NYSE, NASDAQ themselves. Here, if I go over to a slower symbol, you'll be able to see something here. Let's just go over to Siri, although that's split, so it might not be so slow anymore. But there's NSP, that's NASDAQ. ARB is ARCA, right? MEMX there is an exchange. EdgeX is another one. There's IEX. You guys hear of IEX a lot, right? So there's them as well, access to their quote. So, and then there's New York Book. So even despite it being a New York symbol, a NASDAQ symbol, you can also trade on their gateway. So a little bit of love there back in for some rebate trading, or at least trying to manage your fees. Yeah. You know, I mean, for you, I guess, when you're holding for a little bit longer and waiting for different trigger points, fees are going to be important, but more important for like sort of that scalping nature.
Yeah, I think so as well. Is like as I start to kind of get into a little bit more size, I'm starting to to realize certain fee structures may be a little bit more effective and efficient than others. But then again, I've been kind of practicing that kind of execution for a long time, just using rebates most of the time.
Shout out to Brankles. I mean, it's about, but that's what helps being on a prop floor.
Yeah,
Is
we
figuring out
have that kind of edge.
Exactly, figuring out what gateways to use, having access to over 50 gateways. We can use dark pools as well. And by the way, dark pools you pay no matter what. So that's why I don't.
There's no rebate darks.
No rebate darks, man.
No.
Were you in the dark about that fact?
Maybe, perhaps, but now
that good. That was good, right, Adara? That was
that
good,
was
right?
good.
That was good. I thought that was all right.
Yeah, no.
Oh, that was
we came.
That was exceptional.
Ramin says she missed it. Yeah, I was in the dark about dark pools, but now
I think Ramin
I've come to the light, and I'm starting to remove liquidity with some of these lit gates.
Now you're on the. I was gonna say now you're using the lit gates.
Lit gates, yeah.
All right.
What's trading above 420. So I'm like locked into this tape here. 420s. We came back to those 420s. Let's see if we can print a little bit higher there. High a day 420.39 right now. We're still kind of chopping and churning. We pulled back into some moving averages. Then again, like I said earlier, like we printed some decent volume at that 420 breakout. If you guys go look at, I'm looking at this 30-second chart here on the side, and through the 420, one of the not the highest volume bar on the day, but definitely one of the larger ones. And I want to see the ticker kind of continue to trade higher after that volume has been done. But something that is not trading higher, and oh boy, it's right here on the other side of my screen, is Apple. Apple actually came all the way down to day lows. So opening range low was, what is that, 47.65 here. So I'll pull in the chart, 47.65. Pre-market, this low that we did right before the open there is sitting at 47.55. We have a low of 47.58 right now intraday on Apple. So yeah, let's see if that thing can come back in. Big fumble on my part, not getting back in on the short. Like, sure, okay, cool. You have a trade that says you reverted to VWAP. Maybe look for some buying at VWAP to use to cover. But looking for that continuation on a strong bid up to the downside when it does break trend and starts to revert. I definitely have to work on leaving on a runner and finding other places, because if the trade is real and if the trade is working, then I got to find places to continue to be involved. I got to find trades within themselves to add into it. So I think this VWAP hold and the VWAP retest here is pretty decent as well. But then again, my playbook on that is maybe not as strong as some of the, or not the database is not as built on those kind of setups as it is some of the reversion ones. So again, having the conviction to take more, definitely, again, to reiterate Sean's point from earlier, comes from kind of tracking your trades and really kind of assessing which ones are better, which ones work when and where. And yeah, trading price action at the end of the day, like that's my thing. Like I like people say, oh, I trade reversions, I trade this, I trade that. I only trade reversions. Absolutely not. I would like to be a trader that just trades. Price action is a good place to look if I'm gonna try to trade in all different sorts of market environments, because price action, in my opinion, is definitely always king.
We just got
the market is consolidating sideways on top of this 21,800 here on the Nasdaq, so absolutely crazy there. A bit of a sideways action. You can see how many bars is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We're almost 10 bars in sideways with a little bit of a chop here. So that buying is definitely kind of started to slow down, or is it that the sellers have met up with those buyers and we're kind of starting to even out here as of right now? So we're still chopping that 420 here on Tesla. Maybe Apple with a bit of bounce off of the low day there, but I'm not really looking at anything too crazy. Let me know in the chat what you guys are trading so we can potentially look for where is the next trade? Again, can we answer that question? Bitcoin, high a day on Bitcoin. 101,380s.
Oh,
let's go. We're pushing past that 100,000 mark there. And what is it? All-time highs is 104s.
That's what I was going to say. We can go have a look quickly at the chart here of BTC. Where is it? Right here. Here it is. Here it is right here. Hey, look at this right here, BTC. Okay, what you got over here, BTC? 104 and change. So this is again from Bitstamp, I guess, they have it here at 103 and change, just happening back on the 4th, heading into the 5th. So 103.6 and change. This is an hour chart for Bitcoin, and you can see right now, looking to take out this 101. I mean, it's going, and we're long crypto right now ourselves. Let's have a quick look at some of these other altcoins. And by the way, it was sirloin today.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, here we go.
What's for
We haven't done this in a minute. This should say what was for lunch at this point, but how was it? How was the lunch?
Oh, it was good. It was good.
All right, I'm just going to find it here.
So I'm sorry. I thought you were, for some reason, I thought you were asking your email.
No. I just don't know how lunch was. I saw you hitting it. That looked like
Yeah. It was good. It was good. It was good.
I'm still trying to find the
you had the salad.
Yeah.
How was the salad?
It was.
Salads are pretty dope. I mean, I have
it had it had salmon on it.
Yeah.
So what was for lunch yesterday? Do you remember? I wasn't here.
Salmon. Boom.
Okay. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm setting myself up.
It's a day two play for you guys.
That's what I'm saying. It's a day two play. That's what I was gonna say. Like that's why I seriously said salmon was on it. What was for lunch yesterday?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, you know what? You can reuse salmon a little bit. Just make sure it doesn't get gray.
Yeah.
All right.
You don't want that kind of salmon. You want the. the nice
before we go over some crypto talk here, which we will in a minute, because hey, I always get sidetracked. Yeah. Just really quickly right here. Look at that. Will you look at that?
Oh.
Like there's another fall down. We talked about that. We were bidding 72 flat. This is why you got to do that, because again, we don't discuss share size on here. We've talked about that over and over again, because we all trade very, very differently. So it's not that important, but trust me when I tell you, this 20-cent move down, like I'm not happy with it, but Palantir's holding. The market's holding. We're starting to go higher. Someone in the chat said, where's my target? So we've already made money on this stock, and we're going to go to Darren 1 second, Ramin. But I just want to say that my out is breaking here through 40s. So when we're short now at 20 and we get O's, that's 1-to-1. So that's why we're starting to get out of it. Now we're almost out of half right now. So this trade is almost pretty much flat. We will wind up losing because again, paying fees and not exactly being 1-to-1. But my target is the 50 period. Is the 200 period, which is down here at 71.60. So that's where my target is. I do have another bid at 94. We talked about that just to see if we do get a drip back into this area. That'd be nice. But again, hopefully the market can come back in. Heading into power hour right now where the market's up and we have imbalances coming at the end of the day, holding the short is not necessarily a wise decision. I don't even know what Tesla's doing. We're going to get back to that after we talk to Adara.
Part of the show is brought to you by Worksport. Introducing a new discovery in the NASDAQ. Worksport, ticker WKSP. Worksport is a U.S.-based manufacturer and rapidly expanding with growing revenues, government contracts, and innovative green energy products designed to power your life off-grid. Whether you're on the move or seeking sustainable energy solutions, Worksport has you covered. Now trading on the NASDAQ under WKSP. Discover the future of clean energy with Worksport. Back to you.
A little bit longer.
Yeah,
term
higher time
here.
frames for the holds, I think. For just
Well, I was
hold
going to
the
say, look at my
position.
Tesla. We got out the 50 period break there, and now it's right back up to 420. So great hold right there for you guys as well. So, all right. So 418.
I'm curious to know how many people in the chat are trading Tesla today. So, how about this? If anybody or if you guys have traded Tesla on the day today, why don't you throw up some ones in the chat just so we get a bit of a perspective as to how many people actually participated in this Tesla trade. And I'm curious, how many people actually traded Google? So if you traded Google, throw up a 2. And if you traded Tesla, throw up a 1. Let's see. Okay, Ramin says she's going to do a poll. How about that? Yeah.
You can still throw up the 2s and 1s now.
Yeah, you can throw up the 2s and 1s.
I mean, the more engagement,
Ones and
Ramin,
twos? Yeah,
that we get on the chat
We're holding that
would be
420
good
right now.
as well.
Here we go. We got a lot of 1s. All right, so a lot of 1s. Someone threw up someone threw up Tesla. Yeah, if you're trading other ETFs like a TSLA, leverage products, that counts as well,
Yep,
right? It's still the trade is the trade. You're trading Tesla.
There you go. Some 1s and some 2s and some 1s and some 2s.
2 plus
some
1s.
double
Some quick
07s,
maths.
and then what's up to James Bond.
Quick maths. Let's go. All right,
Shout
so a
out
lot
to-
of people on Tesla. Look, there's so many more 1s than there are 2s, Sean.
There's some
So,
Qs.
There's some Qs. Yeah, people talking about QQQs. All right, yeah, I get it.
Pew,
yeah.
pew, pew.
Yeah, Qs was a great trade as well. You just had to get long.
Yeah. Qs are fantastic. Look, we like all
There's
these.
there's the
There it
the
is.
poll. Yeah, there we go.
What
I trade?
What did you trade? What did you trade?
What did you trade? What'd you
I
trade?
know.
Yo, what'd you trade, fam?
I know. I'm off that hour.
Oh boy.
Okay. I'm never off that hours, trust on. But believe that. Okay, well, believe this as well. There goes Palantir. Just broke that 40. So we only got out at 75% of it. We'll have to wait. And we had said that this could be a possible problem there. So unfortunately, Palantir goes bump in the night upside right there, up 2%. Great for the long term, for sure. But for today, we took a shot there. We took a shot and no workout. So we'll have to wait to see if 72.50 now breaks, and that will be the end of that trade. We can get out of everything else now, and then just end that one, get out of 100%. We only got out at 75% there for that breaks. We still have a piece. I'm not going to average into that. So what did I trade today? How come there should be a both realistically on here? But I'm just going, leave it. That's fine. I'm going to go with the one that I made more money on. And believe it or not, Google. I already talked about that. So Google there for me will be the best one. We do have, what up, Nimrod? Yesterday, I realized over 70% of my portfolio are either, welcome to my world as well, but mine are not in crypto, either in chip or crypto. No, do you want to play the Am I Diversified game? You're not. Right there, looking to, here we go. All right, I didn't read the next line. Looking to diversify. Okay, long swings, yes. Eli Lilly, yes. Walmart, yes. Neil gave you Walmart? Okay. We've been talking about Eli Lilly, Walmart for a very, very long time. Also, any favorite foreign stocks? All right, so there is all-world ETFs. I think you can get into some all-world ETFs. I like those as well, so you get some exposure in the different marketplaces, right? As far as something outside...
World ETF. What is that?
ACW.
I can go along the world?
All other than North America.
Oh, so it's like everything other than. And it's an ETF that,
exactly. Because so many tech names and everything like that, outside of the US, sure you have some
great
Chinese
markets.
Yeah, the Chinese is big on tech, but okay.
Oh, there's an updated poll
here.
There's an updated poll.
All right, well, then I got to go with both then.
No, I did.
Both going to win. I got pretty sure on that one. I can't remember what the all-world ETF is. I'm sure there's a lot of people that would know that. All right, so some foreign exposure. If you're going to look at Canada, CP Rail, I think that's CP. Is it just CP? Right there, yeah, Canadian Pacific, yeah, exactly. So I really like...
Railroads or banks or...
I was just going to say CP because of the fact that you have also exposure there for tariffs and trade, right? So again, owning all the rails. So here's CP. Again, this could be something that you might want to get into some of the transports, right? So we talked about old world stocks like the Dow Transports. Oh, a big stock with GE Vernova. That's not bad. GE has been printing out pretty good since the split as well. So there's some diversification opportunities with General Electric as it's coming back in. And again, some of these names I'm going to recommend, if you want names at all-time highs, we can set up some scanners to try to find some of those as well. But look at GE right here off the 200 period. The last time you got GE at a 200 period moving average, you're going to go back into 21 here. This is this is not 21. This is August. Back into August of 23. So you're back in a year and a half, and even then lower than that. GE, nice little stock there to diversify a little bit if you are nervous at all. Right there, Nimrod. So I do like GE.
The current high is 420.69.
Are you kidding me?
Nope, I am not joking.
Yeah, we have it listed as 420.69. Did you get out there at least?
No, I didn't get filled, dude.
Oh, man. So what were you waiting at? 69 exactly?
Yeah, I was waiting at 69 exactly. And
I cannot.
That's hilarious. It's hilarious. But
how does that happen?
How
could that happen to the penny though?
It's a simulation.
It's a simulation.
It's a simulation. We live in a simulation.
Yeah.
No simulation. Somebody's up there being like, "Oh, this would be absolutely hilarious." Get it done, and then
But it's funny for now because is that going to last over the day, and then tomorrow you can open it higher?
Yeah. Here's the thing. That could push back as well, right? That didn't really do that much.
That CP is pretty good at $77 if we break that.
Yeah. Let's see if we come back into that level. But it's absolutely hilarious that happens to be the current high on Tesla. We got a bit of a reserve here on that level, and it pulled
I'm
back
shorting
in.
Palantir again.
But yeah, no, market tailwind strong. Apple, oh boy, we're still coming into Apple as well. So Apple, oh boy, we're still coming into Apple as well. So you know what? This is the point where I'm just like, all right, well, I did have a piece to sell some at that level. It's very, very arbitrary, right? Oh no.
What?
Wayne's gonna kill me with this one. He's asking me which gateway did I use to post on the 69.
What did you use? What one? What was it? What was
You
it?
got to use the memex. Come on.
Oh, you trying to
It's
get
because
that?
it's a meme. No.
No,
No?
because you missed the fill. I was gonna say yeah, it's all funny. It's all fun and games at the end of the day. But I was just gonna say seriously, often we will play off of rebates and things like that. And they do have a good rebate. That's why I thought you said it. And then, of course, it was a meme. So I'm okay with that as we go. All right. So we got failed out there on Palantir. But, of course, it was a failed break. What else is new? I feel like that's been happening to me a lot today. So we just got back in. And, all right, you guys want to know? I mean, I put on only 400 shares back. You guys are always asking, for share size. The reason why we don't disclose it on here is because we all don't trade with that. And so I don't want to put Obi or Neil or Sharif or anybody in a position where they feel that they have to tell you their share sizes. So that's pretty much why we've decided not to do that. It has nothing to do with...
We're back at 69. Oh, there's a reserve on 69.
Others aren't comfortable.
Do you see this?
It's all the way back up?
There's literally a reserve sitting on 420.69. There you go. I got my fill. Thank you.
It is
But,
still at...
That is the high of day right now. So I mean, maybe they were like, we forgot Obi. Let's go pick him up.
So Obi stock there's bottom left is the 420. I mean, that's unbelievable that it came back up and stopped on that level again.
The memes write themselves.
That is... I mean, now I'm starting to think this market. I mean, I've already said from the jump, man, that this market is pretty rigged. And I don't know if that's more proof or not right there, but that seems to be a little weird. So the question is then, do we just punch long at 470, 420, 75? Because then we broke that level and no more resistance there. But did you see size there or no?
Yes.
Oh, you did?
There's a reserve offer. So there's literally, we were talking about what if Elon throws up a wall for 2069? There was basically a wall at 2069. Reserve offer.
I find out that is nuts.
Yeah.
Wait till I tell Neil this tomorrow.
I mean, you know what? Here's the thing. There's I don't know. You know what? I can speculate. I can make jokes, but it happened to be that way, so it is what it is. I did get some out there just for the lulz, but let's see if we can continue to push 421 potentially. Let's see if that comes in. But currently, as of right now, the prior bar high on the 3-minute was 68 in my book, but 69 was printed, and then the second high is also 69 as well. So you know what? I'm going to start taking some off here, and then hold a little bit of the rest just to be like, all right, well, if that is just a coincidence that wall happens to be a wall just at an arbitrary price of 420.69. Let's see if that can come back in going into the end of the day there. So yeah, we're trading back much lower there, distinctly different on the pullback here. What's up, Darren?
Just be aware here, we have GME on the move to the upside, coming into a pretty key level here. That $29.30 level on the 15-minute chart. This is also our reaction high, at least on a closing basis on the 15-minute chart. It was previous resistance, but the reason I wanted to point out this pop now is because if you recall, Roaring Kitty did share a tweet last week. In the photo of that tweet were some numbers, 1:09 and 4:20. So one of the interpretations of that was 69:20, because 1:09 would be 69 seconds or 69 minutes. So just be aware here. I'm not sure if that's what's moving GME here. They did have earnings, but the 420.69 confluence is pretty interesting here. Tesla, all-time high 420.69. GME here with that Roaring Kitty tweet of 1:09, 4:20. So something to be aware of. I would say lots of social media attention for GME as well, as pretty much is expected at this point. Back to you.
Yeah, so good question there, Obi. Yeah,
I thought he tweeted again.
Yeah, no, referring to the tweet from last week there about that. So we'll have to wait to see what exactly that all means. Like if this dude somehow called the top of
which dude?
Roaring Kitty.
Oh yeah.
Just with that 69 comment, because then Tesla goes to 420.69. So you're wondering maybe there is more to all of this. All right, well, we are not
Market's a
69 cents in
mysterious
the money.
place,
We are
let's say that.
75 cents in the money right now on iBit, as that is not turning around off of any special levels, it doesn't seem like. We did say that we would look at a little bit of Bitcoin. I mean, this is just what it looks like on the 1 hour chart. I mean, it's a nice move higher here. If we're going to look at, again, just let's look at 15 minutes. Give us a little bit of an area to say where could we maybe fall back into here. Just looking at a longer time frame. Obi always talks about, and we all kind of talk about prior bar highs and things like that. And I mean, right there, we sort of took this out at 101.1. That's kind of what we're doing right now. You're only $200 higher than that. So coming back into the 50 period right now would be a trade. That's 99,000. Look at this hold there at 100. These are 15-minute charts. So you basically spend 45 minutes kind of hitting those levels there, right? And then blasting finally as we take higher. So it looks like right now Bitcoin definitely kind of flagging out up here. I still think we can get a little bit higher there for BTC. So that would be a call, but we're holding Bitcoin right now in iBit. So we are getting more and more out of this stock. This is going to be my number 2 P&L. Number 1 is going to be Google. And by the way, Google just continuing marching again. Looks like it wants to take down this 194 now. So Google continuously strong. It's 317. We do have these market on close imbalances coming through for us so far. Again, all sell side right now. What has Ford been up to? Yuck, man, still $10. I think it was like that 12 or 13 level. We'll have to look back on the daily of what Ford, not even, man, maybe even 1150 right there on Ford. Yuck. That stock doing not much. Oh, this is a good example of, waiting in line. So most of these gateways will be first come, first serve. So you're waiting in line here behind a lot of shares just to get filled at 39. So that's where the patience game, when you see a stock like this, it's because it just can't break. There's not enough excitement for someone to buy 20 or 40,000 shares right here, and same way to sell it. So you're going to have to wait for a move in the broader market to get these going. XOM's been disappointing, man. XOM hit those highs as well. We'll have to check back on what's going on with USO right now. Let's do a little bit of a broader look on the whole markets. Right now, we'll give Obi a chance to breathe and myself and all that stuff. So if we're just going to go here, the S&P 500 right now up let me see if I zoom in a little bit here. Up 0.9 to go, right? 2% right there for the Dow. Sorry, that's the NASDAQ right there. Here's the Dow. Dow is flat today, so we'll have to find out what's going on. We talked about volatility, and that was a buy down there in and around 13 or 12 and change. Nice move in the VIX over the last couple of days, so that's a nice move. Back in today, but the VIX has been real nice. All right, let's go back over here to S&P sectors. That's what I want to check out here. What's going on with the number 1 sectors on the day. So you're going to have comm services up. We saw Meta going crazy earlier today as well, consumer discretionary, with Amazon, Google starting to go up to the high side, information technology, energy. So that's what I wanted to get at right now. Oil, energy today up 0.36. So the S&P 500 energy upside, and then financials. After that, so you're going to get discretionary, services, technology. A lot of the big tech names are going to be in these 3. Then energy, of course, has nothing to do with the NASDAQ, not even an energy name in the NASDAQ. And then you have financials again, same kind of a thing. That's up. Other than that, everything else is red. Materials, healthcare leading the way to the downside. What is bleeding on healthcare today? We can go find out some of the components here as well. So let's just click over and see what's going on. It's Eli Lilly today leading the way. Oh no, CVS down 5%. UNH can't get out of its own way right now. Unfortunately, we do have that talk about United Healthcare and their CEO and Luigi there, Mangione getting caught. And of course, the manifesto and all that, not helping the sector one bit. No matter how you think, it's still a loss of life is not something to be talking about. Like basically, I don't even really want to mention the shooter's name or anything anymore. It's not important. No point in sort of, I don't know, what's that word where you sort of sensationalize things like this?
It's been a little sensational.
It's been a little bit of time. We all know the story. Look it up. But at the end of the day, right here, I just want to say, I might buy the Dow. UNH is a big name in the Dow, obviously, and it's come into this 200 period moving average. So instead of, stepping in front of, this stock, you could probably buy some now if you haven't yet, because you're at the 200 period. But I really like the diamonds as a play that I'm going to be making. I think it's diamonds on the Amex. So hold on a second.
Diamonds on me dancing?
Yeah, diamonds. What was that?
Diamonds on me dancing?
I don't know that. Adair is singing it over there. Okay, so it's something. I was thinking about Diamonds Are Forever there with Jay-Z and Rihanna, but of course, can't talk about Jay-Z no more. Like there's so much cancel culture happening right now. Oh, Kanye, but does Jay-Z, oh yeah, diamonds. Yeah, it's Kanye, okay. So Kanye was canceled years and years ago. So, and now he's uncancelable maybe, because now you're hearing all these other things.
I like the old Kanye. I miss the old Kanye.
Which one? The graduation Kanye?
Oh yeah, by far.
I don't know. I feel like now that he's gotten rid of Kim and all that nonsense, I feel like
he's regained some of his senses. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're
Kim
insinuating?
divorced him, but you know,
as a transitive property.
What I'm saying is
he's regained his senses.
Yeah, he's just, I don't know, maybe he's a little bit, now that he's unmarried right now, or is he married again? Is that Bianca? I thought they broke up again. I thought there was something like they went to Tokyo and broke up or something, that Bianca Sensori there. I don't know. He's like a
Ramin's going to call him and ask. Right.
I always thought that she's
got Yeezy on speed dial. Right here.
Anyways, okay. Let's just keep on going forward here.
I'm doing my best not to get FOMO here, man. But,
what is Tesla at?
Tesla's at 419.60.
Okay, so it's still there.
I mean, we're getting some. Oh, okay. Are those imbalances or no?
Imbalances. It's only 320, my guy.
Yeah, no. I saw some interesting price action there. It could have been nothing. It could have just been, you know.
Could have it been a nothing burger?
It could have been nothing burger. It just could have been some noise there as well.
Oh, by the way,
some block boys doing some interesting things.
You are here at. Oh, there's Kanye East. What's up, Kanye East? We're talking about your brother Kanye West.
Yes,
you know,
of course.
Coming in there. We still got to get that burger. We keep forgetting to do that.
Yes. Yeah, Cabanos.
So we'll have to wait.
Yeah.
Are you in tomorrow?
I am here tomorrow, but I'm not on the show.
That's fine. Neil's here. No, because what I'm saying is we got to do a day where all three of us.
Yeah.
Okay, so what about tomorrow then?
Yeah, I'm cool for it.
Okay, we're going to try burgers tomorrow because I took a day off on Friday. You'll be filling in for me on Friday, so I can't participate in that one on Friday. So we'll have some burgers tomorrow. We'll try that out and give a good little ranking. I feel like we could do like some Dave Portnoy stuff, you know, where you're ranking pizzas. We could like start ranking some burgers around the city.
Yeah,
Next thing you know, we get some sponsors and all that. Like they send the burgers in right there, and then we start to go, man. I'm all about that burger. Favorite topping on a burger?
Caramelized onions.
Holy sh! I'm just gonna say it. Shit. I was just gonna say that.
Boom.
I was gonna use the word sautéed, but caramelized, fine. Like, wow. Oh, boy.
Oh, boy. Burger Boys. Burger Boys. That's what we should name the segment? I don't know.
Yeah, man.
Burger
Boys back.
So the other day,
they got Bash Bros.
We went to Elijah's Automatic, which is a great place, just on the Queensway there. It's brand new. It's by the guys that brought you Burgers Priest. I was talking about this before. Yeah. And they had they had an automatic with bacon and cheese. Nah. I'm just going with the plain one. Try the plain one first. You know, if you like the bacon, no doubt about that. We're down with that. But nice, easy. It was great. I like just the simple stuff, man. Even smash burgers, boom, boom.
Smashes are all right.
You're going, man.
There's
bacon
I'm forgetting the place. God, there's a place nearby where I live. I think it's just called Smashburgs in Markham. The inside is absolutely beautiful. They did like a whole like a retro gaming.
You're charging like $50 a burger, probably.
I mean, no. I think it's like $12 or $13 a burger, which is not bad for a smash.
That's what I was gonna say. We did
burger, yeah.
I think these were 14 or 15 a burger.
Like, there's certain places where I'm like, if I'm gonna spend like $20 on a burger, like there's only certain places that I would rank that against because there are places that actually are worth.
The fries were cooked in beef fat.
Ooh,
that was very unique.
Have you had duck fat fries?
Most likely, yes.
Yeah, those are good.
Truffle fries.
Truffle fries, of course. Yeah, I like the sweet potatoes.
Sweet potato fries.
Sweet potatoes with the chili mayo.
Oh, the chili mayo.
The spicy mayo. Yeah.
Yeah, they charged us $1 for the mayo, and it was I believe it was a mix of it had Dijon, paprika, and a little bit of some sort of relish in it as well. That was really great. Okay, so anyways, guys, hit the like, hit the subscribe, and if you like this kind of talk, we just got some more out of Palantir. Unfortunately, I feel like this trade not going to do anything as the market stays at the highs. We did need a fall back in. Someone said on the chat, what are these imbalances that we're talking about? Well, we're displaying only New York imbalances right now. They come at 350 on the NASDAQ. This Mara one, as you can see, is from 930. So that's an early morning imbalance that was left there. So that's a stale order. But right now, all of these, as you can see, the market times keep getting updated every time there's a new imbalance posted. So right now there's 3 million shares basically to sell on XOM that are coming at the close. You can click on the stock. Sometimes it moves it, sometimes it doesn't. It's because it'll get paired off. So PV is the paired value. So once that paired value, you see like it's already had 3.4 million and it's already been paired off 600,000. So that will all get paired off. It's interesting when it's not pairing off. So as we get closer and closer to 4 o'clock and this is still a big sell, then you'll start to see XOM retreat because there's a big sell coming. It's like knowing there's like a hurricane coming in and everybody goes to, avoid it. So they're running away from that. So that's what will happen. If it's a buy imbalance, stock will go up as people anticipate a big buy. And if it's a sell imbalance, as we get closer and closer to 4 o'clock, they'll anticipate that sell and the stock will fall back in. So that's part of sort of front running those imbalances right now. So,
Yeah.
I'm not really expecting anything from the market right now. People are saying like, should we expect Tesla to go down or Google to go down or Apple or any of these names? The only name that I'm in right here, and it's because we're at the high of the day, and that's going to be Palantir. We are going to stop out slightly higher than 50s because it just came right back in. And honestly, this is going to be, again, like we're going to lose on this trade, it looks like, all in all. But it's just like we're just getting out for slightly like 1-to-1 trades here. But it's not because this is 20s. These are 20s. Our best fills are like 14s and 15s. So we're making like 10 and 15 cents. But if we get blown out to the top, we're losing 20 to 25 cents. So it's not on huge shares. We talked about that, a couple hundred shares. We're just trying to scalp back and forth and see if we can make a little bit and then hold for the bigger move. Like I would like to get $1 on this, but right now 71.80 is kind of that level right there that if we get anything down there, that's great. And we are getting close to getting punched out of this trade right now. So my order's already in, a break of 55 and we're out. Unfortunately, that is the high of this move and I'm not going to be there to absorb it anymore. Last time it false broke and went back in, but right now the futures are at the highs. Not worth gambling your day away or anything like that just because you're going to be wrong on a stock that's already huge, right? Palantir is a big stock, so we'll stay away from it. Hopefully we can retrace back down in, but as the market goes up 2%, it doesn't look like Palantir wants to go anywhere. I think you're smart just sitting on Eli Lilly on Tesla right now.
I mean, it's holding. It
Not getting
hasn't
too
really
complicated.
Yeah, I mean, I did piece off some more. I'm holding like a breadcrumb into the imbalances. I don't want to get wiped down by like 3 or 4 points on an imbalance because we have been trading a decent amount. We had some strong volume get through the 420. We had a double top with a held offer reserve iced at 420.69. Hey, yo. Maybe Elon did hear us. Maybe somebody's watching maybe Elon's watching the show, or maybe some whales are watching the show. I have no idea, but 420.69. Oh boy.
Oh, you talk about someone watching the show. What was that? I didn't even hit that.
Oh yeah, maybe. I don't know.
You probably caught.
I missed that call. I don't know.
Maybe I hit it.
Yeah.
All right, so let's go.
So did you read this? Did we get to this super chat yet or no?
It's a new one from Nimrod. You can read it.
Okay, yeah, sure. Let's
maybe give some of your advice.
I'm going to pull that in. I don't know. I don't really give any advice. I'm trying to get some advice from people who are more experienced than me. But okay, let's see what Nimrod is saying right now. Setting the record. Neil gave Lilly. Sean gave me Walmart. That's number one. Okay, so 2. Sean said earlier to get out of Uber. What would you do if you bought 300 a few days ago and down almost 10%? So on Uber or
on Uber, he means.
On Uber. Okay, so what did Uber do? I don't know.
It's down 10%.
So if you bought 2 days ago, you said it's.
I think Nimrod's basically saying that he's probably long at 66. He said he's down 10%. Okay, Uber's at $60.
Yeah, $60. Okay.
So how does it look on the charts for you? We just got stopped at a Palantir.
Well,
go through 50.
Here's the thing. Yeah, I think I'm okay with. What time is it? It's 3:30. Yeah, I'm okay with writing that into imbalance.
Is he close?
All right, so yeah, no, let's take a look at Uber because I know it's definitely been on my watch since this day where this was a couple Thursdays ago, Thursday, December 5th, where they had that news of the Waymo competition in Miami. Whether or not you think that's a strong reason or not, the fact of the matter is the market did increasing volume. This is distinctly different. When do you see this, Sean? Usually you see the most volume happening at the open and then kind of teeters off and then picks right back up into the close. But this right here is distinctly different, where you have expanding volume going into the close with some of the highest bars printed middle of the day and into the close as the price opens near the highs and closes at the lows. And then look at this continuation that we're getting today off of the breakdown of this level, sure, we kind of violated that in the after hours yesterday. That might have given us a little bit of a sneak preview. I don't know. But we come in today, we test that level, we break those lows, and we continue to fade a little bit lower there for that continuation move. So yeah, definitely if someone was like, all right, you can only trade Uber today, I think in retrospect, sure, it's in retrospect. I think those are two places that we can definitely be watching, and you can see the aggressive selling that comes in off of that area as we sell off underneath VWAP, underneath the opening range low, underneath prior days after hours low, and then this significant low from the day one catalyst day one as well. So I think that low right here is probably the most significant, with this one being a little bit less, and obviously the opening range low being a little significant as well.
The futures.
But any opinions on Uber? I have no idea, but that was some of the price action, a little recap of the price action that we had over the past few days. What's up, Adara?
This market certainly is to the upside here, guys. We do have a lot of these S&P 500 names making sharp moves to the upside and the downside. But I thought for fun here, usually I'm a little bit contrarian because we're up on the day and we have a lot of Mag 7s making new all-time highs. I wanted to take a little tour through these names, which there are 4 of them. So more than half of the Mag 7 made or touched new all-time highs today. So let's talk about the catalyst and what are moving these names. We're going to start here with GOOGL, that is Google. We did have on Monday, this kind of slipped by here. They announced this new quantum chip called Willow. That catalyst ended up really moving the market yesterday. Today, they've also introduced here a new AI agent prototype that can browse the web. It's part of their new Gemini 2.0 feature. This was kind of announced and it slipped past the market's interest. That could have been what moved us here. It could also be a day 2 play for the quantum chip, but either way, great look for GOOGL. Then we have TSLA, of course, with that high of 420.69. It is worth noting here, all jokes aside about whether or not Elon watches the show, he did actually retweet someone who posted basically that apparently Tesla's up 69% on a year-to-date basis. So Elon Musk did forward that. So that's, I think, kind of maybe an interesting point there with regards to 420.69. That very well could be what's happening here. Regardless of the actual catalyst for this being up so significantly on the day, Goldman Sachs here maintained a neutral rating, but raised its price target from 250 to 345, saying that it's likely to actually do well despite a pretty mixed auto sector right now. And then we have Meta, META. This one here did actually make a new all-time high today, just above 638. There's no catalyst in this one, and actually we did get a negative catalyst midday that didn't impact the stock too much. Basically, there was a major outage that impacted Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp access here for thousands of users. So META still to the upside. And last but not least, we have Apple. Apple here down in the day, but we did, just graze that all-time high above 250s. They did have a report here from the information that the company is working on an AI chip with Broadcom. There was also some catalyst with its new Apple Intelligence, including its ChatGPT integration, which is finally launched. So lots to look out for here for AAPL, TSLA, GOOGL, and META. Let's see if they keep making all-time highs. But in the meantime, if you're enjoying this content and all this coverage, make sure you like and subscribe to check us out every single day. Let's see if Tesla closes at that new all-time high of 420.69. Back to you.
Good one. I like that review there. Thank you, Adair. Yeah, going over all those names. I mean, that's what we'll do here. We have the market recap show coming. We have Adobe at 405. That should be interesting. Okay, we have a new position now. I'm in the futures. I'm just going to go into SPY. So forget this, man. We just got... What's up?
We're at 65s again. Did the boys on the reserves come back in? Okay, 69s. Do we print higher? Do we? Oh, okay, we blast through it. So okay, we're at 421, Sean. Let's go.
Okay,
so
I have it up too.
It was temporarily there. That made me a little happy there, but Wayne's just halt up, please. It's hilarious.
Halt?
I love this.
Imagine Tesla halts.
Let's move 10% real quick. 42 points. Let's just boom to the upside right here. Squeezing everybody from all times. Any and every short. Anybody who's swinging some sort of puts on this. Anybody who's swing short on this. Maybe Bill Gates. I don't know. Underwater, offside. We talk about
swinging short on that one.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Look at Palantir.
Oh boy.
I don't even know what to do. We just get stopped out of Palantir, literally at that high, all the way down. Not that big. I told you we had I think we had 400 shares. It's fine. It's only 40 cents. 4 4s. $160. Could have bought a new hat. Okay, so scan that e-signal QR code right there immediately. And it's not going to give you to tell you to short or to go long, but what it's going to do is it's going to give you the exact reading that you need. You need to have accurate charts. You need to be able to trade names with Catalyst. I'm going to show you right after this the hot list scanner that we really like around here, that I really like as well, showing you names that are moving. Thing is, the charts, completely customizable. There's like thousands and thousands of indicators you can all use there. And it's also an entitlement base. So if you're looking for entitlements and the ability to trade Canadian stocks, the Nifty 50, any of those different names that we talked about, Nimrod, you talked about some foreign exposure. eSignal has it all. I used to use these things to backtest European names, when we were trading some of those markets back in the day before we came on the show. Now I just don't have time to research everything, but names there that were really popular, like back in Paris and the Madrid exchanges. Again, eSignal, man, if you like the charting, like the charts. I mean, just go scan it, go check it out. It's eSignal. I mean, it is on the more expensive side just because of the quality of service that they have. And again, I really like it. It's been number one for me anyways. Been using it for a very, very long time. Go check out eSignal ASAP. All right, Google's $2.50 in the money. iBit right now.
Awesome.
$1 in the money. Right there. And these are the kind of trades, like I sit here and we talk about making easier trades. And I mean, that dip into VWAP there on a long stock, we like it, man. iBit up 5%. There it goes. Just perfect trade, honestly. Came in there, broke that level 57. We took it. That was a 100K break. So we liked it. It's at 101.3 now. Nice. Basically all-time highs. 101, 104-ish. And then it dipped back in and VWAP was bought. And then boom, right there back up to the upside. So we like that. But the new position of the day. Okay, we've traded the futures pretty good lately. I always am over on the NASDAQ. But the thing is that, today we have Tesla moving around. Obviously, it's going to be a different hold there on the NASDAQ. We have Apple also, a big piece of both the S&P and the NASDAQ. Nvidia, likewise, but more of a piece of the NASDAQ. So let's go over, and I don't know if it's what's going to happen right here, but this 608.50, we've come back into play here even on the 5th. So you're going back about a week where this was getting all this garbage out of here up to 609. That's going to be ES high. Right? That's the ES high. We haven't broken the high yet on the S&P 500. The NASDAQ is already through, pulling back a little bit now, but still already through. You still have that 609 right there on the futures. So I was just going to give this trade to 608.50 a little bit longer than that, but that's a good trade too. So if we weren't only 40 minutes, it's 3:40, so we're only 20 minutes now until the close. I'm not going to trade individual equity because we do have those imbalances, but I think the SPY rate here at these levels is something. So we're going to short the SPY right now.
Oh boy.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Maybe we get a pullback. I mean, VWAP is possible there. I mean, with Tesla still going, I guess, to that upside. Yeah. Like 422. Like the fact that we were long today at 403 down there, it's crazy. Yeah. Just the movement. I don't know what the average daily move is on this thing, what the average daily range is, ADR, but I don't think it's $25. And that seems to be what it is today. You can look it up, I guess.
Yeah, no, I think it's an absolutely crazy move. And again, I had the degeneracy to like every price off of the open. And I guess that retrospect, bigger picture, would have worked if you took the same prices on the right side of the V, right? That's something that I definitely got to be doing a little bit better. I was 100% wrong for all of these fills that I took on the left side while we sold off. But when it finds support, now these supports, I have them marked out. I showed you a little earlier as to what that 402 was for me as well. And I'm like, all right, well, if this cracks below 400, then yeah, I'm absolutely wrong. And I'm willing to give up a decent chunk of my daily risk on the idea. But again, the execution absolutely sloppy. I don't need to be giving up that much risk if I am patient enough. Right? If I'm like, all right, stop out. Sure, you're taking paper cuts. You're not taking an aggressive amount in terms of a total gross loss there on that. And then you actually get just as aggressive on the right side when the bidding comes in. And that definitely would have worked well. And here's something interesting as well. As the trend kind of builds and we reclaim these highs and it does that V shape, we break through the highs, and on the first pullback, the consolidation above highs, and then we pull back, we pretty much hold some of this consolidation, some of pre-market consolidations as well. All of these levels are held well above that VWAP as well. We reclaim. We never really look back at 410s, which again was a great level from a couple days ago. We're looking to take that inventory into and through that 410, and oh boy, did that continuation really come in. Again, it pulls back, holds, showing that the bid is still there, and not really accelerates, but starts to grind a little bit higher on a chop move to the upside. This is absolutely beautiful, giving me a little bit of FOMO as I was short 250s, and we're trading 246.80. So I got to get good on that one there. Definitely did not. Apple got me good with that one there, but no, Apple didn't get me anything. I need better exit rules. But let's take a look at that. Tesla is what I'm talking about. So okay, so right here holds that prior day's close level as well and continues decently to the upside. Take a look at it on the 30-minute. Look at this 30-minute trend, man. Absolutely clean 30-minute trend. Maybe you break a bar on, what is this? When is this? 11:30, you break a bar maybe, and then you kind of pick right back up and hold that trend coming into the close with only about 17 and a half minutes left into the bell. And we've been holding on the 30-minute chart. And of course, the hourly is going to be even cleaner. Look at this. This is just straight buying. And if you look at this as a bigger picture, we had that aggressive selling that came in on Monday. We reclaim all of it. We hold consolidation above those Monday highs into the close yesterday, open up a little bit higher in the pre-market, pull back into those same consolidations, hold the level higher, and continue. So it's like, all right, well, you know, this is just a continuation. This pullback held, and that buying comes right back in. And don't forget, we're buying up all the way from the trend break, the multi-year trend break that, again, I keep on talking about this one. So I know there's a lot of lines. There's definitely a lot of lines on my chart. Oh boy. Let's go to a higher time frame and isolate which line actually matters the most to me. And it's this one here, Sean. Like, look at this. Trend resistance, boom, all the way from 2021. Wow, look at these tops. Look at these tops. Boom, 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 boom. We finally break the trend resistance. We pull back. That resistance acts as support. And then we trend higher with higher highs and higher lows, breaking this high and ultimately breaking this high, this high, this high, this high. And today we broke those all-time highs right there, past those 414s, 416s, whatever you have on your chart. We broke past all of them as Tesla pushes even higher. And yeah, these are anchors from any sort of events, a lot of different things all the way from the beginning of the year. And look at how strong this is. All of these anchors pretty much, at least some of these anchors found some support as we kind of stair step higher and higher onto this. Now this is a really messy chart, but again, I take it day by day, and only a certain number of those indicators actually matter on a higher time frame. So absolutely beautiful price action. I mean, you read about it in the textbooks. To see it actually happen live and live through it is a great lesson. Did I take some swings on that? Not really. So maybe a missed opportunity on my part when it comes out. I'm like, oh boy, like, is this really going to be this textbook when you have a multi-year trend pull back in, support, push? And then that just confirmed to me this year that, and I've heard Michael Noss say this as well, price action is fractal. It doesn't necessarily matter what frame you're looking at. Price action is king, price action is action. And there are certain fundamental concepts of price action which seem to stand multiple time frames. So it's interesting stuff to live through, to learn. Absolutely beautiful. We're taking a bit of a pullback here on Tesla as we come into these imbalances. Only about 6 minutes left. What else is taking a turn?
Gold futures.
Maybe nothing really. Yeah, I was going to say a little bit of the futures, but yeah, futures are still trending gradually to the upside as of right now. A lot of these, wow, AMD 131 high a day. That's absolutely crazy. ARM as well, straight to the upside. That one's a nice strong one as well on the day. Let's see some of these earnings names. Oh boy, look at this one. You remember Dave & Buster's from this morning?
Yeah, play.
Yeah, I was looking at it. This was one of my top ideas. Maybe nothing too crazy, as I didn't really write a specific plan for it because I was like, I don't really know what to do with this thing. But we did trade lower. We had a bit of a bounce, but look at this strong selling that comes in gradual to the downside. We had a bit of a sideways range, and that range breaks down. And once that range breaks down, we've already been a week. We failed to follow through the highs, making lower highs, and kind of starts to break down, trickle into the close. Again, into the close with some expanding volume here on Dave & Buster's. Oh boy, the shorts are not playing around on this one, or the sellers are not playing around. Not necessarily every seller is a short, but yeah, sellers definitely in charge on play. And then we also had Stitch Fix, SFIX. That one was definitely, it was on my top idea list. I didn't really take it because of this crazy action that it did right off of the open there. First 3 minutes, we actually get a strong drive, and it just gets slammed down.
Wow.
The slam down was pretty nasty. Sure, it's a $6 ticker, $6.50 ticker, but look at this. It slams right back down over 12% into the next candle open. So that's wild. I'm like, all right, well, if we're going to, that's a little directional to me. But here's the thing. The market comes in, or the buying comes in, and the market does what it's going to do. And I have no idea what it's going to do until it actually manifests. And those buyers definitely manifested themselves here on Stitch Fix today as it gets a little bit higher off of these earnings reaction. And it was, Stitch Fix was a 52-week high push. So we did get a little bit of a shake and bake off of the open, which was pretty nasty, but we hold these pre-market lows. We also hold earnings reaction pullback lows here as it consolidated above that 530 mark. So low a day today was 533. So if you were like, all right, well, if I don't get it off of the open, get stopped out on that position, where else can I look for a bid? Well, where it showed you where the bid might have been off of the earnings reaction last night is a good place to potentially look for the bid because it's already shown itself there. And if it shows up, that could be a potential thing. And sure, it's all in retrospect, but it did show up off of that slam off of the open. And again, the last kind of ticker that I had eyes on in terms of earnings today was Macy's, and Macy's has done relatively well. We've reclaimed all of that action we got off of the earnings reaction right here. So you see the earnings reaction high at that 16 halves with the low at 14s. We reclaimed that. There's the anchored. We hold that anchored off of the opening session, and we continue to trade up. And look, the intraday anchored also kind of the same here. It'll be relatively the same for tickers that report in the morning because some of this specific VWAP is calculated off of the I guess intraday or the days of action right there. So nice strong move on Macy's, kind of bidding right back up into yesterday's lows as well as earnings reaction high there. So strong moves on the day. A lot of trends, very directional moves as well. So can't really complain. Can only think about getting a little bit better with these crazy opportunities that we're getting, right? Like you said, those 403s, those were some of the best. That was the best place to buy, and we both had that entry. One of our entries was definitely in the 403s on that push. So it's like, all right, well, you know, getting more aggressive on the right side.
Right,
yeah,
exactly. It's getting less aggressive early and then just waiting for ultimately the best trade.
Yeah.
All right, with only a minute left, I got out some more Bitcoin right there at 58. So we're almost out of Bitcoin. I mean, that just topped out again at like 1018 or so. So we're able to get out of some of that right there on IBIT. I mean, we got a great fill on the SPY. Like this came back in and we got a fill there at 75s. So good, but it's only 20 cents. I mean, I'm waiting for more. We do have just a couple of minutes now until these imbalances. Google's been a beaut. We're waiting for 95. So hopefully that will come in right now as well. We're $3 in the money on Google right now. So again, like we said about this, play the names that you're a little more convinced on what direction they're going, right? And for Google, we had sort of been told that it was long, and we knew that earlier on. So right now, with only 10 seconds or less, we'll go refresh this, and then we're going to see what's going to happen right now. So we'll watch out for Google. For me, it's more about the SPY. We'll see what happens right now, where these markets come out from. Okay, nice tank. Not tank. We just got filled there again at 75s. So nice little fill down there on the SPY as these guys came out. Wow, Coke with a big buy. XOM sell. Look at this. See, remember it was 2 million? It got bigger, right? So there's the push down for XOM, the quick little flush there. Wow, this is a big sell. I don't know what's going on right now. Merck, downside, sell. Walmart, sell right there. These quotes are taking a minute. Costco, sorry, Costco, Cisco. I saw Walmart and I saw CSCO. That's funny. That's Walmart. I mean, you think that's Costco, but Cisco downside there. Nvidia as well, trying to get down into that level there. So Bitcoin's fine. It's not really doing anything at all to the SPY. So I'll put out another piece here at 78. Maybe we can get that. Look, we're short the futures. Looks like we'll have a win on this. If we cover right now, we're out. And it's pretty good because we started shorting up here. It's about 15 handles or so, I guess, to the downside. We started shorting this at what time? 3:30. So 3:30 is all the way over here. So it's pretty good, man. It's about 15, 16 handles in the downside for the SPY, but it's not really moving as far as a stock here. But yeah, good. Oh, sorry, that's the NASDAQ, my bad. We're right into here, 30. So yeah, it's only down there at most 8 handles on the spiders. So that's why. So that makes more sense. NASDAQ fading out. That's because of Nvidia, I guess, with that big sell. So yeah, all right, more covering there on SPY. No point in giving this to where we were. We were going to give this all the way up to the weekly highs of 608.50. But right now, let's just give it to here. Let's change our stop. 608.10. We break back above 608.10. So I'm basically canceling everything right now and just going to put a stop in now. Is it 608? Yeah, so 608.16s or so. We'll blast out if it gets through there. We'll get out. But right now, it's the only position we have. We have small on IBIT right there. And then Google's really ripping. We should get this fill very soon. I'm offering 96s. I might just do it right now. Nice move upside for Google. We're offering in the 90s. Let's see if we can get it. $3.20 in the money on Google, $1 in the money on IBIT, and a dime on SPY.
Yeah, I think, well, Tesla's making some fresh highs as well.
Wow,
Kind of,
Tesla,
some squeezing action going into the close. So are we going to see that 425 pushing up into the close here? Again, these numbers pair in and around 55. So we got about 2.5 minutes left to see that happen here. But 22 halves is what we're trading at right now. Let's see if we can get up to 23s. A little bit of size on 59 there, but I'm pretty sure it'll get slapped as it's only a couple hundred lots. There it is. Bye-bye. All right, so let's see if we can get to 43s. What is this market doing? This market's taking a little bit of a pullback on the NASDAQ, sustaining on the ES as well. Apple's not really doing like too much
422
as of right now. Yeah, man, 422 is like, yeah, about 10, and being 20 points in the money, holding that 403 position is just like, all right, well, you know, it's a bit of a fumble. But here's the thing: it's a beautiful thing as well, in my opinion, because now I have a little bit of a chart to go back and be like, all right, this was potentially an A trade, maybe a B. I don't know about an A plus, but it was a little unclean. But at the same time, it was definitely an opportunity that I had to have, and I might have underperformed on it a little bit, just a little bit. That's sarcasm, definitely a lot of it, but. How can I do better on this next time, right? I can say that I participated in the sell at 420.69, right? That'll go down in my trading history books potentially, just as a good meme. But you know, the price action speaks for itself, right? It's like when things are going to set up like this on a larger time frame, and we're going to push through all-time highs on a ticker that's relatively heavily shorted when it comes to large caps as well, and yeah. And you definitely see the squeeze on the tape as well. We saw that bid coming in on Friday. We saw that bid coming in on Monday. Sure, it didn't come in yesterday, but oh boy, it's coming in a little bit today going into the close once again. So it's like, all right, buying has been showing itself in and around some decent times where the ticker is known to do a decent chunk of volume there. So that's the open and at the close, right? Here comes 423s. Here we go. Do I see any 423 prints? Yeah, there we go. So 423 is printing right now. It is 30 more seconds until these tickers pair. I don't really see Tesla on this list just yet. I might have to scroll. There it is. Tesla's a buy for 340K. So all right, so it is on the side of the imbalances right now. So let's see. I don't know if we're going to get to 425 going into the close, but well within range in terms of a 5-minute bar there. Tesla, we've seen it print multiple points in a single 3-minute, 5-minute bar. So well within range as well. Oh boy, I was watching that Cisco.
Go futures.
I was watching that Cisco buy imbalance, and look at that. Would you look at that? It's like it's
can't
crazy.
look at that.
Okay, so right here, so it comes out as a buy imbalance, and then straight quadunk gets slapped to the downside. I'm like, all right, well maybe didn't. It's a good thing I didn't participate in that one there just yet. But what's up?
No, so we did get out of Google right there, which is good. That has, I mean, it's same as you, man. That's going up to the highs right now as Tesla continues to go higher. Google will close at the high of the day. Good trade there. But you know what the money is right now? It's this. Finally, the SPY. There it is. So here's 50 cents. So yes. Oh boy, we talk about trading the futures, man. Talk about trading damn futures. We should have just stayed there. We stayed there. We only got involved at 3:30. The first time today, man. We trade the TQs all the time. Generally speaking, to me, it doesn't really matter whether or not we trade the Qs or the spiders or anything like that. You just kind of, or stocks out. You guys see me trade SMH. I might be done in stocks, man. Honestly, I might hang that up. But like, we've been really hitting some of these ETFs and some of these indexes a lot better than we have been on some of these names. But anyways, today was a good day because we had Google, Tesla kept on going. But it's just nice to see some follow through here in the actual broader market to the downside off of some actual technical levels. And it does make sense that technically speaking, maybe a little bit easier to trade the futures for reasons, right? I mean, it's 500 stocks battling these levels instead of just one single stock risk. But there it is right now. I mean, this is good. This is gonna be a good one for me here for sure on SPY as it just continues to fall down and really putting like the other trades that I made today sort of on the back burner there, because you know what we wound up losing there on Palantir was just kind of, we were back and forth. It'll probably be roughly a flat afternoon here, net as I look at it, because again on Palantir was the only other stock that we were sort of battling there, and it was like out, blast. And that happened to us about 3 times where we got out and then it took out the highs. We got back in, we were able to take a little bit, but every time we were more than 1-to-1 on the negative side. So not a great trade there for PLTR to end the day. Good trade there. Macy's, this is something else because Macy's was an up stock for me today. Although closing at the highs right now and going to be flat, we took advantage early of that momentum and able to get out right there when it broke through 50. Could have been a long, but a great trade there for Macy's. Ramin, I'm going to throw it over to Obi, and then may you please repeat what you told me.
Yeah, no, 424 is coming up right now, but Sean, Apple gave us a puke going off of those imbalances, trading even harder and lower as those imbalances pair, going again 2 more minutes into the close, and it's absolutely crazy. What's that Elon tweet there? Oh boy, it's.
Yeah, the link is in the chat here. I'll click it for everybody.
Oh, right. Okay.
Ramin just put this in here. She wanted me to show everybody. Elon Musk, as foretold in the prophecy, right there, Tesla 420.
Here we go.
And this guy's like, Birdie, Elmo. What's up, Elmo? Yeah, there it is right there. So Elon Musk here. Just a few followers, only 207 million followers right there as he
might own the platform, just maybe.
He may. And,
let that sink in.
If he doesn't own it, he should buy it.
Yeah.
And probably pay way more for it.
Exactly.
All right, so we are now out of IBIT. With only a minute left, Obi, I'm gonna get over to that desk, but a big trade alert. Okay, there it is. The SPY, we just got out, so we have to cancel that out now. Get out of the SPY. Yes, sir. That was a good one, man. Again, I had bids out there to cover because we only have a minute left, but that was a really good trade for me. Shorting into here, shorting it twice, boom to the downside, get that 70 cents. Good trade to end the day there on SPY. So I'm out of here, Obi. I will see you tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
A good one.
Sounds good.
Bring us to the close here.
Yeah, no, so 425 is incoming as we trade 424.50. So this thing is squeezing into the close, Sean. This is absolutely wild here. And on the other side, I don't know what the opposite of a squeeze is, but let's call it a puke. And Apple puking to the downside with aggressive volume, just people hitting that bid so aggressively. You can see the tape. If I were to rate this tape in terms of speed from a 1 to 10, 3, 2, 1, we closed. Sorry, I was talking too much again. Thank you, Tara, for that one there. But yeah, no, I was just like, yeah, if we're puking into the close with that aggression, that tape, at the end of the day, I would have probably given it, I would say if I was to rate it from 1 to 10, I'd definitely give it like a 6 or a 7 aggression to the downside. Not as aggressive as I've seen, but definitely relatively a lot more aggressive then we were selling off on all of this. And oh boy, big fumble for me. As again, I liked the reversion of the break of the trend for the reversion there. The trend did break, and I'm getting out way too early. And it happens, sure, it happens. I didn't know that it was going to do this, but here's the thing. I have to be more nimble. I have to be more active and I guess participate in the trades that are working for me, the trade ideas that are working for me. Because when they do work, it seems to be that sometimes or oftentimes I get out a little too early. And this thing, not only did it break down through that 250, but we closed in and around 246 halves on Apple there. So I don't necessarily know what the closing print there was. 247.77, I guess I have here as a closing print, but somewhere around 246s, let's say, on Apple. I think I'm reading the right thing, but yeah, it is what it is. Tomorrow we try to come back swinging a little bit harder, trading a little bit better, making some better decisions off of the open. I was definitely disgusted with my decision making off of the open, but you know what? We kind of strapped back in, honed in, focused, locked in, and then kind of came right back off of that horrible decision making. And yeah, no, I'm going to be doing some decent review tonight for some of that. But hopefully you guys had a solid day as well. Without any further ado, we're going to pass it off to Sean and Dara at the big desk for your market recap. I'll see you guys around.
Thank you, Obi. Welcome to the big show here. It is the recap show. Welcome, Adara. How are you?
I am doing well. How are you doing?
We were just talking about that. You got the green on, and what a big day it was for green names. I mean, we had Tesla, big move upside there. New all-time highs. Tesla, Meta, Google, Apple. Give me one more.
I can't think of one other.
Broadcom, maybe. We'll see what's going on with Broadcom into earnings. And then Adobe. We're waiting for Adobe today. As I look, man, SMH up 2.5%. Wow, what an index name there today as well. Google up huge. There's Google today up. This is a 1-minute chart. What a run into the close for Google, finishing at the highs, taking out that 1 o'clock high right there. But just to talk about some of the markets again coming through, consumer discretionary, we talked about that one, up 1.7%. The NASDAQ finishes the day here as I type in here QQQ, finishes the day with a downside move. Maybe we're paying attention, man, because when Adobe hits, that could be a market mover. I only think this could be a market mover because software as a service, basically. We'll see if software can remain pretty hot. We saw MongoDB had a good report, but then downside there as one of their executives left. So we'll have to wait to see what happens with Adobe. 405 is what we're waiting for on this name. And the number that we're looking at right now is an EPS estimate of 467.
Yep.
So when Adobe can come through, we'll have a good look. There it is on the daily, looking decent here, 585. Thank you so much for continuously watching us as we go over some of these markets. Uranium and gold up 1% today. Uranium up 1.6%. But I'm shaking my rear at this one because SMR downside right now. It's shaking my head, right? SMA.
I still cannot believe we said
Yeah, we said that right there. No profit sometimes can be a little bit of a problem when they have a negative EPS, but right now, SMR and NewScale downside. I think someone asked about buying something today. I think it was Nimrod. I was going to laugh at that. But this could be a good one if you're not into uranium. Right here, as we bounce off the 50-period moving average, there are other names like Conoco as well, or Cameco, sorry, that can get bought up at the 50-period. This is another uranium play, and if you like the pure plays, then you could just get the ETF, which has also made a move back in. Please interrupt me when we get Adobe.
I don't have anything to do.
All right, so XLF, again, financials downside a little bit today as well, upside, but downside over the last little while as we're trying to hold out. We see the big guys in JP Morgan Chase, again, just sort of coiling up one more time here. We saw Citibank make all-time highs just recently. Some of the Canadian banks in a little bit of trouble. We did have TD Bank downside. Again, nice rebound off them as they have to restructure and take care of some of their U.S. business as they were caught their hand in the cookie jar a little bit there with some bad deals. TD Bank downside. We did get Canadian interest rates today. They cut 0.5 point.
Yes.
So that's big. We'll wait to see. What is it, next week, the Fed, or?
The Fed is next Wednesday. It's actually less than a week from now because it's going to be December 18th at 2 p.m. So less than 7 days worth of 24 hours.
Okay, we'll get ready for that one coming through as well. Adobe now is out, so we'll have to wait to see what's going on with them. Ooh, way lower. So it's going higher like cray right now. 569, 570. I'm seeing that so We're going to get these numbers in a minute. Adara's going to break them down in just a second. But I'm hearing obviously a beat right now on both sides, top and bottom line. 570 right now for Adobe. We will get those numbers when we do have them. EPS 481 versus 466.
Yep.
When you're comfortable, tell me and we'll throw it over to you.
Yeah, I'm good to go.
With those numbers. Okay, let's go get them exactly from Adara. Adobe turning red right now, though.
Yeah, they did have earnings per share here of $4.81 versus $4.66 expected. As Sean said there, that's a beat. Sales here of $5.61 billion here versus estimates of $5.54 billion.
Whoops.
That would also
Right
be
here.
a beat. Apparently, this is fiscal 2024 records here of $21.5 billion. This is, I guess, their Q4. So they're apparently for the fiscal year, $21.5 billion in revenue, $8.06 billion in cash flows from operations. So there's pretty good numbers here. There's actually 11% year-over-year increase for Q4 revenue in terms of that growth. I'm trying to see if there's anything here that would send this to the downside.
Yeah,
The digital media revenue grew on a year-over-year basis. Document cloud revenue grew. Creative revenue grew. I'm not seeing any drops here on a year-over-year basis, but I will continue to look through this report.
All right, so we just had Benzing up on our screen here as well. 481 beating 466, 561 beating 554. So right now, double beat.
Their guidance was a beat too. I just got that in.
Okay, so that is a little disappointing then, because with a guidance beat, we do not expect Adobe to be downside. You're always going to get names that, and we talked about.
I figured out what it is.
Okay, you're finding something else?
Yeah.
All right, so right now, Adobe, nice downside move, but it's pretty flat. We were expecting an 8.5% move. Looks like it's going to just hover around here. It just tried to get back to positive one more time. But right now, Adobe down 2%. What did you find over there?
What I found here, so again, they did beat here on Q1 2025 guidance, so $4.95 to $5 for non-GAAP earnings per share versus estimates of $4.95. So in line to a beat. Then Q1 revenue guidance, $5.63 to $5.68 billion. That is a miss, though, below estimates here for Q1 revenue guidance. Now, what about their fiscal 2025 guidance? That is even yikes here. So fiscal 2025 EPS guidance, $20.20 to $20.50. All of that is below estimates of $20.55. Their fiscal 2025 revenue estimates also completely missed guidance. So 23 to 30, $23.3 billion to $23.55 billion versus estimates of $23.79 billion. So just to recap here, they beat for Q1 EPS estimates by a hair, but all of their other guidance for Q1 and fiscal 2025 was a miss, guys.
Tesla, thank you, Adara, for that one. Tesla go bang today, man, and it's still continuously going higher and higher right now. We just saw that Elon tweet of 420, prophecy accepted or prophecy hit on that quote, but there it is right now. Tesla burning short still. It's not stopping in the after hours. We closing in around 424, 425. We just touched out to 427 right now. Make sure you do hit the like and subscribe for sure. And I think you're right there, Jay Lee in the chat, man. Algos, once they start going and start buying up names, there's no stopping them. That's too bad about Palantir, man. We actually were short most of the afternoon. Now it's starting to pull back a little bit there, actually all afternoon, as it closes near highs. But the pull back in there, 72.50 for Palantir, still up 2%, which was a pretty dangerous day for PLTR. I mean, this name, look at this. Gave up the ghost early, down to $68, finishing the day up at $72.50. Good recover there for Palantir, turned on again for them. Look at this. Buyers turned on again for Google. You can see the RSI relatively high there for Google. What does it look like on the daily chart right now? Yeah, RSI, like when you had Google down here, man, 40.50, nice move up as we start to top out right now. Google taking out all-time highs today and just printing. When you see a stock at 195, the next level, Adara, is
200.
Exactly. So I think Google right there coming back through. Probably see that tomorrow. The next one, anointed, we might as well do it right now. Nvidia, you're the next contestant to come up to days and all-time highs. I think this takes out 150. It may do that tomorrow. Nice little run there at the end of the day. But then a few names started to fade out. We were looking at this 140 mark. It was a stop and go spot for Nvidia. We had that written down today as a possible fade short. So we should have waited for those positions to come through. If you had, then you had got that dollar right there at the end of the day on Nvidia. As I see Obi, we forgot to actually talk about that. It came up to 140 a couple times. So Obi, mark that down for tomorrow. I think Nvidia at 140 is definitely going to be an interesting play to come through. Let's just check out on Adobe, as that's the only play really. Whoa, that's the only play today. And we slapped a little bit of a fail on that. They beat 3 times over. They beat the top, the bottom, and they guide higher. That's that 3 sort of trifecta.
They didn't guide that much higher.
Oh, they didn't, but they.
Yeah, that was what I said. So their EPS guide was like barely a beat, but all of their other guides were a miss. Like so Q1 EPS guide was a beat, but fiscal 2025 they missed on EPS, they missed on revenue, and they also missed on revenue for Q1.
All right,
so the guide was yucky, very yucky.
All right, there we go. Yeah, we've got Allo on today, but Adobe. Allo. That's Lulu. Adobe, hopefully they're not getting into the clothing unless they're like 3D making these things. I just think that software, we saw MongoDB the other day get hit as well. We've seen Palantir give up some names, some stuff to the downside. Doesn't surprise me that Adobe, again, a little bit of a downside press into the 200 period. I don't know, man. I mean, I know that Ramin and Fabian have sort of said like Adobe, there's so many things that you can create now. There's Canva. Was another, is that another thing? No, it's not very good, Canva? Yeah, it is. Oh, it is useful, but not as good as Adobe, not as powerful there. When I say Canva, it makes me think of Cava. This is gonna be another one of those names here. We've seen CMG actually get higher than when Nichols left. So right now, Cava though, a nice little pullback in. This could be a name that gets bought at some point as well. Some news right now hitting
news on Chewy.
On Chewy. Let me see what's going on right now.
Public offering here. They announced a public offering of Class A common stock here, which is funny. The same day they announced this, we had GME yesterday saying that they're not going to be doing any more stock offerings for the fiscal year. So interestingly enough here, Chewy, which I only say combined because they do have that Ryan Cohen connection, announcing the public stock offering here. So just be aware here for CHWY. Also Robinhood on watch. They did announce their November 2024 numbers, but I wasn't really seeing much of a move on that here. Apparently, they had 24.8 million funded customers at the end of November, and equity notional trading volumes at 147.1 billion, but I'm not seeing how that compares to estimates, and the stock isn't reacting as much as that move in Chewy.
So today we had, good coverage there. I mean, there's a lot of people that are in Chewy there. We had Ryan Cohen. We had all this talk about, whether or not Roaring Kitty was talking a little bit about which company, again, with some of those tweets. And we've seen him, of course, in many of these plays in the past. I don't know where it's going on right now. We did have a big name today for GameStop. I mean, GameStop was pretty good, up almost 8 or 9% at its highs. But look at that magical level there of $30, came in and then fell out. So I'm gonna actually put up a 3-minute chart to give us a little bit of a look here on the day. I really like these kind of breaks on earnings where you finally sort of bounce around days high and then finally take it. So for me, there was definitely a trade there breaking through 29. If you held that gets you up to 30. We saw yesterday on earnings, the earnings high of $30.25 or so. That seems to have played again today. So despite all the back and forth about GameStop, it looks technically pretty sound as it gets right back up to those highs and then fade out again. But look at it ride this 200 period, does not break it. We'll see tomorrow if GameStop can withhold that area. I like this. This is looking pretty healthy again, coiling up. I mean, if this was any other name other than GameStop, we might look at this a little bit differently. More news on something?
Yeah, I have more updates here on Adobe. So we know they missed their fiscal 2025 guidance for EPS and revenue. We know they also missed their Q1 revenue guidance, so their EPS guidance was in line to positive. But here's another thing that they missed. Their Q4 revenue was actually down apparently on a year-over-year basis for product revenue. So this actually dropped by 29% year-over-year. They also had services and other revenue dropped by 6.4% year-over-year. So as we said, some of their different sales categories were up. It looks like their specific revenue breakdown, at least the ones people are really caring about, are actually down year-over-year. So that is pretty interesting to note there. Social media, apparently, digital media revenue up 12%, document cloud revenue up 17%, creative cloud. So we talked about those being up, lower segments, I guess sub-segments, but in terms of the overall segment, the product revenue and services drop. Probably not a great look, especially when product revenue is dropping by 29% year-over-year, because as we just talked about, there are alternatives, right? They're not perfect, but you have things like Canva, which does have a free tier, stuff like that. So ADBE, I guess, feeling the effects of all of this AI and new media.
Yeah, so Adobe right now, 517 going to the downside here, just a little bit. So some of the sectors today, FXI, a little bit of trouble there, down almost 1%. As some of the names like Alibaba just can't get going really. Faded back out again. We had that gap higher there on, again, more stimulus and more positive talk about China, but then the fade right back again. Look at some of these gaps on the daily. You don't see this too often on ETFs. Doesn't look too smooth here for FXI. So I would say stay away. Another name there. The big one that I like like is Alibaba. And we've talked about it, again, gapping forward upside and then just the fade right back in there for Alibaba. So watch out. If we hold 200 period moving averages, we really, really like that. Sectors to watch out for today. I mean, this is going to be a little bit of a sector watch. It's retail coming in. If I can just, how do I make this a little bit? I don't know if I can get it, and I can't really get it too much higher there. But Carvana up 6% today. How do I make this just a little bit bigger there? Is that going to be, yeah, there it is. Okay. So here we go, the retail side of things. Ulta Beauty, I mean, take a walk on that one. ULTA, I mean, what a great name. That's really battled back off of some of those lows back in there, 340 up to 430. Ulta, have a day since earnings. Nice move to the upside there, giving it today another look. Dick's Sporting Goods, another name. Ulta Beauty and Dick's Sporting Goods, both two names that we don't have here in Canada, and I was impressed with some of these stores that we went there in the United States. So some retail names doing a little bit better. CVNA, Carvana, just keeps on ticking higher, right?
Yeah.
250, nice little gap fill from 200 up to 250, trying to hold that 50 period moving average. Carvana, a really nice name. And then of course, AMZN, another one that we talked about, a new all-time high for Amazon. You do much shopping there on AMZN?
Not really. I'm not really an online shopping person. A lot of people joke that I'm a Luddite or like someone who doesn't like technology, because if I could do something manually, I would prefer to do so. I'm trying to like catch up to society a little bit. But yeah, anyways, long story short, I usually do not online shop unless the thing I want is unequivocally unavailable to buy in person. I know
Right,
you
so-
do some online shopping. I know that's a thing.
I do some online shopping?
I know you do, yeah.
I don't, like, going into malls and everything is fun. I don't mind it, but it's more my kids and my wife like to do that sort of that window shopping. I like to know what I want to get and then just go grab it. So for me, it's like, if I know that I want a certain, I don't know, jacket or something like that, I try to find a good deal. I go, even going, you know what I find actually too? Going straight to the stores themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Like, for example, I'll just open up the Nike app. I'll just bypass Foot Locker completely.
But who goes to Foot Locker's?
I don't know, I'm trying to think about, that was just an example.
It's a bad shopping experience at Foot Locker.
Is it?
I went once and I was like, so what is happening? Then I never went again. I was at like...
What was it happening exactly there?
Well, it was just, and I went at like 10:30 a.m. on like a Wednesday or Thursday. It was the Square One location. And then I don't know where the line is. I'm saying what I think is the line. All these people cut in front of me. I'm like, how is that the line? I don't know what's happening. The employees were kind of snippy. I just wanted a gift card. We're not doing that again.
They must have not known who you were because, you know.
I mean, this was also like a really long time ago, nor would I ever think I would want or deserve special treatment.
Right. Well, hey, I mean, now there's no choice. Everyone loves Adara. Put in the chat. How many of you guys, I mean, come on, Adara being back here on the after show has been absolutely fantastic, giving us all of everything right now. All right, let's go over to the stock heat map. All right, here we go. And again, Adara even makes these notes for us, man. The markets were absolutely huge today as we had some big sectors, right? The one sector that I want to talk about quickly was healthcare. Of course, we do have that sad news. I think it was Monday. I don't even know what day it was anymore. That we did have the assassination there of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. And since then, it's been a little bit of a rough go. But Eli Lilly today down 0.4, J&J down 1.7. And again, this is XLV. This is health technology. So UNH not going to be a big one in this one, but right there, nice downside move today for some of those plays. It's health services. So again, it's the insurance companies and the care companies that are going to get some downside push. There's HCA right there, as we were talking about. And then there's UNH downside moves, Cigna as well, Humana. Look, here in Canada, we don't have the experiences that you guys do with the healthcare as much anyways. So opinion on that one, we'll hold it out. But I know there's not a lot of impressionable spots there for healthcare. A lot of people do not like that sector. And again, definitely waning on that. Apple was really funny because Apple today takes out that 250 and ends red. So watch out for that one. We talked about that. Good reversion. Obi definitely nailed that, called that there at that 250 marker there. Nvidia, I think that tides might have turned there, up 3%. Broadcom is coming tomorrow, man, and this is the name. We talked about potential all-time highs. I think Broadcom has that chance to do that. If we look at AVGO, you want to get a name that, you know, again, Nvidia went today. But I think, honestly, Nvidia and AMD all might have gone ahead of this guy. Like, if Broadcom comes out tomorrow, and we said, remember I said, what was that all-time highs? We missed Amazon. there when I asked you, and we just talked about it. But right there, look at Broadcom right here, bouncing off 186 right there. That's going to be all-time highs, and their report comes tomorrow. I really like the stock, holding 200, holding 200, holding 200 period, and now going higher, bouncing just recently yesterday off the 50 period. I like the stock. But if you're trying to buy something that maybe hasn't gone quite yet, look, you get a big day in SMH today. Obviously, as a big ETF, doesn't normally move 2.5%. But SMH right here, bounce 50 or the 200, bounce 200, bounce 200, bounce 200 again. So right now you're there on SMH. This could be the play for you. If you want something that has a little more juice to it, maybe the SOXL, where you get a little bit more action on this one. 3 times bullish right now on the semis is SOXL, so watch out for that one. As guess what time it is right now?
It is 4:20. Well, it's not 4:20:69. It would have been if it was like 4:21:09. We could have arguably said it was 4:20:69. But I do want to shout out. I know Obi was really excited about that. Also, did you actually get that fill at 4:20:69? Obi, did you take some of it?
Yes.
Please just punch for Obi fulfilling what I'm sure is a long-time trading dream. But you got to do it for the memes, is what he said there. Also, Kroger making a bit of a move here. They officially terminated their merger agreement with Albertsons. So the board has authorized as well here a $7.5 billion share repurchase program, which includes a $5 billion share repurchase program. So both those announcements coming out of Kroger. Let's see what happened to Albertsons, because Albertsons this morning actually said because they don't like how Kroger was handling their whole merger. We know that yesterday the judge axed that merger, and then we have Albertsons actually suing Kroger for, quote, billions of dollars because they think that Kroger basically should have cleared the antitrust issues before going forward. So they feel kind of duped. And Kroger announcing the $7.5 billion share repurchase program probably is a little bit of salt in ACI's wound. I also want to thank, there's a couple of super chats here. First, I want to thank you so much, Willis Addison, for the $2 super chat saying, miss you, Miss LePage. I mean, I am here every single day on the news desk. Thank you very much, Willis Addison, for the very kind comments. Really appreciate that. And I also have a Twitter presence as well, just at Trader TV Adara. And then we also have a super chat here from Nick W. If we can pull this up. Thank you guys for all you do, tagging you and myself, Sean. Could you give your thoughts on SQ, Sean? Seems to be breaking out. Saw Neil's segment. So I guess Nick W wants to know how you feel about Square or Block.
Okay, I know Neil's been talking about going long. I guess you're talking probably about the trade of the week right there, breaking out on Square. I was just looking at Tesla really quickly here, and I will go over Square because thank you so much for the super chat. I just wanted to look at Bitcoin right here. Bitcoin made that move again. We're in a 15-minute chart. Let me just go to an hourly here just to see. So we did get as high right now as 102 right there for BTC. Still looking at that 104. I think we take that over tonight. So watch out for Bitcoin there later on. The trade that I had today on Bitcoin was IBIT. So I actually logged into my trading account over here, IBIT. Let me just see what's going on right now on IBIT. So we bought, again, there's the 100 break right there in and around $57. And then there was the take back into VWAP and then closing there. We got a 58 print on IBIT, which is close to the high. But see this big red candle at the close? Nice downside push there for IBIT. But again, buy. The one thing that I learned today was you want to buy names that are super, super strong and just don't give up on them. Tesla today, perfect example on the stick. You know, we love the stock, right? But there it was, came in, both Obi and I, long at 830. As soon as we broke 410, we really like that level there. But it does come back and give us a scare there at 400. We got just washed back and forth here, basically ending the day on Tesla flat. We were able to buy some 403s and get some out at 420. Like that was a $17 winner. But again, we had such small amount of shares that it just flattened us out right there. And then we went back and forth before eventually taking the highs, 426 for Tesla at the end of the day. A very, very violent one there for sure. Our number one trade of the day was Google. Oops, GOOGL. Maybe we might have been up more on IBIT by the time we got that 58 fill. But Google, another name today. You want to talk about something that takes a while to break higher? Google finally goes. We talked about buying this name on dips. But again, once it broke through that 180 marker, we knew it had some juice to go. It takes double the pressure on this name because of Google and Goog. So there's two classes of shares, but we're always trading Google, finishing the day at the highs and doing nothing really here in the after hours. So again, we like Google. The march to 200 seems evident tomorrow and imminent. They're evident. We don't have any evidence of that right now. I think that will come very, very soon for us there. tomorrow, maybe, on that one. So USO today, we talked about some of the energy names. USO today, what a big move there for oil. I actually filled up last night, which was pretty good at 139 per liter. Right now, USO, nice upside move. Oil's been sort of dancing around here. I feel like we're going to have to wait for Donald to come in, see exactly what happens with drilling, see exactly what happens with the Middle East, and then maybe get some push and pull here. XLE has been a dip buy opportunity for a while, and it looks like it still is that as well. Down to $90. We had JC Peretz on the show, one of his long calls, and Obi and I actually went to one of the events.
I saw the Twitter photos, yeah.
Yeah, when JC was here from All Star Charts. Well, actually, maybe we'll reach out and have him back on and see what he thinks about some of these plays right now. But he liked XLE, and we sort of did top out there in and around $98. We'll have to find out what's going on with these policies, because right now, energy and XLE, this is oil services, boom, boom, boom. 5 or 6 straight down days. So let it settle. But right now, looking like it wants lower there, XLE. Okay, what do you think about this, Adara? Uber right now, we bought some more today. We were lucky enough to get 60X. I don't know what it was, 60, 70, something like that. I'm not going to be like, yay, we got that fill. I don't know where this one's going. But look at this, right back in there, into $59, $60 for Uber. It really needs to hold this island level down here of $57, $56. If it does not, man, the bottom, I don't know where this will wind up floating around. $40 maybe.
Yeah,
that's pretty good. What do you, anything on Uber there? I know we had Waymo.
Yeah.
And we had GM lose Cruise there yesterday, which I thought would have been a good case for it. But I'm guessing that more money maybe piling into Tesla and coming out of Uber, as maybe Tesla on the automated driving has been anointed the winner here.
Yeah.
Uber, that's not the play for Uber, right? Automated driving is going to help them. I think it can help them become more profitable. But at the end of the day, Uber continues to fall in. Any thoughts on Uber?
Yeah, my theory was kind of, and I said this earlier in the midday as well, I think potentially some of the reason, I've noticed there's a correlation between days that we have sharp downside moves in Uber. We'll also have sharp upside moves in Tesla. Now, I don't know if that's exactly... you know, 2-to-1 correlation, but it's also interesting that Goldman Sachs note that we had in Tesla today raising its price target. They maintained neutral, but one thing they did say about Uber, or not about Uber, about Tesla, was that they're really excited about their full self-driving, right, that FSD, and saying that Tesla actually looks like a lone standout in that sector, in the auto space. So I think that's a really good note. Also, I remember a while ago, I believe you asked me, Uber or Lyft, what's my pick? Either you or Neil, I think it might have been you. So on the daily chart, I remember at the time I had said Lyft. I'm going to pull this up to see if my opinion has changed. I stick with Lyft. To be clear, Lyft is also in kind of a danger zone right now. I would love to see it hold support here at this previous level of resistance at 1550s on the daily chart. But I think Lyft has a lot more stability and a lot more potential lift here than Uber, which it seems like the only ride Uber might be getting is a trip to the downside.
I think you're right about that one. Good one right there. Bang. Good one.
So I don't know if that answers your question, but that's my take.
No, I was going to say because Lyft is still at this 200 period and hasn't broke it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, some definite support there coming through on Lyft. Okay, yeah, we're almost done here. Meta, big move up today for Meta as well. New all-time highs. Meta, Amazon, Google, Nvidia. Hey, everyone in the chat, pick one. Which one would you guys pick? All right, let's do these four. Apple, all-time, everything that made an all-time high today. We'll maybe do this on I'm going to give you a minute to second this. 4 stocks, Apple, Google, right? So that's all-time high today. Apple, Google, Tesla, all-time high today, or Amazon. So, all right, I'm going to go. I'm going to say Google. And the reason why, it's just very, very simple. I'm going to talk about it from a swing trade over the next couple weeks. I think it has $200 in its goggles, right? So I think you at least have $5. I think when you break 200, you get a little bit of momentum through that 200 marker. Plus, it's just breaking now. It had a lot of consolidation just taking this out, right? Google, huge move up. But Tesla has really got going now as well. RSI at 80. The last time we had an RSI up here, we had fallen down. What is Google's RSI? Kind of similar, but it's at 75, maybe a little bit more room to go. Amazon, nice upside move as well. Hey, they're all overextended. I choose Google. What say you?
I say Meta, and
All
so
right.
I say Meta for a couple of reasons. All of these is the only one that I would day trade. I actually did trade a little bit today as well to mixed effect, but basically from a day trading perspective, I like it, but I also like some of the support resistance we have. This one I chart pretty frequently. As mentioned, I do trade it. We have some support here around that 550 level, but then we have this beautiful breakout of the 600 level. Now, do we have lower highs? Yes, it's not necessarily a flat top break, but look, we have one touch, October 7th of 600. Another touch, October 30th, 600. Another, just a wick here, November 12th of 600. And we finally have a buoyant break of that $600 level, clean and true, just beautiful. And what I like here too is you've got a little bit of a bull flag. Now you're kind of to the upside, and Meta is slowly but surely trying to chug to the upside. Like when it's strong, it's pretty strong. Today we had a little bit of a sell at the end of the day, but it's still above that 630. So I think Meta, if you're looking for a slightly more stable play, and again, take that how you will. This is not advice. This is just my take on the chart. And on the price action, I think META could have a little bit more stability than Tesla, but I love your Google play too, because that one is like right near a potential key level.
Yeah, and the other thing too about Google is quantum computing.
That's true too.
Like we're just starting to hear more and more about that. That could be like sort of
really good point.
the next little wave, and then Google will be waving their flag and saying we are the king of quantum computing, which I believe they are. And I don't think that I'm saying anything too outrageous with that one, but I love the Meta break. And I mean, and Amazon is just so clean because Amazon is so much more than just retail. Right, you got to remember about Amazon and their AWS and how powerful that is. All right, we'll leave you on that.
Did you do the Square, the SQ? Did you do the analysis on that?
I did not. Let's do that quickly.
Yeah.
Adobe right now, nice downside move as well, 506. Thanks, Adara, for that. All right, so Neil talked about Square. Now, the thing about Square is this. I think it's overheated a little bit, but it doesn't have room to run. Yes, it does. My problem with Square is $100. I would not buy it right now until it breaks 100. You want it to break the key level, not bang its head against it a couple times before falling back down. I mean, look at PayPal right here. Sometimes it's good to look at the sector, right? PayPal, still same thing. At highs, trying to fall back down. Look at Affirm as well, right? They all have these very, very similar tops. So again, Square is going to be a little bit different than all of them, but it's at its highs. Look at Shopify as well, right? They're all just hovering right here. It's the whole sector combined. So I would say, I don't know which one I like the best, Square, PayPal, Shopify, but Square right here, you gotta like the fact that it held this 90, trying to gap higher. So for me, do I like the stock? Yes. Am I a buyer right now at 98? No. Believe it or not, I'm a buyer over 100 and a seller under 100, but I don't want to go short on a name that looks like this. So for right now, I like Square, but I don't like it enough to buy it at this level. It needs to break 100. That's only 2% more than where we are right now. Thank you so much for the super chat. Everybody, thank you so much for joining us. Look, you guys stayed late. Traders stay late. We want to thank you for doing that. What a monster day today again. Huge. This is a good day if you're a tech investor to check that old portfolio out as we continue to go higher and higher and higher. Also crypto, higher and higher and higher. Wow, what a great day. I love being in.
Same.
Me and Neil both in tomorrow. Adara, you're in tomorrow.
I'm actually off tomorrow. I had to use my days. I know, I'm sorry guys, I'm also a little bit sad I'm missing Adobe Day 1 earnings because we know how I love my
that's
spready
fine.
names. I was like trading app today, so it was a good time, but you know what? It is what it is, and tomorrow, or Friday's
take your
gonna be a
time
new
off.
day. Thank you, I appreciate that. New day on Friday.
Plans?
Actually, lots, but none of them are fun. I'm gonna do some laundry. I have an appointment. I have to get my health card renewed before said appointment.
You can do that online, no?
Can you?
I believe so.
Sean, this might be a game changer.
I'm changing
I was
games
gonna have to
every...
walk all around downtown Toronto, but this actually might save my life.
You know, like Trader TV Live, we're changing lives and changing games, I hope. Right there, so there it is. Bang, and there, go look at that. All right, potato.
French fries.
But we have done one thing we have forgot.
Roll call.
Jeez, what am I even doing? We got to get Fabian out of here right now. Thank you so much, man. The team is great, says RFID Trader. We appreciate that. I hope our RFID things work for the door tomorrow. Came in today, couldn't get in, thought I was fired. Message Brendan, he confirmed that, but I still apparently am employed. All right, what's up to Andrew Chow today? Warren, Sebastian, I dare you, Adara. Okay, thank you, Sebastian. William Knight is here. Lee Moore is here. HG Rivian Millionaire is here as well. Look, Adara, take us out. You're not here tomorrow.
Yeah.
Let's go. Give us 30 seconds of roll call.
Yeah, thank you very much to NYC Urbanista. Thank you to Bears vs. Bulls for everything you do, and thank you for the well wishes. Hopefully the day off will be chill. We have Michael Spadafora. We have Bora Hout, Gabriel Matthews, Elon, Damian Tarsa, William Knight. We have Dr. Lauren, Adventures in Texas, Charlie Tapp, Tim Dwyer, Dollar Bill, huge Hugh Jassel, I'm going to sound that out so I don't do what you want me to do there. Sister Girl from Another World, Rob Jenkins, Sharmina Khan, Pepper Potts, I love that name too, Nick W. We got the Real Tech Geek, Scratch Life, Escape Planet, Donkey Trader.
All right.
I'm going to close it out. Yes, I did wear green tomorrow or today. We'll see what I wear on Friday, guys.
Exactly. Tomorrow will be neutral, no Adara, so maybe a flat day, then we'll wait to see what happens on Friday. All right, for everybody here at Trader TV Live, thanks, Fabian, for staying late. Thanks, Obi, for a big show like normal. Thanks, Brendo, everybody. Andre's still there. Sharif, Joe. I've already thanked you, but I'll thank Adara again. And I want to thank Bears vs. Bulls. And I want to thank everybody for watching us. For everybody here at Trader TV Live, make sure you join us tomorrow at 8:30. From now until then, that's Adara. I'm Sean. Have a great evening. Ciao.
Thank you all. Take care.
All right, well, enjoy your day off.